Invoke thy Holy Spirit to dwell in our midst, guide our thoughts as we discuss and learn matters about one another, and help us understand as we navigate this world. Make us also true advocates of bridging the gap, create unity and harmony. Father, grant us grace that we may be guided according to your will. Thank you for the promise of answered prayers as we bring back to you your glory and honor in Christ's wonderful name. This we ask in Jesus Christ. Amen. Please remain standing.
Sa sinanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisingin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdiningning, ang bituing at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hinigaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may all now be seated. Good morning once again. I am Dr. Ines Ponce de Leon, Associate Professor at the Department of Communication here at the Ateneo de Manila University, and I will be your moderator for today's presentations. This event was organized by the Chinese Studies Program of the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University with the support of the Center for Philippine Studies of Jinan University. To open our symposium, I would like to call the President of the Ateneo de Manila University, Father Roberto C. Yap of the Society of Jesus, for his welcome remarks.
His Excellency, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to the Philippines, Ambassador Wang Xilian, Department of Foreign Affairs Assistant Secretary for Asia and Pacific Affairs, ASEC Neil Imperial, guests from the Embassy of Malaysia, First Secretary Ms. Hazlina Mohammed Hatta, the Royal Thai Embassy Minister Councilor Ms. Kritraya Lepkau, and our very own Agriculture Counselor to the Embassy of the Philippines in Beijing, Ms. Ana Abejuela, who will also be presenting this morning. Distinguished members of the delegation of Jinan University, partners, colleagues, faculty, and students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all, and welcome to the Ateneo de Manila. The last time the Chinese Studies Center of the School of Social Sciences had a feast of a celebration was in 2012 during its 25th year anniversary. That year, the Chinese Studies program's anniversary was celebrated by organizing 25 lectures by a diverse set of scholars, academics, including no less than Her Excellency Ambassador Ma Keqing when she delivered a lecture on the Chinese economy. That year highlighted what the Chinese Studies in Ateneo had always been offering, an interdisciplinary approach to learning about China, its society and language in relation to its neighbors and the rest of the world. Today, 10 years later, we gather together for this symposium on Philippine-China Relations, our esteemed set of presenters coming from the government, the academe, and experts in their respective fields to discuss and reflect on the richness of the relations between the two countries. In this regard, we are most privileged to have with us today two pillars standing for this relationship: His Excellency Ambassador Huang Xilian and DFA Assistant Secretary Neil Imperial, who will each be giving their respective keynote speeches. Definitely, not everything about this bilateral relation is or will be a bed of roses. To be sure, our speakers today will not be presenting through rose-colored glasses. Today, challenges in and to the relations will be discussed in the spirit of looking beyond what apparently divides to find this unique oneness that we all aspire for. For as the scriptures say, being diligent to keep the oneness of the Spirit in the uniting bond of peace, one body and one spirit, even as also you were called in one hope of your calling. Coincidentally, bridging cultural divides is actually one of the strategic priority areas of the Ateneo de Manila's Lux in Domino Strategic Plan 2030. Through this symposium, we will try to bridge cultural divides through dialogue, collaboration, and education. Together with other global and area studies programs and centers in the School of Social Sciences, the Chinese Studies Program resolutely contributes to the development of a richer understanding of other societies and their relation to the Philippines. We trust that knowledge for understanding is also knowledge for action. We thank you, our partners and colleagues, in bridging this aspiration closer to each one of us. We look forward to more engagements and collaborations with you. Let me end by congratulating the Chinese Studies Program for its 35 years of service in Ateneo de Manila. Thank you, and we hope we will have a good seminar and conference. And please have a good day, and I'm sure that please also spend time to enjoy our campus. Thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you very much, Father Bobby, for your welcome. We will now proceed to our keynote presentations. We are very fortunate indeed to have with us two seasoned diplomats to share their thoughts on the many opportunities, insights, and challenges of the Philippine-China relationship. This morning, we are joined by the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the People's Republic of China to the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ambassador Huang Xilian, and from the Department of Foreign Affairs, Assistant Secretary Nathaniel G. Imperial. ASEC Imperial will start off with his presentation, followed by the ambassador. First, Assistant Secretary Imperial is a career diplomat. He joined the Philippine Foreign Service in 1995 and served in various diplomatic and consular positions in Jakarta, Vancouver, Singapore, and Israel. He served as functional specialist in the APEC office, as assistant director in the Office of Policy Planning and Coordination, as director in the Asia Pacific Affairs Office, and as executive director of the Office of Middle East and African Affairs at the Department of Foreign Affairs. He graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Economics here at the Ateneo and earned his master's degree in International Studies from the University of the Philippines. During his stay at the Ateneo, Assistant Secretary Imperial was the former editor-in-chief of Matanglawin and co-founder and editor for the literary journal Bagwis, as well as a columnist of the Gaidon. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome home Department of Foreign Affairs Assistant Secretary Neil G. Imperial.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction, and it's really good to be back. His Excellency Huang Xilian, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to the Philippines, Father Roberto Yap, President of the Ateneo de Manila University, Dean Samina Salomas of the School of Social Sciences, Dean Randy Tuanyo, a good friend of mine, of the School of Government of Ateneo, esteemed colleagues from the Diplomatic Corps, Ms. Marie Kimberly C., Director of the Chinese Studies Program of the Ateneo de Manila University, and other university officials and lecturers, and guests attending the symposium, and students. A pleasant morning to all of you. It is my pleasure to deliver the remarks on behalf of the Department of Foreign Affairs on the occasion of the 2022 Symposium on Philippine-China Relations, an event that is both important and timely, and the topic is also quite apt. And I read, it's Building a Stable Philippines-China Relations. I think our bilateral relationship with China is one of the most important for the Philippines and for Philippine foreign policy. And while the interaction between our two peoples can be traced back many centuries, the Philippines and China only formally established diplomatic relations on June 9, 1975. As we approach the 50th anniversary of relations, looking back on the past decades, what I can see is a stable foundation built brick by our predecessors and fellow diplomats and other officials and other students and scholars who came before us and painstakingly developed the relationship over time. With a people whose culture greatly influenced and shaped world history and is once again poised to shape the events of this century. A stable and thriving relationship with the People's Republic of China is therefore of the utmost importance for the Philippines. This relationship must be one that is beneficial to both our peoples, and it should be based on mutual trust and respect. Our predecessors have planted the seeds of great promise, and now we witness the fruits of their efforts. Philippine-China relations have flourished in recent times, especially after 2016. Our leaders have engaged in a number of high-level exchanges, reaching important consensus that paved the way for fruitful engagements in all aspects of our bilateral relationship. The persistent efforts of both sides have led to strengthened cooperation in various fields, especially in agriculture, trade and investments, energy, infrastructure, and science and technology, among others, not to mention cultural cooperation. Remarkably, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippines welcomed almost 2 million tourists from mainland China, comprising a sizable market for our tourism industry. In the same vein, thousands of Filipino students, hungry for knowledge and filled with optimism, much like the people attending this conference, have traveled to China and returned home to share with Filipinos their new knowledge and understanding of China and its people. Economic and trade relations have likewise blossomed, with China consistently placing as one of the Philippines' top trading partners year after year. For example, 20% of the Philippines' total trade is with China. In 2021, China was the Philippines' top trading partner, its second biggest export market, and its top import source. Two-way trade reached $38.35 billion in 2021. But it should be noted that the Philippines has a big trade deficit with China of $15.25 billion during the same year, significantly higher than only $402 million Philippine trade deficit with China in 2011. It is therefore important to work towards a more balanced trade with China. China has also become an important player in inbound foreign direct investments and development assistance to the country, particularly for infrastructure projects. As of March 2022, China ranked fifth among other development and bilateral and multilateral partners, with about 3% of total official development assistance loan and grants to the Philippines. Our workers and professionals have likewise ventured into mainland China and its special administrative regions for employment. Just this year, we estimate that there are more than 258,000 Filipinos living and working in China, most of whom are based in Hong Kong and Macau. The COVID-19 pandemic severely limited the interaction between our two countries and our two peoples. But these limitations have been overcome, I think, by the goodwill and the continuing official relations between the two countries and exchanges that never stopped even during the pandemic. In fact, Beijing was one of the first to respond to the needs of the Philippines during the pandemic through its donation and sale of millions of much-needed vaccines. As both states gradually open up in the aftermath of the pandemic, and as we participate in more face-to-face engagements, we recall the significant milestones in diplomatic and economic relations while seeking to address the gaps introduced by circumstances both foreseen and unprecedented. This includes our maritime disputes in the West Philippine Sea. Although maritime issues do not constitute the totality of Philippine-China relations, they are nevertheless a critical matter that influences our bilateral cooperation and are considered of vital importance by most Filipinos. The Philippine position on the West Philippine Sea or South China Sea dispute is firmly anchored on the twin pillars of the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and the 2016 Arbitral Award on the South China Sea. We have tried to address with goodwill and an open mind our complex bilateral issues. Respect and relationship building is a two-way process, and this is at the core of our work in the Department of Foreign Affairs and our security agencies. And admittedly, there is much work to be done to forge a much stronger relationship with China. The current administration is keen on building on the gains of its predecessors and generations past. As you may be aware, the department, in close coordination with the Chinese Embassy in Manila and our embassy in Beijing, is working tirelessly ahead of the President's state visit to the People's Republic of China, scheduled to take place in early January next year. He will be meeting, of course, His Excellency President Xi Jinping, who invited him for the visit. And the visit will mark the President's first bilateral visit to a non-ASEAN country and his first visit to China after assuming the presidency. This signifies the importance given by the administration to China as a bilateral partner by the current administration. President Marcos and President Xi met for the first time on the sidelines of the APEC leaders meeting in Bangkok in November, and that meeting has set the tone for the upcoming state visit of the President. The inaugural visit will reaffirm our cordial bilateral ties and set the tone of relations for the next 5 to 6 years. As you know, both leaders have recently received a new mandate as leaders of each respective country, and it will be an opportune time for them to chart the direction of bilateral relations during their terms of office. The advancement of relations not only rests in the hands of the government, but also on the different sectors of society, such as students, academics, and ordinary citizens. For people-to-people exchange is truly the best way to promote peace and mutual understanding between two neighbors inextricably linked by the bonds of both history and geography. It is this element of exchange at the people-to-people level, aside from our growing economic development and political ties, that will build a more stable Philippine-China relationship. Each of us will have a part to play in building this stable relationship by learning more about China and understanding her people, interacting with the mainland Chinese, and having truly meaningful exchanges, including exchanges at the academic level. We can all contribute to the growth and the nurturing of our bilateral ties. It is my sincere hope that once China's doors reopen once more, as they did so in the 1980s, all of us would try to seize every opportunity to visit China and have our regular exchanges restored. And the Department of Foreign Affairs continues to request, as you know, the resumption of flights and associated programs to and from China for students and academics like yourselves to be able to visit once again China and forge a stronger people-to-people bonds. Thank you very much and have a pleasant morning.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Imperial. Our next and final keynote presenter is another career diplomat who has been in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China for the past 33 years. He performed various diplomatic and consular positions in Negara, Brunei Darussalam, India, the United States of America, and Pakistan. Prior to his current appointment, Ambassador Xi Lian served as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the People's Republic of China to the ASEAN. He graduated with a Bachelor of Arts from the Beijing Foreign Studies University and an MA with distinction from the University of Manchester. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Ambassador Huang Zilian of the People's Republic of China.
Honorable Father Roberto Chamyap, President of Ateneo de Manila University, Honorable Nathaniel Imperial, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Zarina Soloma Apetono, Dean of the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University, distinguished government officials, experts, and scholars, my dear colleagues from China, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to come to this beautiful campus of Ateneo de Manila University. I'm happy to join you at this symposium hosted by this university and G9 University of China to review the history of China-Philippine exchanges and share my thoughts on the future of our bilateral relations. As a native of Fujian province, which just across the sea, I have known since I was a child that Philippines is our closest neighbor. And Also, there is a very strong ancestral tie between the two countries. The two peoples are not alienated by the vast sea. The exchanges of ships and merchants between our two countries began more than 1,000 years ago. The millennium-old friendship shine like the primary colors of China-Philippine relations. Over 600 years ago, Chinese navigator Zheng He made multiple visits to Manila Bay, Visayas, and Sulu. On his 7 overseas voyages, seeking friendship and cooperation. And the king of Sulu, the East King of the Sulu, also made a goodwill visit to China, becoming the historical epitome of our friendship. While being invaded by the Western colonists, Chinese Filipinos fought shoulder to shoulder with the local Filipinos against foreign aggressions to protect their common homeland, leaving behind touching stories of China-Philippines friendship. Over the past 47 years, guided by the wisdom of the older generation of Chinese and Philippine leaders, our two countries broke the ice of Cold War estrangement and established diplomatic relations, opening a new chapter in our bilateral relations. In 1975, Chairman Mao Zedong met with President Marcos Sr. and Premier Zhou Enlai and President Marcos Sr. signed the joint communique on the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the Philippines. These historic moments will be remembered forever in China-Philippines friendly exchanges. History is not always smooth sailing. Since the establishment of diplomatic ties, China-Philippines relations have generally maintained a good momentum of growth. However, our relations have also ever encountered serious setbacks, which is worth think through. Since President Duterte took office, China and the Philippines have re-engaged in dialogue and consultations to handle differences properly. Rainbows re-emerged in our relations after storms. Practical cooperations in economy and trade, infrastructure, COVID response, and people-to-people exchanges has been flourishing between our two countries, bringing tangible benefits to the two peoples. As we Chinese always say, reviewing the past enables us to learn about the law governing the evolution of history. There is also a famous saying in the Philippines: if you do not know where you have come from, you can't go far. History is our best teacher. It faithfully records the past of China-Philippines relations and provides inspiration for the future. The millennium-old exchange and 47-year-old diplomatic ties between China and the Philippines show that despite the ups and downs in our relations, profound friendship and win-win cooperation has been and will always be the mainstream of our bilateral relations, as it serves the fundamental interest of the two countries and fulfills the aspirations of our two peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, China and the Philippines have completed our respective domestic political agenda this year. The 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China was successfully held in Beijing, joining an overarching plan for China's future development. President Xi Jinping was re-elected as the General Secretary of the CPC Central Committee. President Marcos Jr. won the presidential election with the highest votes, leading the Filipinos on a new journey of national building. It is heartening to see that the two heads of states attached great importance and paid personal attention to China-Philippine relations. President Xi sent a letter, made a phone call, and sent a special envoy to congratulate President Marcos Jr. on his election. This trilogy of the presidential engagements provides strategic guidance for the continued growth of our bilateral relations in the new era. Last month, President Xi had a successful meeting with President Marcos Jr. in Bangkok. The two leaders reached a number of important consensus on writing a new chapter in our bilateral relations and building a more robust and strong bilateral relationship. They established a good personal and working relationship through this meeting, laying a solid foundation for their in-depth interactions in a new future, as mentioned by ASEC Imperial just now. And ASEC Imperial was very lucky to witness and to be part of the meeting in Bangkok. Facts have fully proven that presidential diplomacy plays an irreplaceable and primary role in promoting China-Philippine relations. We expect that our two leaders will continuously inject strong impetus into the growth of our relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, under the strategic guidance of the two leaders, China-Philippines relations stand at the new historical starting point and embrace new opportunities, of course, and challenges as well. The blueprint of our relations has been laid out, and it is time for us to take concrete actions to make it happen. China is ready to work with the Philippines to implement the consensus of our two leaders so as to lift our comprehensive strategic cooperative relationship to a new level. We need to enhance practical cooperation that benefits our peoples. China welcomes the Philippines to become an active partner in China's pursuit of Chinese modernization and share the opportunities of China's huge size market and China's efforts to advance opening up and deepen international cooperation. Our two sides have identified agriculture, infrastructure, energy, and people-to-people exchanges as four priority areas of cooperation, and we are committed to elevating these levels of cooperation. China-Philippines cooperation enjoyed prospects, and I would like to share with you a few examples. The first example is agriculture. China-Philippines agricultural cooperation has developed rapidly. As I visited the Sino-Philippine Agricultural Technology Center a few months ago, which was established 20-something years ago when I accompanied then Premier Zhu Rongji to this country in 1999. And it is still there. Over the past more than 20 years, it has introduced the hyper rise of China and has benefited millions of farmers in this country. China has become the third largest export market of Philippine agricultural products and second largest import source of the Philippines. China is currently the world's largest durian consumer market with a demand of nearly 1 million tons and imports accounting for more than 80% of the world total. During my recent visit to Davao, I had a bit of sweet Davao durian, and of course, Vice President Sarah told me, actually, you have even better durian in Sulu Islands. And I learned that the local durian production in Davao does not exceed 100,000 tons. With a huge potential at the Chinese market, I believe that the fresh Philippine durian will soon reach the dining table in Chinese households, and Filipinos will share the opportunities and benefits of China's development. We also look forward to diversifying the high-quality agricultural products from the Philippines that will enter Chinese markets in the near future. The second example is the new infrastructure. China has built the world's largest 5G and optical fiber networks, with its 5G base stations accounting for more than 60% of the world total. And mobile payments make smart living a reality. New forms and models of business, such as automated stores, contactless delivery, live commerce, online diagnosis and treatment, and telecommuting are flourishing. In fact, e-commerce platforms such as Lazada, such as Gcash, which are popular in the Philippines, have the participation of Chinese companies and technologies. Our two countries have broad prospects for cooperation in new infrastructure such as big data, cloud computing, AI, and the Internet of Things, which will help Philippines to achieve modernization. The third example is new energy. Electric vehicle industry has seen a rapid development in China. This is a booming industry in China. And China is currently the world's largest producer of electric vehicles, the production of which in 2021 reached 2.3 million units, accounting for about 57.4% of the world total. I noticed that Philippine NEDA board had endorsed an executive order to modify the tariff rates on e-vehicle and their parts. I also found that in Makati, BGC, and other places in the Philippines, charging stations have increased substantially, and a large number of them are fast charging stations of BYD, Chinese brand, which is also an acronym of Build Your Dreams. Developing new energy has become a world trend, and the cooperation between China and the Philippines in this field will promote energy security of this country and contribute to Philippines' economic takeoff. We need to strengthen people-to-people ties to keep China-Philippines relations as friendly as ever. Our two countries have formed an inseparable humanistic bond of thousands of years. The calls for enhancing people-to-people exchanges between our two countries are growing ever louder. I'm glad that the short video of Vice President Sara Duterte and Madam First Lady Elisa Marcos speaking Chinese went viral on social media just recently, triggering a growing interest in learning Chinese in the Philippines. The Confucius Institutes, including the one in this university, have taken root in the Philippines and have trained many talents who master Chinese language skills. And the Dr. Kevin Pamintuan, the Philippine director of the Confucius Institute at the Angeles University Foundation, published an article in the Chinese in the People's Daily just recently, which is really commendable. In terms of cross-border travel and exchanges, China remains the Philippines' second largest source of tourists, with 1.76 million Chinese people visiting this country in 2019. We believe this number the number of Chinese tourists to the Philippines will increase and surpass the pre-COVID levels soon. Recently, our embassy has assisted over 10 Filipino students to return to China to resume their studies. We welcome the return of more Filipino students to China at an early date. There is a saying in China that exchanges between relatives should be frequent. So our two countries need to take more concrete steps to increase people-to-people and cultural exchanges and cement public support for China-Philippines friendship. We need to properly handle differences to remove interference from China-Philippines relations. During their meeting in Bangkok, President Xi Jinping pointed out that on the South China Sea, the two sides should stick to friendly consultation and handle differences and disputes properly, while President Marcos Jr. stressed his consistent view that relations between the two countries should not be defined by maritime issues, and both sides may further enhance communication in this regard. China's position on the South China Sea has been clear and consistent, and we have always maintained that we should place our differences in the proper place in our overall relations and seek peaceful solution through friendly consultations so that our overall relations will not be affected. Ladies and gentlemen, today participants of this symposium will hold in-depth discussions on the issues such as the achievements, opportunities, and challenges as well of the China-Philippine relations. Your insights and suggestions are welcome and will be highly appreciated. As a Philippine proverb goes, seize today or you will lose tomorrow. Let's draw wisdoms and strength from the history to forge ahead and work together to usher in a new golden age in China-Philippine relations. I wish this symposium and complete success. Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your wonderful keynote speech. Before we open the coffee break, we would like to call on Dr. Kim Si of the Chinese Studies Program to present our tokens for our ambassador as well as our Assistant Secretary. This will be followed by a photo with our Assistant Secretary, our Ambassador, our President, and the Dean of the School of Social Sciences. Okay. Dr. Kim Si and Father Bobby Yap will now present this token of appreciation to Assistant Secretary Nathaniel G. Imperial of the Department of Foreign Affairs. We also present this token of appreciation to His Excellency Huang Zhilian, Chinese Ambassador to the Philippines. The Chinese Embassy would also like to present this gift to the Ateneo de Manila University. Once again, thank you. We will now have a photo which will include Father Roberto Yap of the Society of Jesus, Dean Zarina Saloma Akpedenu of the School of Social Sciences, as well as Assistant Secretary Neil Imperial, His Excellency Ambassador Juan Gillian. Finally, we would like to call on the faculty and staff of the Ricardo Leong Center for Chinese Studies. Once again, we thank our keynote speakers as well as our Father President for gracing us this morning with their presence. We will now have a 15-minute coffee break before we resume with the first panel of presentations. Coffee and refreshments are available in the foyer outside. We will see you in 15 minutes. Once again, thank you very much on behalf of the Ateneo. Good morning, and we will see you soon.
Hi. Okay.
Once again, coffee and refreshments are available in the foyer outside. We are very sorry, but you cannot bring snacks into the auditorium, but please enjoy coffee as well as conversation outside. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, thank you. How about the video?
Uh,
Cannot see myself.
okay.
Is it okay? All right then.
We'll spotlight you.
Okay, that's fine. Um, anyway, I'm the second. You have already my presentation, right?
You can share it na. You can share it out there on your own on
I
Zoom.
can share. I don't know how. I just. What do I do? How do I do that?
You have the presentation.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we have the presentation. We'll be the one presenting it here on Zoom. So just tell us when
Okay.
to shift slides.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay,
Okay. Thank you.
welcome.
Good morning to everyone who is standing outside. Please return to the auditorium. We will begin panel 1 shortly. Good morning to our guests and participants. We will begin panel 1 in 2 minutes. Please find your seat. We will begin in 2 minutes. Good morning, participants, presenters, and general audience. Welcome to the Symposium on Philippine-China Relations, Opportunities and Challenges. You are now here at the Leong Hall Auditorium of the Ateneo de Manila University. We will begin Panel 1. Our Panel 1 presentations cover achievements and opportunities in Philippine-China relations. To lead the panel and chair the panel, we have Father Aristotle C. D. of the Society of Jesus. Father D.
Good morning to all. I consider the Chinese Studies program my home department, so I'm very happy to participate today as chair of the first panel on achievements and opportunities. We have 7 speakers in this panel, so we have to be very conscious of time. I'll introduce the first 4 speakers and then come back to introduce the last 3 speakers. So without further ado, our first speaker on the topic of Towards Cooperation and Healing, Exploring the Heritage Paradigm. The speaker is Attorney Engelbert Caronan Jr., the 9th President and CEO of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Our second speaker, joining us live from Beijing, is Ms. Ana Abejuela, speaking on agricultural cooperation and trade prospects for the future. She is our agricultural counselor at the embassy in Beijing, covering mainland China, including Hong Kong and Macau, Mongolia, and North Korea. She has served in this position for 4 years and handles the agriculture and agri-trade and investment portfolio for the embassy. Our third speaker, Dr. Marvin Sinense, will speak on PhilStat bilateral project between the Philippines and China. Dr. Sinense is an associate professor at the Department of Agriculture and Biosystems Engineering College, College of Engineering, Central Luzon State University, Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. He is also a professional agricultural engineer. Our fourth speaker, Dr. Gezes Gizi Granado, speaking on looking into the tourism interconnection between the Philippines and China. He is a graduate of BS Tourism from the University of Santo Tomas. From the same university, he also graduated Bachelor of Laws, Master of Laws, and Doctor of Civil Law. He worked as a travel agent and later on as travel agency operations manager while earning his law degree. For 20 years now, he has been teaching tourism and hospitality laws, legal policy issues in the tourism and hospitality industry, and sustainable tourism at the UST College of Tourism and Hospitality Management. He is also teaching torts and damages, legal research, and legal technique and logic at the Faculty of Civil Law. So I would now like to call on Attorney Engelbert Caronan, and the subsequent speakers are invited to come forward following the sequence. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Given the time limit that we have today, let me proceed immediately with some premises that we chose. First, if we hold the view that Chinese culture is essentially Confucian, then we must also admit its influence in contemporary politics and culture of China. However, a proper evaluation of its influence would depend to a large extent on what scholars consider to be its distinct features, as this becomes its points of intersection and departure from contemporary Chinese thought. For purposes of this talk, let me choose one view among the many that tries to identify these distinct characteristics. And according to Ni Pei Min, there are 4 major features of the Confucian thought. First is the Confucian spirituality, which have the ability of making the secular sacred, or as some people would say, its immanent transcendence. The second major feature of Confucian spirituality is its openness or the avoidance of dogmatism and exclusiveness. The third defining feature of Confucianism spirituality is its vision of relatedness as fundamental to our individual existence. The fourth and last defining feature of Confucianism spirituality is its emphasis on developing the art of living instead of following universal rules. These characteristics of the Confucian thought permeated the Chinese culture and allowed the Chinese society to be resilient despite its turbulent history. And just like any other school of thought, it can be exploited to downright superstitious. Hence, with the so-called Cultural Revolution, the Confucian thought is sought to be removed internally from the processes of the communist organization and externally from the mindset of the Chinese people in general. I believe that a case can be made, and so we hold, that from an organizational and knowledge management perspective, that this rejection and suppression of the preeminent and pervasive Confucian culture and its substitution with the so-called scientific and materialist process and values of the communist thought have resulted into a the first one. Yeah. According to them, the West Philippine Sea is composed of three spheres: the geosphere, the biosphere, and the ethnosphere. And according to them, these different spheres constitute an intricate dynamics of ecological, economic, and social interactions involving exchanges of matter, energy, and information, which mutually shape the respective states across time and space. Next slide. These interactions across space-time dimensions creates a unique ecology for the West Philippine Sea and a potential for establishing a unique heritage value. According to him, the emergent ecology produces an ecosystem of services which ranges from the ecological provisioning, ecological regulating, ecological supporting, and the cultural role of its system, and also the economic and the creation of economic and social value that may be regarded as a natural heritage or a universal commons, both for the Filipinos and for those around the South China Sea. To our mind, the proposed framework presents a promising alternative to existing ones. The following are the advantages of the framework. First, since the conceptual assumptions of the framework considers the economic, social, and ecological factors affecting the issues in the WPS, it thereby acknowledges the multidimensional character of the West Philippine Sea issue. As such, it allows for a greater flexibility in the exploration of a solution by drawing upon the different factors affecting the area. The framework is robust enough to serve as a medium to articulate the complex interplay of collective memory, nationalism, grievances, relative deprivations, and security dilemmas. Also, since the framework allows for the possibility of multiple emergent ecologies that exhibit distinct heritage values for the different actors in the West Philippine Sea conflict, the framework therefore allows for the articulation of the Philippine position separately and independently of the other actors using the same framework. The heritage framework can serve as a bridge between the Confucian paradigm of conflict management and a distinctly Filipino perspectives of the West Philippine Sea issues. Finally, because the framework is anchored on heritage or heritage values, the framework is therefore able to articulate the functions of heritage, namely the enhancing function or the confirmation of identity, the legitimization function, supporting or challenging existing power structures, the normative function or the restoration of justice and empowerment, and the healing function or the maintenance of balance between remembering and forgetting. In conclusion, let me state that conflicts at all social levels, including international ones, are a phenomenon that is not necessarily negative. A conflict, if it is managed in a constructive manner that is acceptable to all parties, may succeed in promoting important values. Therefore, the issue is not to prevent the very phenomenon of conflict, but to prevent violent manifestations of conflict and its destructive consequences. The heritage framework allows not only for the resolution and or management of conflict, but also allows for finding opportunities from the conflict. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Attorney Caronan. Joining us now from Beijing, Ms. Ana Abejuela.
Hi, good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, let me extend my thanks and appreciation to the organizers of this symposium, the Ateneo Chinese Studies program, for inviting me to participate in this activity. This morning, I will give a brief and hopefully a comprehensive presentation of the Philippine-China agricultural cooperation and trade during the Duterte administration, and sharing with you some of our prospects as well as opportunities. Next slide, please. Next, please. This is the outline of my presentation, a brief overview of the bilateral agricultural relations from 2016 to 2022, challenges that we have and will have, and then the prospects and opportunities. Next, please. In 2016, with the election of then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte as president, cordial and friendly relations with China were reestablished. With this, the Philippines and China renewed and forged various agreements to strengthen and expand bilateral relations, including agriculture. Next, please. Now, one of the very first activities done in 2017 when bilateral relations were established in 2016 was a meeting between DA, the Department of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs of China. The output of this meeting was an agricultural cooperation plan. This action plan spurred activities in the agricultural sector. There were two joint committees re-established, the Joint Committee in Agriculture and the Joint Committee in Fishery. The meetings of these joint committees are done back-to-back every 2 years. And during the period, there were 4 meetings conducted, one in 2017 and one in 2019. There are also 4 bilateral agreements signed, and these were with MARA. MARA is the Ministry of Agriculture. The GACC is the Customs Administration of China, and SAMAR is a state administration for marketing, which deals with products already in China. And then a supplementary agreement for phase 3 of the Philippine-Sino Center for Agricultural Technology, or PhilSCAT. This is a monumental cooperation in agriculture between the Philippines and China, which started in 2002. I will not talk much about it because the next speaker will tell you more about it. But this is considered to be the first in-kind grant project of China to the Department of Agriculture. As mentioned, the Joint Committee conducted 4 meetings, and during the period, the last meeting was held in Beijing in 2019. And the output of that would have been an action plan on agriculture cooperation from 2022 to 2020, from 2020 to 2022. And this was not signed because it took a while for it to be finalized, and the pandemic caught up with us. Finally, this action plan has been reviewed again, and this will become the action plan for 2023 and 2025, which will be signed during the visit of the president here in January. So that in capsule is a bilateral agricultural cooperation with China. And it had a pause because of the pandemic during the last 3 years. Training stopped, although there were online trainings conducted, but it was very difficult. From 2017 to 2019, there were more than 100 DA personnel and attached agencies that were trained in various agriculture, technology, production, and everything. Next, please. Now, this is a summary of our Philippine-China agricultural trade from 2013 to 2021. Next, please. And again, a graphic picture of the trade within that period. Next, please. Now, this is the summary of our agricultural trade with China during the Duterte administration. Now, the 2022 figures are from January to June only. But as you can see, trade has flourished during the period. Next, please. Again, this is a shot of our trade. Total trade has increased, but of course, our, as mentioned earlier, also our deficit is there. Next, please. Now, this graph shows the increasing trend of Philippine exports to China from 2016, and it peaked in 2019. And then it went down, and this is largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic that caused trade disruptions between the two countries. Now, exports started to recover in 2021, but 2022 has been a tough year for us, the Philippines, China, and the world. Overall, Philippine exports grew by an average of 22.54% during the period. Next, please. Now, while PH exports are increasing, imports from China also increased throughout the period. And it had a slower growth rate of 11.75% now. The slower growth rate is largely due to the fact that the import figures started high while our export figures started low. So that's why the growth rate for imports is a bit lower than our growth rate for exports. Next, please. Total trade, again, as you've seen earlier, it is increasing. Next, please. And this is our trade balance. Really, always a sad thing to see. PH agri imports from China far exceeded Philippine exports. Thus, Philippines records trade deficits for the five-year period. Deficit, as the graph shows, is at its highest in 2021. Now, next, please. Now, these are, what do we buy from, what do we sell to China? This is the top exports to China. And number one, basically, for the past few years, is Cavendish banana. Next, please. And what do we buy from China? It's has always been also, apples have been our number one import from China for the longest time. Next, please. Challenges. Now, for the bilateral agriculture cooperation, the challenge would be maintaining good bilateral relations with China. Because no matter what you say, if something is wrong with the bilateral relations, then it affects other sectors of our relations with China. Now, on bilateral trade, the same thing. If we do have good bilateral relations, as you can see in the past, in the Duterte administration, trade flourished, except during the pandemic, which was really out of our control. Now, the other challenge is that China is a huge market and a huge demand. It's a challenge and an opportunity. Maintaining sustainable volume of supply. You know, with the huge market, China, whenever they buy, can we buy so many containers of pili nut, for example, which we cannot supply. So that's a challenge. Then increasing the Philippine basket of exports. Right now, we have the traditional exports of bananas, pineapple, mango, papaya. And I think we have new approvals of young coconut and then has avocado. And then soon, we'll have durian, which will hopefully be starting to trade by next year. The next challenge the other challenge is the increased competition in fresh fruits market. While before in bananas, for example, we only have Ecuador as our competitor. Nowadays, we have Vietnam, we have Laos, we have Cambodia, and recently even Indonesia for Cavendish bananas. So the market is getting tight. Competition is getting tighter. And then, of course, the other aspect is meeting China's import requirements. Since this year, China has, for us to be able to export enterprises have to be registered, and there are requirements for that. And some, especially the small, medium enterprises, have difficulty meeting the requirements. And then the other challenge that we had and still ongoing is the COVID-19 control policy of China, which has affected our exports as well. It has increased the cost of logistics. And then the language barrier is also one, especially for our small and medium enterprises. And then overall challenge would be the global economic situation, which has affected us very much. Next, please. Now, going forward, what would be our prospect and opportunities? Well, for bilateral trade, China is still the largest market for agricultural exports. And so there's a lot of opportunities there. It's really up to us to choose what we can export to China. Now, for fresh fruits, for example, Thailand has 22 fresh fruits being exported to China, and we only have 6 or 7. So it could be more. Now, the Chinese market's demand related to number one for fresh tropical fruits seems endless. Bananas, pineapples, young coconut, avocado, and durian. Just an example, again, last year, China bought $4 billion worth of durian from China. And we go to our total trade, it's just $1.6 billion. Now, one of the things that can help us would be DA and the industry would submit market access requests for fresh agricultural products. And then the other one, there's a huge demand for seafood products, and we cannot just supply it. So these are for crabs, prawns, sea cucumber, abalone, eel, grouper, lapu-lapu especially. And then the last would be to intensify trade and investment promotion. China is still a good source for agricultural investment. And when they invest in agriculture, it also increases our trade and improves our bilateral relations. Next, please. I think that's my last slide. And so I thank you for listening and spending time with me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abejuela. Still on agriculture, to talk to us more about PhilSCAT, Dr. Sinense.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This morning, PhilSCAT was already mentioned by our Her Excellency Ambassador Juan Cillian. While loading, this morning I will give you a brief background about the PhilSCAT, and I will not give more emphasis on the phase 1 and phase 2, but I will give more focus on the technical cooperation phase 3. I think the PowerPoint is still loading. Anyway, PhilSCAT is located at the Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. And by the way, I'm Marvin Sinense. I assumed the director of PhilSCAT last year, July 2021, and the two past directors already retired in service. Okay, so okay, next slide, please. Yeah, actually, PhilSCAT was inaugurated last March 2003, and the construction phase was started 2001 until 2002, and the operation was started in 2003, and it was inaugurated by the President, our President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, and his Her Excellency Wang Chungu, the Ambassador of the China to the Philippines. Next slide, please. So, as mentioned before, PhilSCAT is a bilateral project between the China and the Philippine government through the Department of Agriculture of the Philippines and the Ministry of Commerce of China. And the project aims to improve the modernization of agricultural programs in the Philippines, specifically on promoting the hybrid rice production in the Philippines. To give you a background about the PhilSCAT, so PhilSCAT covers around 10 hectares. It is at CLSU, Central Luzon State University. So Central Luzon State University is a premier university in Nueva Ecija. And 7 hectares of the 10 hectares devoted for research and demo area, and the 3 hectares covers the buildings and other facilities. So we have this workshop. This workshop one devoted only for integrated mechanical testing and workshop and showroom for agricultural machineries from land preparation, transplanting up to post-harvest facilities. Okay, next. So we have workshop 2, the mechanical service workshop, wherein you can see in this workshop we call that repair and maintenance of our agricultural machineries. And we also have this workshop 3. This is devoted for crop processing or grain processing or post-harvest facilities for rice production. So we also have the living quarters wherein visitors can where our visitors can lay down, no? If we have events, so we can accommodate them in the center. So at PhilSCAT, we have a complete agricultural machineries from land preparation, seedling preparation, transplanting, spraying. I know you don't know about this is not about your interest, no? This is all about rice production, no? So I don't know if anybody here can relate to these agricultural technologies, but these are the facilities that we have at PhilSCAT. Okay, next. So we also have the experimental area for rice production, for hybrid rice production. We focus mainly on the hybrid rice production. So we breed new locally bred hybrid, because most of our hybrids available in the market are imported. No, so here at PhilSCAT, we develop for now we have 6 hybrid rice varieties in the market. So aside from hybrid, as part of the technical cooperation program 2, the Chinese government introduced the biogas. Now we use this for agricultural waste and converting the agricultural waste into energy. So we can produce methane out of the agricultural waste that can be served as a alternative source of fuel for our alternative source for what they call that liquefied petroleum gas. No. Okay, next. So these are our field trials and demonstration areas. So So we also have an exchange program between our students and faculty and personnel. So we send technicians from the Department of Agriculture, from personnel from CLSU to train to China. No? So this was before pandemic, but during the pandemic, we conducted online trainings. So these are the, actually PhilSCAT is under the Central Luzon State University. It is not directly under the Department of Agriculture. So PhilSCAT is only a special project under Department of Agriculture. Next. So these are the grants given by the China government and the government of the Philippines. So I will my presentation will focus mainly on the accomplishment of the TCP3 actually. Can you please play the video?
PhilSCAT TCP3 is established to be a modern hybrid rice breeding station that capacitates the government of the Philippines through its Filipino breeders to breed and produce hybrid rice as having been mentored by Chinese experts. Its goal is to produce high-yielding and quality hybrid rice varieties in the Philippines by improving its existing agricultural research, production, and promotion competencies through the China-Philippine cooperation and the utilization of PhilSCAT bred varieties and technologies by Filipino farmers to accelerate rice sufficiency through PhilSCAT TCP3 implementation. 4 hybrid understudies, namely P17, P18, P19, and P20, were bred and fielded for NCT accreditation. The center subjected the PhilSCAT bred hybrid rice variety Mestizo 82 licensing scheme to the Department of Science and Technology Fairness Opinion Board and achieved fair licensing concurrence signed with the DOST Secretary for the partnership with Sao Commodity Trader Incorporated and now pursuing public-private partnership under the brand name Hataw de Dorado for Mestizo 82 commercialization, engaged in various partnerships and forged 15 memorandum of agreements with institutional partners in the conduct of various knowledge extension and technology testing, including 325 farmer recipients for the Rising Up Ani at Kita program. A total of 10 tons of free LP937 hybrid rice seeds on dry and wet season of 2020 and dry season of 2021 were provided. The high-yielding cultivation technology demonstration with PhilSCAT lines and varieties in Masalasa, Victoria, Tarlac during the dry season 2019 was able to realize a 6.88 pesos per kilogram cost of production for Mestizo 38, having achieved a harvest of 11.23 tons per hectare, while the seed production training in Pampanga made a promising yield of 1.6 tons per hectare for the hands-on activity of the trainings. Major programs and technology patents of the center has been registered to the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, such as the plastic biogas digester tank with an ongoing partnership with Inca Plastic Philippines with royalty entitlement per unit sold. The Magsasakang Mekaniko program, a PhilSCAT developed and initiated 7-day training program on small farm engine repair and maintenance with a test certification component is now being duplicated by PhilNet and ATI. Since the program's inauguration, it produced a total of 139 graduates, of which 128 are now TESDA NC2 holders. The Makina Technique program has trained and produced 346 farmers on rice machinery operation, specifically on the mechanical transplanting operation and maintenance and double mulching technique. The on-site Tisanlang training on A/R seed production with trademark registration on the Ipofil pipeline is a training innovation designed by PhilSCAT to train potential seed growers into an effective hybrid rice seed producers, partners, and specialists. The program has 17 sessions designed to impart essential knowledge and skill in the 17 critical stages of hybrid rice seed production. To date, the program has produced 231 potential seed growers, continuously being linked to potential partners such as Tao Commodity Trader Incorporated for sustainability. 10 manuals and handbooks on hybrid rice breeding, seed production, and cultivation were jointly authored and completed with the Chinese experts. A negotiation with Test and Nueva Ecija for the frontlining of PhilSCAT in the development of accreditation module and implementation of repair, maintenance, and operation of rice production machinery is underway. During TCP3 implementation, PhilSCAT extended 8 technology demonstrations in various sites in Central Luzon and participated to 7 national and regional trade fairs and exhibits. PhilSCAT staff has published 4 gender-themed research publications at Women and Work e-Journal, Coronavirus and Infectious Disease Research e-Journal, Europe PMC, and to the Social Science Research Network. Consultancy and expert services were provided to aiding institutional clients and various stakeholders. Send staff to 9 international, 40 national, 10 regional, 7 local, and 10 institutional seminars, trainings, and workshops. Achieve 10 group individual awards on the national, regional, and institutional level featuring the PhilSCAT developed products and programs. PhilSCAT is consistently rated compliant in the Quality Management Annual Audit and registered only 3 instances of OFI for the entire 3 years since it started to be evaluated as CLSU delivery unit. Served as immersion center for the CLSU on-the-job trainees and other SUCs for its students taking up various courses ranging from agriculture, agricultural engineering, information technology, and development communication. Machinery, equipment, and material grant component of the project amounting to 25 million pesos, equivalent to 15% of China commitment to the project, is received and now under testing. Related construction amounting to 4.3 million RMB, equivalent to 14.64% of China's commitment for TCP3, is about to be completed and functional by April 2022. In 2019, PhilSCAT was confronted by operational dilemma due to budget, which was released only mid-November 2019, thus requested for budget realignment, which enabled to support the operation during the first quarter of 2020. For 2020, the feedback of PhilSCAT's non-inclusion in the GAA has been noted as early as the second day of January 2020, and correspondence to this effect was addressed to the Department of Agriculture Secretary William Dar. CLSU extended help in lending PhilSCAT funds to augment 2020 Maybe I can cut it dun sa video. So this is the LP937. That is this variety is the number 1 variety sold in the market right now. It is distributed by the Longping Philippines. Next slide. So we have this variety developed at PhilSCAT, locally developed at PhilSCAT, the NSIC or the Mestizo 82, which is out now in the market. And we have this Mestizo 38. And we have the next slide, please. So we have the new varieties, the P10, P17, P18, and P20, which is about to release next year. Next slide. Okay, I think this was already taken at the video. Next slide. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so currently we are improving our breeding facilities. So we have this cold plant to develop new hybrid varieties. So we also have the seed cleaning machine to further purify our produce. And these facilities was inaugurated last March 2022 with our ambassador to the Philippines.
Pangilinan. And I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sinense. Shifting now from agriculture to the tourism sector, we'll call on Dr. Granado.
Mabuhay and good morning. So from agriculture, let's talk about tourism. So I hope in 15 minutes or less, I'll be able to share one of the beautiful relationships between Philippines and China, and that is tourism. Next slide, please. So tourism as defined by UNWTO is a social, cultural, and economic phenomenon which entails the movement of people. And for my first slide, I'd rather have this definition because when we talk of distance, when we talk of the history and good partnership, especially with the culture between the Philippines and China, this particular definition given by United Nations World Tourism Organization is very much achieved. With my next slide, let me tell you also that tourism has a role in foreign relations. In several studies conducted, there is a co-integrated relationships between tourism-related foreign direct investments. I think we have heard about this in agriculture. And tourism development in developing countries such as the Philippines. There's also the residents' perceptions of international tourism development. It can influence national and international policy. There is also the political impacts of tourism development being conducted in a country that is widely regarded as hostile by potential visitors, but which shares many ethnic and cultural links with its major origin market that will tell us, next slide please, that there is a role for tourism in developing peaceful relations between hostile nations. So there are already studies conducted that would tell us that tourism can bridge peace or can bring peace to a peaceful relations between hostile nations. And the same study would tell us that the use of tourism for political purposes introduces non-market considerations that have the potential to become more important than pleasure motives in the weighting of consumers' decision sets on destination selection. Actually, the locus of this study is China. The next slide, another study would suggest that tourism is undoubtedly one of the key activities among service industries. Well, agriculture is a different kind of industry, but for tourism, it's a service-related industry. Moreover, international expansion in the tourism industry is not only driven by traditional European and American firms that are consolidating their global positions, but also by newcomers from emerging economies such as China. The study was conducted last 2016. And lastly, in modern times, diplomacy has expanded to include informal interactions between a broader cast of characters. Tourists, whether they like it or not, are inevitably representatives of their states. And in the tourism industry, we always tell the Filipinos that the moment they go to another country or to another state, then they bring with them their being a Filipino. So with the Chinese when they visit the Philippines or other parts of the world. Now, let's talk about Philippine-China tourism. It's so interesting now that everybody would like to travel. After the pandemic, there's such a thing in our industry, we call it revenge travel or revenge tourism. We'd like to travel. Domestically, here in the Philippines, we've been traveling a lot. But we're hoping that China would open up again because there are Filipino tourists who are excited to visit China. And let me now share you some of the statistics which was mentioned even by the Honorable Ambassador to the Philippines. May I read it? I think the slide is not shown clearly because of the Zoom platform. In 2019, the Philippines received a total of 1,743,309 visitors from China, which is up by 38.58% from the 1.2 million in 2018. So as mentioned by the good ambassador, we had a very good share of tourists from China. Chinese nationals accounted for 21.10% of the 8.2 million foreigners that visited the Philippines in 2019. This is pre-pandemic period. In 2020, only 432,000 Chinese tourists arrived in the Philippines, which is a very big drop. In 2021, the number of Chinese visitors that arrived in the Philippines further dropped to 9,674, which is understandable because of the COVID restrictions. Good news is that from January to September of this year, the number of Chinese tourists increased to 22,236. And it's worth sharing to our friends from China that, well, of course, this was given several years ago before the pandemic. In a press conference or awarding ceremony held at Nanhu Travel Display Center, the Philippines was presented as the most popular destination in Asia, award by Li Shanshang, Vice President of Guangzhou Information Times. The Philippines was also one of the recipients of the most popular destination awards during the Guangzhou International Travel Fair, or GITF Awards Night, held at the China Marriott Hotel. So this would only show that one of the favorite destinations of Chinese is the Philippines, and we thank you for that. And I would like to present also, I think most of you know this, and this will now be a good starting point, not really a starting point because we've been traveling or we've been exchanging tourists between the two countries, but it's worth it to note that there are several Chinatowns in the Philippines. We have Manila, the Manila Chinatown, or the widely known as the oldest Chinatown in the world. We also have a relatively new Chinatown in Quezon City here. Iloilo City has one, Davao City has another, and Cebu City. What does this imply? It only tells us that the Philippines and China has a very good relationship in terms of tourism, because every time you go to a place, I just came from Bangkok last week, and the second place that we visited aside from the night market, of course, is their Chinatown. And since Philippines has several Chinatowns, it only means that it can attract visitors, not just because of our unique Philippine destination, but of course of our Chinatowns in the places that I've mentioned. I'm not sure if there are other developing Chinatowns in our country. And I also came across with a travel agency offering tours in China. And as I've said, we're hoping that it will soon open and China will soon open their doors for Filipino tourists. For the first time, Filipino visitors to China, they would like to visit Beijing, Xi'an, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. But of course, for repeaters, or we call them frequent travelers to China, it will now depend if they're going to be more adventurous. Another one that I would like to highlight, especially sharing also, because we have already partnered with some, actually few universities in mainland China about tourism education. So tourism education is most of the colleges in the Philippines, even in China. We used to be under the tourism hospitality management programs, used to be under the business cluster or business college or business academic unit. However, because of the development of tourism and hospitality industry, tourism hospitality programs have already been alone. They are already called college. In our case, we have the College of Tourism and Hospitality Management, or sometimes the School of Tourism and Hospitality Management. And we have already several linkages with China tourism and hospitality schools. What we'd like to have, especially we have our Chinese friends who are here today, is I hope we could continue having a very good collaboration when it comes to tourism research. That's one. Another one is tourism hospitality programs. We hope to continue to develop and make some innovation in both programs, the tourism program and the hospitality programs, and I hope we could share the best practices between our two countries. Another one, which was repeatedly mentioned by the good ambassador and even from our Department of Foreign Affairs, would be the Students Exchange Program. So we really hope that this would soon be open again, as well as the Faculty Exchange Program. Though I'm just speaking specifically for tourism and hospitality management programs, but I understand even other fields of interest would also like to have these kinds of exchanges, specifically for Students Exchange Program and Faculty Exchange Program. And another one that was stopped by pandemic, and before the pandemic, we're trying to come up with this because we have very good programs like this with other countries. We would like to have a strong and sustainable partnership when it comes to student internship program. So student internship program is different from student exchange program, wherein our students, Filipino tourism hospitality management students, can go to the hotels in China. They can be given some training there. Same thing with Chinese students who are taking up tourism hospitality management. We will also welcome them here in our hotels because, as mentioned in the statistics a while ago, we have so many Chinese tourists who would need also Chinese language, speaking, Chinese people who speak the language. Now, may I tell you also some of the things that we can see on the future of Philippine-China tourism. So I called this from a news article from the Philippine News Agency last October 13, 2022. And I think most of you knew this, but it's worth saying again. A congressman, a Filipino congressman, said that our country, the Philippines, needs some 1.7 million visitors from China every year. So we need 1.7 million Chinese tourists every year for the country's tourism sector to recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why the Philippine-China tourism relation is really needed. And that article also mentioned that we welcomed the Chinese embassy's clarification that the Philippines has not been blacklisted because we are counting on Chinese visitors to help our battered tourism establishments recover in the months ahead. We need Chinese visitors, according to the good congressman, to help the tourism enterprises recover so that they can gainfully re-employ tens of thousands of Filipinos who were laid off at the height of the pandemic. Next slide, please. And another future things that we're looking into in terms of tourism, we would like to invite, and I hope aside from being one of the favorite destinations of Chinese market, we would like you to take, especially our Chinese businessmen, as the Philippines as your MICE destinations. MICE destination would mean meetings, incentives, conventions, and exhibitions. We have so many MICE facilities now, not just Manila. We have one in Davao. Even Boracay is trying to be poised as another MICE destination. So we would like to welcome our Chinese tourists or businessmen and businesswomen to do your exhibitions here, to do your events here, so that you will be able to have the taste of the Philippine hospitality. Aside from being a MICE destination, we would like to promote also culture and heritage conservation. As mentioned, we have several Chinatowns already, and we would like to promote and preserve this. We need to conserve our destinations which have Chinese, based on the history of those destinations, they are of Chinese heritage. And of course, we'd like to have travel shows and trades. and transportation and accommodation. And lastly, we hope, well, on a very personal note, as also part of tourism policymaker, we would like to become partners and collaborators. We'd like China and Philippines to be partners and collaborators for sustainable tourism. And let's not just make use of sustainable tourism just as a theme or a topic. We would like to take sustainable tourism on a very serious note. We would like to take sustainable development, specifically sustainable tourism, very seriously, because we would like to, especially our friends from China who are really helping us to become a developed country, we would like you, our friends from China, to take full account of the Philippines' current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host community. Let's protect, let's preserve the Philippine tourist destinations, because these Philippine tourist destinations will be the haven, will be the place for Chinese tourists and the rest of the world. Let me say, salamat sa Diyos. And last slide would say, mabuhay ang turismo between Philippines and China.
Thank you very much to our first four speakers. So we've heard now in this panel on achievements and opportunities, a possible framework for bilateral relations, the heritage model, 2 presentations on agriculture, and 1 presentation on tourism. In the last 3 presentations for this panel, we'd like to reverse the order that you find in the program so we can move from specific issues to more or to broader presentations on foreign policy and bilateral relations. We will start with Dr. Yan Yan to speak on DOC 20 years and UNCLOS 40 years, a review of China-Philippines maritime cooperation. Dr. Yan is director of the Research Center of Oceans Law and Policy, National Institute for South China Sea Studies, and Deputy Director of South China Sea Probing Initiative. She received her PhD at the University of Hong Kong on Public International Law and her MS degree from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Following Dr. Yan is Dr. Aaron Jed Rabena, speaking on China-RP relations during the Duterte administration, implications for the future. Dr. Rabena is Research Fellow at the Asia-Pacific Pathways to Progress in Manila. He is also Senior Lecturer at the Asian Center at the University of the Philippines and member of the Philippine Council for Foreign Relations. Our last speaker will be Dr. Robin Michael Garcia, speaking on the evolution of Philippine foreign policy from Duterte to Marcos Jr. Dr. Garcia is a Shanghai-trained political scientist, academic, and public affairs advisor. He is the founder of WR and the president and CEO of its affiliate opinion research company, WR Numero Research. Currently, he serves as assistant professor at the political economy program of the School of Law and Governance, University of Asia and the Pacific here in Manila. So, Dr. Yan.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm actually thrilled to be here to participate in this conference. I'm really glad that I received the invitation from the organizers. I wanted to thank the University of Ateneo and also the University of Jinan for giving me this chance to meet my Manila friends here on site. Well, usually I'm on the other side of the screen, but today I'm here. Well, echoing many of the speakers just now mentioning wishing that China can open up again. I think that me standing here participating in this conference on site is a very good example of China's, open up again after the pandemic, because we have been revising our quarantine policy very recently. So I'm really looking forward to next year's exchange in many fields between China and the Philippines. Well, this is my last stop in Southeast Asia before the pandemic. Well, actually in the year 2020 was Manila. And also my first trip after the pandemic, here today in 2022, it's also Manila. So you can see that Manila is my favorite city in Southeast Asia. Well, definitely for sure. So today, this is my PowerPoint. Today, I wanted to talk about the maritime domain. We've already heard tourism, agriculture. When we talk about maritime domain, we often think about conflicts and maritime disputes. But actually, I wanted to show everyone that even in the maritime domain, even we have overlapping maritime claims, we do have many maritime cooperations happening, and also we have many achievements between China and the Philippines. So next page, please. Yes. So I want to start today's talk with commemorating this UNCLOS UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and also the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties, because these two things are very important for our maritime studies scholars. And then I wanted to take a very brief review of maritime cooperation between China and ASEAN, and also focus on cooperation between China and the Philippines, and finally to look at this the way forward. Next, please. No, previous. Yes. I think that to start with my talk, I think it's very important for us to commemorate the UNCLOS UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, because it's the 40 year of the UNCLOS. And this year we have, I have personally attended many conferences on the UNCLOS 40 years and also the DOC 20 years. One of the very important article of the UNCLOS is Article 123, which stipulates the cooperation among states bordering an enclosed or semi-enclosed seas. Well, the South China Sea is definitely a semi-enclosed sea, and we, both China and the Philippines, are bordering states. So I think the UNCLOS is very important to notice that it sets out the legal framework for cooperation among bordering states in the South China Sea. Next, please. And if we wanted to talk about the DOC, the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties, for the past 20 years, I think it's a very important document, and it's because very importantly, it reflects the wisdom and the tradition of both China and ASEAN countries. And that's why we signed this DOC 20 years ago, back in 2002. And I think it plays a very important role of safeguarding the peace and cooperation in the South China Sea. And one of the most important articles is Article 6. Article 5 is about self-restraint, and Article 6 is about listing many areas of maritime cooperation. I think it laid a foundation for maritime cooperation between China and ASEAN states. So this article is very important. And also this year we see both State Consular Foreign Ministry Wang Yi and also other ASEAN leadership have been conducting conferences to commemorate the DOC. Next page, please. Here. About the COC, the conduct of the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea. If we take a quick look at the history of the negotiation, we do see that before the pandemic, before 2020, we do see the Code of Conduct negotiation is on a fast track. We see the draft framework. We see in 2018, we have the single draft negotiation task. And also before the pandemic, by the end of 2019, we also already finished the first reading. So back at 2019, before the pandemic, I think both China and ASEAN countries, we all are very happy with the fast track of the COC negotiation, and we are all looking forward to its conclusion within 3 years in 2021. But unluckily, the pandemic came, and then the negotiation, face-to-face negotiation, stopped for several months back in 2020. But the good things is that next page, please. Good things is that we click again. Yes, the good things is that we the negotiation continues with video form over the internet since September 2020, and then also this year in 2022 we already have 2 face-to-face negotiations in Cambodia, once in May and once in October. Next page, please. Well, this is the May conference working group meeting. This is the click again, please.
Thank you. Yes, stay here, please. And the second working group meeting this year was in actually in October, only 2 months ago in Cambodia. So we do think, I personally think that the COC negotiation is currently, on the on track again. So hopefully we can see its achievement in the future. I do notice that President Marcos visited Singapore in September this year, and he also expressed his sincere wish with Lee Hsien Loong of the Prime Minister of Singapore, saying that they all wanted to see a conclusion of the COC, thus to guarantee the peace and stability in the South China Sea. So I personally think that it's not just the hope of China, but also the hope of ASEAN countries, especially the Philippines, to see the COC negotiation on track. Next page, please. Next. Throughout the past 20 years, with the background that I just mentioned about, we do see many maritime cooperation between China and ASEAN, and especially in these non-security sector. And also, we have achieved many low-hanging fruit. Like, for example, the search and rescue hotlines established between two countries like China and Cambodia, China to Laos, and also, next page, please. And also, China and ASEAN countries conducted search and rescue joint exercises back in the year 2017. Many of the ASEAN countries participated back in Zhanjiang, and also the China-ASEAN joint military drill. We conducted twice, once in 2018, once in 2019. I think both on the security side and non-security sector, we have conducted joint exercises. Next page, please. And talking about China-Philippines maritime cooperation, I wanted to mention first with the BCM, the bilateral consultative mechanism on the South China Sea. I think this is click twice, please, because I have some explanation. No, previous, yes. Here, because I think this BCM is actually maybe the biggest achievement of this Duterte government, because back in the year 2017, the Duterte government established this BCM with China. I think it's a very important platform for the two countries to communicate of the maritime issues, especially in the South China Sea, and it sets a very good example for other ASEAN countries to see how two claimant states can do, what claimant states can do in the South China Sea. And so far, next page, please. So far, we have conducted six conferences, both in Manila and also in Beijing. Next, please, click again, please. A second meeting back in 2018, and a third meeting, the fourth meeting in Manila. And next, please, and the fifth meeting back in Beijing, and also this year we see State Consular and Foreign Minister Wang Yi visited the Philippines. So far, we haven't seen the BCM meeting under this Marcos government, but I'm personally very happy to hear on this keynote speech, Assistant Secretary Mr. Imperial saying that President Marcos will be visiting China in the near future, maybe in early January. I think that's a very good sign, and I'm personally looking forward to a BCM meeting between China and Philippines under this Marcos government. This is my personal wish. Next page, please. Yes, and second maritime cooperation area I wanted to touch upon is law enforcement. Law enforcement cooperation is extremely important because it helps to prevent miscalculation and prevent a conflict at sea, especially in the South China Sea, because there are vast areas of overlapping maritime claims with both 5 countries, but not just China and the Philippines too. So I think that maritime law enforcement cooperation is extremely important. Back in the year 2017, also under the Duterte government, China and the Philippines established this Coast Guard cooperation mechanism. We signed the MOU back in 2016. The President Xi and President Duterte was there on site, and also we established a joint committee, Coast Guard committee between the two countries. And next page, please. and conducted several visits. And here I would like to mention also a little bit about China's law and regulations on ocean affairs, because when China, after we sign and ratify the UNCLOS, China has promulgated and revised many of the laws and regulations on ocean affairs, especially in the 1990s. We promulgated this the 1992 Law of the Territorial Sea, 1998 Law of the Exclusive Economic Zone, and also the latest one. It's not showing here, but maybe next page. We have a problem with the display of the words, but the latest one is a China's Coast Guard law back in 2021. It has been entering into force for almost 2 years, and I think within the past 2 years we see that China's maritime claims did not change, and also the one chapter of the Coast Guard law, Chapter 8, is very important because it lays down the international cooperation. It helps to guarantee the international cooperation between China Coast Guard and the Coast Guards of all other countries. Next page, please. It also lays down the legal responsibilities. So this is the China Coast Guard cooperation with Vietnam, because we have a joint Coast Guard, joint patrol with the Vietnam Coast Guard in the Gulf of Tonkin, and this year we have conducted two joint patrol in the Gulf of Tonkin, also in the northern part of the South China Sea. Next, please. And between China and the Philippines, already mentioned that we have established the joint committee, and also China's Coast Guard visited Manila before the pandemic, or in early 2020, and also China, the Philippines Coast Guard sent your Coast Guard officers back to Beijing, back to China to receive some training and to help understanding each other. Next page, please. Yes, this is the picture on the left was the visit of the Chinese Coast Guard back in 2020 to Manila. That was the first time that Chinese Coast Guard visited Manila on site. I think that's a very important sign. Also, the Ambassador Huang also attached very good importance to Coast Guard cooperation. He visited the Philippines Coast Guard earlier this month on the 6th December, and I saw it on the news. And I'm personally very enlightened of this important news. Next, please. And also, finally, we have also this commander level cooperation among Coast Guards. It's not just between China and the Philippines, but also among 5 claimant states in the South China Sea, China, the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and also Indonesia. This cooperation project was initiated by an NGO, Center of Humanitarian Dialogue, based in Switzerland. It brings together the commander level Coast Guard officers of all these 5 countries and command conferences, and also invite experts on ocean studies to come together. And then it has been conducted more than 8 conferences, and for the past 5 years. Next page, please. So it helps. I think it's very important because it helps the commander level who is really operating at sea to help each other, to understand each other's rules, domestic laws, and how we work. It helps prevent miscalculations at sea. So next, please. And so far, under this project, we have achieved both agreed by all the officers of all these 5 countries. We have achieved a law enforcement COP project, the commander common operation procedures. Yes. So these are basically this is the COP is a common principle that most of the Coast Guards agree that what we can do, when we operating at sea. Well, this is not initiated by China, but by an NGO, but all of the 5 countries all participated. So finally, next, please, the way forward. I think that in the future, I do wanted to see that after the pandemic, especially next year when China further release our quarantine policy, and also we see the policies change of all other ASEAN countries, especially the Philippines. We can see this BCM mechanism continues under this Marcos government, and I wanted to see the Philippines Coast Guard visiting China and China's Coast Guard visiting Manila again, and also the commander level cooperation is also very important. I wanted to see the conference continues, and also talking about a COC. I think that the Article 6 of the DOC should be should be attached to further details. So maybe we can establish a cooperation mechanism under the COC, the Code of Conduct, and we also look forward to the rules and laws and regulations establishment in the South China Sea, which can guarantee a future cooperation mechanism, not just for China and the Philippines, but also for China and ASEAN as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yan. So from specific topics, we'll now move to broader presentations. Dr. Rabena.
Thank you very much, Father Ari, and to everyone. Very good morning. So Professor Dai asked me to talk about, Philippines-China relations under President Duterte and its implications for the current Marcos administration. So I'd like to thank him for this invitation to talk about this. And so I'll start by, next slide please. By number one, I only have three talking points. Number one, I'll start by discussing with you the state of Philippines-China relations during the time of President Duterte. Second, the way forward and the prospects and challenges for the Marcos administration. And third would be some things that our policymakers need to consider. Next slide, please. Okay, so it was very clear that during the time of President Duterte, Philippines-China relations, it was very constructive. President Duterte, I don't know if you can see it clearly or is it against the light, but I hope you can see it well. It was President Duterte called it the springtime of Philippines-China relations, and Vice Premier Wang Yang called it the golden period in Philippines-China relations. And Premier Li Keqiang said that Philippines-China relations has seen the rainbow after the storm being during the time of President Aquino. And it is as warm as Philippine temperature. Okay. Next slide, please. And so Philippines-China relations under President Duterte culminated in the upgrading of the ties leading to comprehensive strategic cooperation. It is not yet strategic partnership, but one of strategic cooperation. So it has already leveled up. And overall bilateral ties, I would say, improved under the BRI or the Belt and Road Initiative framework. Next slide, please. Can you go back to the previous one? Yes, so President Duterte attended the Belt and Road Summit twice in Beijing, as you can see here on the right photo. Next slide, please. So mechanisms were also created during the time of President Duterte, created and reinstituted. So after the tensions during the time of the Aquino administration, we have seen this. Number one, Dr. Yan talked about this, the bilateral consultation mechanism. And there's also the Joint Coast Guard Committee. And third, there's the Foreign Ministry consultations and the Joint Commission on Economic and Trade Cooperation. And in terms of defense and security, we have the annual defense security talks, among other mechanisms. So these are the major mechanisms. Next slide, please. And so I'd like to correct a misconception about the Belt and Road Initiative. Because when people say you talk about the Belt and Road Initiative, they only pay attention to the physical or the hard infrastructure. That is actually wrong, because the Belt and Road Initiative has what it calls the 5 connectivities. It's about policy coordination. It's about trade and investment. It's about financial integration and connectivity. It's about people-to-people ties and connectivity. And last would be, of course, hard or physical infrastructure. So, next slide, please. So under the BRI, Philippines-China relations achieved so much. So when it comes to policy coordination, of course, we signed an MOU with China on the BRI. Second is that we signed an agreement on the Investment Priorities Plan, or IPP. We also signed the 10-year infrastructure cooperation program and the 6-year development program for trade and economic cooperation. In terms of trade and investments, a lot has been said about this a while ago. So this one also increased from the Aquino to the Duterte administration. It actually ballooned. I can't read it very well. I think it's too small. But in terms of infrastructure, here you can see that something has been done, when it comes to infrastructure. So it's not true that China is all pledges, because some projects actually materialized. And as you can see, these are those projects. And in terms of financial integration, people do not know that the creation of a peso yuan spot market, the creation of a renminbi clearing bank, and the inclusion of the renminbi in our international reserves are actually part of the BRI. If you would look at the website, the official website of the BRI, these things would fall under, would be considered as part of the BRI. And when it comes to people, of course, tourism. China is our second largest tourist market, and what's that? There have been partnerships between Philippine and Chinese state-owned media, and I think the Chinese embassy has started to offer more scholarships for Filipinos. So all of this is in the BRI website. Next slide, please. So notably, just to highlight trade and investment, in 2010 to 2015, during the time of President Aquino, FDIs from China was only at $8 million. But then this increased, to $47 million under President Duterte in 2017, and ballooned to $1.7 billion in 2019. So this, accounted for 32% of total FDIs that we received during this period. Next slide, please. And also we have joined several, Chinese exhibition platforms like the CIIE, CIFTIS, and China ASEAN Expo. And we even became the guest country of honor of the CIFIT, China International Fair for Investment and Trade. So you see, when you talk about the progress of Philippines-China relations, don't just look at hard infrastructure or the physical infrastructure. Talk about, pay attention to trade and investments as well. Trade as well. Next slide, please. So this is what I'd like to clarify, because many say that nothing has happened with respect to Chinese investments and projects in the Philippines. But we have to, understand that Chinese efforts and measures are not just about infrastructure. And there is a difference between commenced projects and completed projects. Of course, how can you expect infrastructures to be built in just 2 to 3 years? It takes a lot of time. So many projects have commenced, but they have not yet been completed. So there is a distinction between these two, commenced and completed projects. Next slide, please. So, here I'd like also to point out, if China is withholding the completion of Chinese projects in the Philippines, then China would not have proceeded with the recent inauguration of the Samal Island Bridge big ticket project in Mindanao. So President, BBM himself went to inaugurate this project. It's a China-led project. So this has commenced. Next slide, please. So secondly, Sino-Philippine relations under President Marcos. Next slide, please. President Marcos is building on what President Duterte has started. He said that he will carry on President Duterte's, which is also mandated by the Constitution, by the way, to have an independent foreign policy, the maintenance of deep engagements with both traditional and non-traditional partners. And he also upgraded President Duterte's Build program to build better more. So, and if you would recall, I previously showed that the BRI was harmonized with the Bill program of the Duterte administration. So I think this can again happen when President BBM visits Beijing in next month. Next slide, please. So there's this momentum of high-level relations between the two countries. President Marcos has met with the Vice President Wang Qishan. He's met with President Xi. I think this was in APEC, the APEC summit, and also with Premier Li Keqiang on the sidelines of the ASEAN summit. So there's this momentum. We can see that President Marcos attaches high importance to our relations with China. Next slide, please. And so I think there's two ways for Sino-Philippine relations under President Marcos to flourish, to further grow. He could build on the efforts of the Duterte administration. I have showed you the mechanisms and all the gains a while ago in the previous slides. And we can explore new areas of cooperation by, next slide. The Marcos administration has what it calls the 8-point economic agenda, and the Defense Department, in terms of security, they have the 10-point agenda. And these two visions can be synergized with China's Global Development Initiative and Global Security Initiative. So for the 8-point economic agenda, you have priorities with regard to food security, energy security, post-pandemic health security, job security, infrastructure, digital connectivity, green and sustainable development, economic zones development, research and development. And for in terms of security, we have disaster resilience, disaster response, and climate change adaptation. Next slide. So both President Duterte and Marcos are political allies, but they're not exactly the same. If you would look at their personalities, they have their own peculiarities, their own idiosyncrasies. And President Duterte, both of them they say that they want an independent foreign policy. But President Marcos is not defeatist. President Duterte was defeatist. He kept on saying that, we cannot fight China. Our resources are inadequate. China will just kill our soldiers, things like that. He is defeatist, but President Marcos is not. And third one, what's this? I can't read it. Expression of praise of China. President Duterte excessively praises China at every turn. He says that he loves China and President Xi Jinping. So it's okay to say constructive statements about China, but President Duterte has sometimes, he's gone excessive when it comes to that. And President Marcos, yes, he also says a lot about a lot of good things about China, but not to that extent of President Duterte. When it comes to accommodation of the US, President Duterte was very selective in aligning with the Americans. And, he distanced Manila from Washington to a certain extent. And President Marcos remains to be seen. It said that the number of EDCA bases under his watch will increase from 5 to 10. And anti-US rhetoric. We don't see President Marcos saying a lot of anti-US statements, but President Duterte did that, so many times. So that made President Duterte that made him look anti-US, and that made him look pro-China. But now, President Marcos, as you see the difference, will this make him look pro-US or what? I think it remains to be seen, especially when he visits Beijing next month. Let's see what happens. Next slide, please. And of course, there were challenges. Even during a China-friendly president, in the guise of President Duterte, we have seen challenges in the South China Sea, in the West Philippine Sea. And here on the left is the Whitsun Reef standoff, where there were spotted so many Chinese fishing vessels. And here on the right, we experienced, our Marines in Ayungin Shoal experienced some challenge when it comes to receiving some supplies. Next slide, please. So I think, what are the things that need to be considered? Next slide. So right now, I think we are seeing some signs of, frictions. Here on the left is an incident, the retrieval of a rocket debris. The Chinese embassy denied it, And here we have Secretary Carlos who said that she would stand by the statement of the Western Command of the Armed Forces in Palawan with regard to the incident. So we need to nip these things in the bud so that tensions won't escalate. Next slide, please. And I agree with Dr. Yanyan that we have to continue to make use of the BCM. We must air our grievances here, and we must look for new areas of cooperation in terms of the maritime aspect also here. Next slide, please. And with regard to the possible joint oil and gas exploration in South China Sea, I also would like to underscore that the South China Sea is not just about oil and gas. Yes, it is about resources, but it's also about fisheries. It is also an environmental issue because you have issues of illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. You have issues about reclamation. It's also a political and legal issue because there are domestic legislations by each claimant state. There are sovereignty issues. This raises nationalism in all countries. And there are differing interpretations of international law. And it's also a security and geopolitical issue because you have military exercises, freedom of navigation operations, and restriction of fishing and resupply access. So it's not just about the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea. It's not just about oil and gas. There's a whole range of issues that we have to consider in addressing this issue. Next slide, please. And I think China will continue to be sensitive about what the Philippines does with the Americans, especially the increase of the number of EDCA bases. Or if we choose to conduct military exercises jointly, military patrols jointly with the Americans. I think China will raise its eyebrows on this. Next slide, please. And so we need the Filipino policymakers need to get used to the fact that this is one of love-hate relationship. We have to be strategic about this issue. We have to be practical about this issue and not emotional about this relationship. Next slide, please. And I think what Filipinos need to see, a stable South China Sea, because this is a sort of source of mistrust, which can lead to threat perceptions. And what Filipinos want to see that Filipinos are being employed by Chinese companies. There's this mentality in the Philippines that the Chinese are taking away Filipino jobs. And third, maybe more data on the status of Chinese projects and investments in the Philippines. And fourth, fast-track the materialization of other Chinese investments. I think I'm up to my last slide. Next slide, please. This one, before I end, I'd like to say also that POGOs, the issue of POGOs, this is not an infiltration strategy of the Chinese government. They have nothing to do with this. They have repeatedly told the Duterte government to shut this industry down, but the Duterte government didn't listen. And in fact, when Cambodia was told by China to shut down this industry, Cambodia immediately obeyed. So clearly the ball is in our court, whether or not, let's see if the Marcos administration will ban this industry or not. Next slide. I think, do I have to? Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rabena. I hope everyone's still okay for our final presentation, continuing with the evolution of RP-Philippines relations. Let's call on Dr. Robin Michael Garcia.
Morning. Good morning, guests, members of the press, dignitaries. Good morning. I'm happy to see some of my friends here. My old friend, Dr. Jed Robena, Lucio Pitlo, and others. I saw Dr. Romel Balawi here, colleagues from the academe. Thank you to Ateneo and Jinan University for organizing this symposium. It's timely discussion because of many reasons. But the first reason is that there's a global systemic shift in power. Post-Cold War arrangements that has ruled over the last 20 years is something that cannot be seen anymore. There are also domestic political changes in both Philippines and China. So President Xi Jinping just obtained his third 5-year term. That's pivotal. If his foreign policy can be described by some scholars, as I'll be discussing, as China's new assertiveness from 2012 to 2022, we have yet to see what the next 5 years of Xi Jinping will look like. for China towards, especially policy towards its neighbors. But at the same time, the Philippines is also, as you know, we just finished another electoral exercise. As was mentioned by Dr. Jed Rabena, there's a discussion about what might the Marcos administration look like in terms of foreign policy towards China. What we've noticed over the last few months is that the Philippines has what I call instituted the charm offensive towards the United States. So there was a lot of meetings with the business sector, with the as you can see, is very well published in the Facebook page of President Marcos. But at the same time, you would see the announcement of the Department of National Defense recently accepting an increase in funds for the implementation of the EDCA, something that was stalled during the Duterte administration and that was signed under the Aquino administration. We did mention in the media, for example, that it seems like the first few months of President Marcos can be similar to some of the things that President Aquino has done. So this shift is something that needs to be assessed and appraised. But what I'm going to talk about today is the shift from Aquino to Marcos. So I think the shift from rather Aquino to Duterte, the shift from Duterte to Marcos was covered very well by Dr. Jed Rabena. So the title of my presentation is From Balancing to Accommodation. So I'll also be talking about transitions, as I mentioned, specifically from Aquino to Duterte. But I ask an important puzzle, which is that what explains the shift from Aquino to Duterte? So some scholars have focused on describing just Aquino or just Duterte. But an important empirical and theoretical puzzle is the shift in Philippine foreign policy from Aquino to Duterte. The reason why that's important, of course, we've seen a very, very sharp shift in the foreign policies of Aquino to Duterte. My contribution today is more theoretical. The previous two speakers have done very well in the empirical contribution to the discussion. I will draw on the literature of international relations and political science, which is my field. But specifically, I'm coming from an analytical and scientist perspective, so I'm not here to pass moral judgments on the foreign policies of Aquino or Duterte or President Marcos, or a judgment on Chinese foreign policy towards the Philippines. But I also draw on the literature on a specific theory called the social evolution paradigm, developed by Professor Shipping Tang, who was my dissertation advisor at Fudan University in Shanghai. He was the first Asian to win the Best Book Award at the International Studies Association under the presidency of Amitav Acharya. I think that was in Toronto a couple of years back. But the argument that I'm making, theoretical argument I'm making, is that the shift in foreign policy is a product of learning, specifically leaders and states learning from both their ideational and material environments. It's not enough to learn just from the systemic material environments, whoever's more powerful, China or the US or Russia, or other things, or the prevailing ideological moment, for example, if one country shifts from communism to capitalism. What I'm saying is that there has to be a synthesis of both of these material factors. And the social mechanism for those for the shift is not simply that there is a shift in material or material or ideational factors, but that the leaders themselves learn from that shift. So we bring back agency into the leaders themselves and to the countries themselves. It's not purely a systemic issue, as what you could see or read from a lot of realist international relations theory. Okay. Sorry, that was a long introduction. So the reason why it's important is because we shifted from very wildly from Arroyo to Aquino to Duterte. And I think there's a lot of scholars who've written about this. But very briefly, we'll try to look at what scholars have talked about. But before we go there, what I subscribe to the framework of David Kang, one of the foremost international relations scholars who've tried to understand Asia and who've tried to understand China. I do not think that Duterte had an independent foreign policy. Diversification of allies is not independence. So, I mean, that might be a controversial statement, but what I'd say and what I've argued before is that the Duterte administration has accommodated China. It was not a hedging strategy. In fact, that's a big discussion, but we will talk about that in a bit. What I'm saying is that we can properly categorize Duterte's foreign policy as an accommodationist policy, not a hedging policy. In the literature of international relations, you have balancing and bandwagoning, right? So this is staple IR theoretical framework. But at the same time, there's a big debate as to what really is in the middle. Is it really hedging, or is hedging even in the middle? But David Kang has argued that actually it's not, and you can, in between hedging and bandwagoning, you can find accommodation in between hedging and bandwagoning, right? Let me just say that it doesn't mean that if you increased alliances with South China, with South Korea or other countries, if 90% or 98% of your trade is with China or with other countries, and that's not hedging, right? That's still accommodation. There's this argument that China has increased aggressiveness, especially after the 2008 financial crisis that the United States, dealt with, was beset with, exactly at the turn of Barack Obama's term. But at the same time, it was also the moment where President Aquino came into power and President Xi Jinping came into power. So this new aggressiveness has been debated by scholars of IR. Recently, actually, Ian Alster Johnston, another very important constructivist scholar in IR, has disagreed that China has actually increased its assertiveness during this period. But what I'd say is that this is whether or not China became more aggressive during this time. The issue is there was a shift in material environment for countries. So that's something that needs to be understood as well. That's what Duterte and that's what Aquino was also trying to deal with. So the questions are, so how do we best explain and describe Philippine foreign policy under Pinoy? Many people, I think it's in unison, that people agree that Aquino really just balanced against China in favor of the US. How do we best explain and describe Philippine foreign policy during the Duterte administration? So this is a big debate, even among scholars in the Philippines. But also what explains that shift, which is the main question that I want to answer today. Okay. So some people who we know will probably read. So Richard Heydarian, a good friend, Dr. Renato De Castro, and the great Eileen Baviera, they've argued that the Aquino administration has adopted a balancing policy, and I wouldn't disagree with that. But what I'd say is that a balancing policy is a realist argument. So that's coming from one perspective, one theoretical perspective. But what I'd say is that what Aquino was trying to do was what can be considered as people power foreign policy. So there's a cognitive quality to the foreign policy of Aquino that we have to understand. So it's not simply a quick realist take on the issue. Okay. So of course we know what the foreign policy of Xi Jinping was. The most important is that during the Aquino time, there was the announcement of the Belt and Road Initiative that was once known as the One Belt, One Road. But the actual decision to invest in other countries came in only near the end of Aquino. That's important because the material environment that Aquino was responding to was not of an increased economic incentive. Instead, it was the supposed aggression of China. So these are two different material environments that Aquino was also trying to respond to. Okay. Yeah, you can move. So, of course, the government itself argued that Duterte's foreign policy was trying to be independent, but as I said, it's probably not. It's probably best described as an accommodationist policy. Some people have argued that it's hedging, but if you subscribe to David Kang's framework, it's not hedging. Okay. So, what are we trying to say? So, why did we then shift from something of balancing towards that of accommodation? So if you look at scour the literature of IR, there's many possible explanations. Realists and liberals would probably talk about just the material incentives, material economic incentives, or the material military issues. So these are two different things on the material side. But at the same time, you have another group of scholars who focus on more of the ideational perspective. That includes how leaders think, what are the values that they bring to the table, what are the prevailing domestic ideational political environments, and things like that. So what I'm saying is that the social evolutionary paradigm synthesizes both the material and the ideational. So it's not simply because one president or one country is responding to an increase in economic incentives. So that's perhaps what we can say as an incomplete explanation. But we also have to think about the values that leaders bring to the table, but also the prevailing ideational and cultural and normative, all of those things that happens both at the global and the domestic sphere. Okay. So if we put that in the context of the Philippines, there are probably four things that we can see as factors and variables that help explain the shift using the social evolutionary paradigm. One, as I mentioned, is the personal cognitive qualities of leaders. Two, the prevailing ideational environments in the domestic sphere, the material incentives and material realities available to leaders, and the demands for political legitimacy. Okay. So if you look at the ideational world, Aquino mostly saw politics as a moral endeavor. But the reason why this is important is there was a big pressure for Noynoy Aquino to live on the legacy of Cory Aquino, which is something about standing up to an oppressor and things like that, right? So these are the things that are important, not only for him, but these are the things that are important exactly for the people who got him to power. That was in 2010. So his personal expectations and the electoral expectations, the basis for his political legitimacy is based on standing up to an oppressor, right? So that's quite important. But also during that time was as I said, the increased aggressiveness of China. While the One Belt, One Road initiative was announced, the actual investments did not materialize or were not promised exactly at the time of Aquino. It was only promised almost at the tail end of the Aquino administration. So his material environment was that of China being aggressive, Scarborough Shoal and things like that, and many other incidents. And of course, the talk that Xi Jinping is the second coming of Mao, and in many ways, even Chinese commentators have agreed that that was true, right? So there was all these things happening, and that's why perhaps Aquino has adopted a policy of balancing, right? Sorry, can you go back? Okay, but the material and ideational environment was quite different under Duterte. Not only were investments more available, the pledges has increased, and I think, as Dr. Jed Rabena has actually pointed out, how much investments came into the Philippines was quite different from what we saw during Aquino, regardless of whether these are all pledges or whether these materialized. But I agree that a lot of the Chinese investments have materialized. So that was one of the things that Duterte faced. But also you could see, and this might be not sit well with some people, President Duterte was the change candidate actually during 2016 election. Grace Poe, Binay, and Marojas were continuity candidates. So that's also part of why he was elected to office. And the expectation that he would bring that same maverick mayoral leadership into the presidency is something that a lot of people were expecting of him. So the electoral and his personal ideational qualities were essentially set for something that could be widely different from what Aquino actually did. So aside from the material incentives, the investments available to him, the peculiar ideational variables and factors were also very important for why he shifted. So what I'm saying is actually just a partial investigation into the issue. There are a lot of things that need to be developed, but I hope more scholars pick up the question of why there was a shift from Aquino to Duterte, because it is an important empirical question, and there's a lot of room for theoretical discussions there as well. Whether you come from the realist, liberal, or other theoretical traditions, I think this is a big a big area to be explored by scholars, journalists, and analysts. So that's it from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia. We don't have much time, but first, can I call on all the presenters to take a seat on stage? Anyway, we'll segue to the group photo, so you can stay here. Please come forward. And then maybe pull your chair a bit forward so others can stay at the back. Yeah. We have time maybe for just one question. Anyone from those here on site would like to direct a question to any of the speakers? There are microphones strategically installed there. Any question or comment from any of the speakers, for any of the speakers? No? Group photo na? Question, Dr. Sidney Bata, please.
Good morning, Pan-Ari and the speakers. I just heard that Dr. Rabena talked about some projects were commenced and some were completed. Could you name some of those projects that are already commenced and some that are completed?
Is that for Dr. Rabena?
For Dr. Rabena, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sidney. I think I showed them in my slides, but just to mention, so the most recent project that has commenced is the bridge in Mindanao. And so those completed would include I think the Chico River pump irrigation project and many others, the 3 priority bridges in Metro Manila. So we have seen that some have been completed and some have already commenced. Yes, sir. So I don't know if you would say that a commenced project is already a pledge, or it's already, if you would qualify it as something that's already materialized. But I think something's happening. Sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Sidney. Sige, just one more question, please.
Good morning. I'm Mike Aguirre. I'm representing Yankee Global Philippines. I have a question. This is addressed to Dean Granado. Sir, how sustainable tourism sustainable? And are you referring only to the Chinese tourists, or does it apply to everyone? I mean, all tourists coming in here in the country. Thank you.
Yes, it's for all. It's for all the visitors of the country, of the Philippines. So when we talk of sustainability, it should start from the time that we're going to develop a destination or we're going to rehabilitate a destination. However, sustainability should also be taken into consideration the tourists who will visit or enjoy in the destination. That's why it's always our call to the visitors, our tourists. Yes, they spend their money here in the Philippines. However, they have to also be conscious of how to preserve and to make things sustainable so that they will not just be the one enjoying it, not just the Chinese who will enjoy the Philippine destinations, but also other tourists. So it should be for all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And that's all the time we have since it's already 12:20. So a big round of applause, please, for all our presenters this morning. First panel. Thank you very much. Now we proceed to a photo op for the morning session. So will all the delegates, all participants, please come forward for a group photo. We'll just invite the speakers to pull your chairs forward so the others can join at the back. Please, let's try to do this quickly. Those who would like to join the group photo, please come forward, join the photo, group photo. Everyone. Because the afternoon attendance may be different. So please come forward. Padma, we'll just sit down and the others can stand at the back. Yeah, because we won't fit if we all stand. Lucio, come and join us. Share na lang of the photos. Okay, good luck to the photographers. Okay, let's do a count para official. 1, 2, 3. Another one more. Thank you very much. We'll now break for lunch and we will return in 1 hour. Lunch will be upstairs and there will be ushers to direct you.
Hello. For those wondering where lunch is, it's in the Leong roof deck, okay? Which is on the 5th floor. For those who wish to use the elevator, it's on the other side once you exit. Thank you.
Eating Colgate ba? Yay!
Exchange food in the basket.
Go.
Isa pa. Isa pang copper cake. Bagay. Thank you.
Pahiram na lang. Di ko dali yung ano ko. Motoshotsi na yun.
Hello, good afternoon. Hope everyone had a great lunch. So maybe we request everyone to move a little bit closer, especially those at the back. All right. So we will be starting with panel 2 presentations, which is about bilateral relations vis-a-vis neighboring countries. So now may we ask Dr. Carmel V. Abao to introduce the presenters.
Good afternoon, everyone. Would you like to come closer, those at the back? Please feel free to come closer. Okay, so my name is Carmel Abao, but please call me Melay. Everybody calls me Melay. I teach at the Political Science Department of this university. Okay, so we have 3 presenters today for this panel. I will call each one before they give their presentation. They will be allotted 15 minutes to present, and then after the 3 presentations, there will be a 30-minute Q&A. Okay, so the first presenter is Dr. Diana Mendoza, my colleague at the Political Science Department. Her presentation will be on the Philippine-China Relations in the context of BIMPIAGA, opportunities and challenges. So Dr. Mendoza is Assistant Professor of Political Science. She is also the coordinator of the Ateneo Initiatives for Southeast Asian Studies. She finished her PhD in Political Science and Asian and International Studies at the City University of Hong Kong, and obtained her undergraduate and graduate degrees from the University of the Philippines. She has researched and published on the BIMPIAGA since the late 1990s, and her interest in Philippine-China relations in the context of BIMPIAGA is part of her work on developmental regionalism and sub-regional economic cooperation. So, D?
Thank you, Dr. Abao. Good afternoon, everyone. The Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines East Asian Growth Area, or what we call BIMPIAGA, is one of the several ASEAN growth triangles or polygons that aim at promoting sub-regional economic cooperation. To quote Mitsuo Sato, former president of the Asian Development Bank, he said, and I quote, "Growth triangles are a unique Asian solution to the operational problems of regional integration among countries at different stages of economic development and with different social and economic systems." End of quote. Founded in 1994, the BIMPIAGA was designed to improve the social and economic development of the less developed and remote territories of the member countries. That, of course, is with the exception of Brunei. Described as, and I quote, "geographically far from national capitals, yet strategically close to each other." BIMPIAGA is primarily perceived as a mechanism to promote the economic development of relatively backward and remote territories of the member countries and close the development gap between its constituent subnational areas and their more developed counterparts within the same country and across the sub-region. While the BIMPIAGA has grown in organization as well as in significance, the economic transformation in the IAGA has been relatively limited and slow. The 1997-1998 Asian financial crisis prevented the BIMPIAGA from building on its initial gains. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, a number of domestic issues and interstate conflicts in the IAGA remained unresolved and continue to challenge the economic transformation of the sub-region. Developments in recent years include the growing focus and engagement of China with the BIMPIAGA. China was one of the earliest non-ASEAN countries to engage with BIMPIAGA. Observers of IAGA politics and dynamics, however, share or rather give conflicting opinions or perspectives about the role of China as a strategic development partner of BIMP-IAGA. On the one hand, China may provide opportunities for the economic transformation of the sub-region, particularly in light of the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and the post-pandemic economic recovery. On the other hand, China may create new challenges given its overlapping territorial or maritime disputes with the BIMP-IAGA countries. In my presentation today, I will take a step back to examine the factors and forces that shape the relatively limited and slow economic transformation of the BIMP-IAGA. Toward this end, I begin with a brief history of the BIMP-IAGA, highlighting its goals and early engagements and gains. And then I move back to the present to examine the opportunities and challenges of China's engagement with the Philippines-IAGA in light of the developments in China and BIMP-IAGA cooperation. In this part of my presentation, I will highlight the 2018 China-Philippines Comprehensive Strategic Cooperation as a means to examine Philippines-IAGA-China relations. Next slide, please. The BIMP-IAGA was established formally in March 1994, and the Philippines played a key role in its formation. Former President Fidel V. Ramos first raised the idea of establishing the Road Polygon, linking the southern Philippines, eastern provinces of Indonesia, and eastern Malaysia during an ASEAN Heads of State meeting in October 1992. A few months later, Ramos discussed the IAGA concept with Malaysian Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad during his visit to Malaysia in January 1993. This was the very first state visit of a Philippine president in Malaysia in almost 30 years. In September 1993, Ramos came to Indonesia to discuss with President Suharto the expansion of trade between their countries through the IAGA. 2 months later, the Sultan of Brunei Darussalam confirmed its government's participation in the IAGA. And in March 1994, the BIMP-IAGA was officially born. The immediate objective is to promote increased trade, investments, and tourism in the sub-region, which covers with Brunei and parts of Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. The long-term goal is to change the economy of BIMP-IAGA from one based on resource extraction to one based on higher order processing and non-resource-based activities. Next slide, please. Setting the framework for cooperation among them, IAGA governments adjusted their national policies, developed cooperative agreements, and liberalized their cross-border arrangements. Direct commercial air and sea linkages were also established between major urban areas. Policies on travel, including procedures and documentary requirements, were streamlined, and exit taxes within IAGA were waived. Nevertheless, the Asian financial crisis in 1997 and 1998 prevented BIMP-IAGA from building on its initial gains. Except Brunei, the 3 other IAGA members were affected by the crisis. Among the 3, however, it was Indonesia which was most severely hit. Indonesia-IAGA suffered not only economic breakdown but also social unrest, political violence or turmoil that led to the resignation of President Suharto. The regional recession in 1997 and 1998 can be considered as a major setback to BIMP-IAGA. So taking place just a few years after its formation in 1994, the Asian financial crisis prevented IAGA from building on its early gains as its government focused on its national policy for recovery and tended to favor a more regional approach at the ASEAN level. So going through difficult times, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines had to prioritize national economic recovery over sub-regional cooperation. So the implication of such policy response to the Asian financial crisis was less or fewer resources allocated to BIMP-IAGA from the 3 governments. The reduced government spending on sub-regional development activities resulted in the slowing down of IAGA activities. Next slide. A new momentum for the BIMP-IAGA came in 2001 as ASEAN leaders renewed their commitment and support for the revitalization of cooperation initiatives in the sub-region. On the occasion of the 7th ASEAN Summit and the 5th ASEAN Plus 3 Summit, the ASEAN leaders reaffirmed the importance of sub-regional growth areas in ASEAN development and integration. They also reaffirmed their support for the important role of growth triangles or polygons in the integration of ASEAN. Consequently, BIMP-IAGA countries embark on major IAGA cooperation measures to bolster revitalization linkages. Next slide. In 2004, the highest decision-making body of BIMP-IAGA formulated the roadmap to development 2006 to 2010. What you can see on the screen there are the three important documents that define and describe and detail the trajectory of development in the BIMP-IAGA region. In 2004, the highest decision-making body formulated the roadmap to development 2006 to 2010, a five-year planning period designed to increase trade, investments, and tourism with IAGA by 2010. It also contained a more detailed action plan. However, the implementation of the roadmap achieved only modest progress. Next slide, please. In 2012, IAGA leaders endorsed the BIMP-IAGA implementation blueprint aimed at accelerating cooperation initiatives for the period of 2012 to 2016. A new innovative mechanism in the form of economic corridors was included in the blueprint. As stated in the blueprint, and I quote, economic corridors are geographically defined areas where synchronized and systematic development aims to facilitate the efficient cross-border movement of the factors of production and stimulate trade, tourism, investment, and other economic activities. So the development of economic corridors aims to promote physical and cross-border mobility within IAGA, as well as to enhance IAGA's rapid convergence and competitiveness. So two priority economic corridors were designated, the West Borneo Economic Corridor and the Greater Sulu-Sulawesi Corridor. Next slide, please. A third important document that guided the development of the sub-region is the BIMP-IAGA Vision, or the BEV 2025. BEV 2025 or Vision 2025 is BIMP-IAGA's development blueprint for 2017 to 2025. It details strategies to narrow development gaps, sustainably manage natural resources, and promote stronger connectivity. The BIMP-IAGA, however, is not lacking in terms of issues and tensions among the BIMP-IAGA countries themselves. Studies of sub-regional economic cooperation identified four factors that determine the success of growth triangles or growth polygons. These include economic complementarity, geographical proximity, political commitment, infrastructure development. Nonetheless, the growth polygon BIMP-IAGA remains wanting in the three areas of what we call geographical proximity, complementarity, and infrastructure development. First, the economies in the IAGA do not have strong complementarities with each other. Second, the areas in the BIMP-IAGA have not benefited significantly from the large foreign direct investments. The cause is partly due to the relative distance of the BIMP-IAGA component areas from the major centers of commercial activity in each country. Third, IAGA-wide trade and investment are also impeded by complicated government regulations and procedures. Fourth, BIMP-IAGA has relatively inadequate and poor physical infrastructure. Fifth, BIMP-IAGA faces difficulties brought about by its big membership or numerous component areas. When it began, there were only 16, and then later on added were like 10 more. Sixth, not only does BIMP-IAGA have a big or wide membership, but also widely separated component areas, which poses more challenges than advantages to the sub-region. Not to mention, of course, all the maritime territorial disputes among the BIMP-IAGA countries themselves, tensions, ethnic tensions, political violence, secessionist movements, piracy, terrorism, and all. Fast forward, next slide, please. It was during the 9th ASEAN Summit in Bali, Indonesia in October 2003 when China first expressed its commitment to support the revitalization of BIMP-IAGA. So 6 years later, that's 2009, BIMPIAG and China signed the Framework of Economic Cooperation on 24 October 2009. So under the framework, the following areas of cooperation were identified: agriculture, forestry, fishery, tourism, exploration of mineral resources, energy and other natural resources, infrastructure, human resource development, development of alternative sources of fuel, as well as finance. So cooperation took the form of dialogues, joint studies, promotion and development, information exchange, research and development, among others. The next 3 slides, okay, were actually borrowed from the presentation of then Undersecretary Arturo Boncato. Okay, in one roundtable discussion, we tried to present perspectives about the plight or the so-called situation and condition of the BIMP-IAGA. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. So if you notice, the kind of cooperation that was undertaken was basically on knowledge transfer, capacity building, training. Next slide. In 2021, okay, in a virtual webinar, China and BIMP-IAGA discussed initiatives and opportunities for deepening cooperation. And in that particular webinar, previous slide, please. And in that particular webinar, they identified all those 4 areas for enhancing cooperation. But even the BIMP-IAGA China cooperation is not without challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, this one I took from the result of a roundtable discussion, okay, undertaken or hosted by the Asia Pacific Pathways to Progress. Okay, and I think my colleagues here in the panel are actually part of that organization. So 3 categories or broad categories of problems were identified: economic and development concerns, political and security concerns, and issues pertaining to credibility of China. Some of these were actually touched on earlier this morning. Next slide, please. So I want to go now to 2018 when the comprehensive strategic cooperation was entered into by the Philippines and China. Under the comprehensive strategic cooperation, 29 cooperation documents were signed, ranging from trade, investment, and economic cooperation, infrastructure, agriculture, finance, information and communications technology, education, and culture. So that picture there was during the time of the state visit of President Xi Jinping, okay, in the Philippines. And that's when this 2018 comprehensive strategic cooperation was actually signed. Slide 15, please. Now, if you look at the table on your screen now, okay, you would notice that the Philippines-China comprehensive strategic cooperation arrangement lacks the label of partnership. Is the Philippines in a lower level bilateral relationship with China, or are both countries not ready to embark on a formal partnership? Okay, I'm posing those questions and I'm not providing the answers to those questions. So if you look at that particular table there, okay, you would notice that in the form of Philippines, it's comprehensive strategic cooperation, whereas everyone else, okay, in the ASEAN, particularly the BIMP-IAGA countries, are all about partnerships. And then next slide, please. China established a vast network of partnerships around the globe, okay, since the end of the Cold War, and has made these so-called vast networks of partnership at the center of its foreign policy strategies. But it's important to consider the nature and scale of China's partnership network. A study by Li and Yi in 2019 documented a total of 24 partnerships or types of partnerships in China's vast partnership network. Okay, so those are 24 types. So under those basic types of partnerships between China and partner countries, okay, we can actually group them into 3 broad categories. Okay, we have comprehensive strategic partnership, and what we call the regular partnership. Next slide, please. But again, if you look at the Philippines, okay, the kind of partnership that China has with it is what basically is simply labeled as comprehensive strategic cooperation, but not basically as partnership. So Brunei and the Philippines were on the same level in 2013 at that strategic cooperation level, but come 2018, the relationship between Brunei and China had been upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership. So the Philippines can be classified at number 6, strategic cooperation. What this means or why is this so may be up for debate. One study would claim, however, that insofar as Chinese partnership diplomacy prioritizes regional strategy and market access considerations, China's lower level relationship with the Philippines reflects Chinese foreign policy makers' assessment of the country as a lower priority target in China's political and economic strategy in Southeast Asia. And is a study by RAND, the Philippines as of 2018 was basically described or identified as one of the countries in Southeast Asia least aligned with China's foreign policy goals. And I quote here, "It was not yet a destination of big ticket projects under the BRI. It was not yet a driver of China's economic development in terms of trade, investment, and energy flows. It was also not yet a country with a high degree of policy harmonization with China." So overall, the study emphasized that the Philippines had not yet been crucial for Chinese foreign policy. So could all this be the reasons why among Southeast Asian countries, only the Philippines has a comprehensive strategic cooperation instead of comprehensive strategic partnership? Would this also mean that the Philippines IAGA compared with Brunei, Indonesia, and Malaysia IAGA will benefit less or least from the China BIMP IAGA cooperation? If indeed China's partnership with the Philippines had been driven by the goals of undermining the country's alliance with the US or alleviating pressures from the US and managing the South China Sea disputes, as the RAND study implied, should the Philippines make substantial accommodations to harmonize Philippine foreign policy with Chinese preferences? From the side of China, what substantial accommodations or concessions is it willing to make to elevate its relationship with the Philippines from a strategic cooperation to a strategic partnership? So in the absence of a functioning cooperative platform in the South China Sea, China-Philippines IAGA and China-BIMP IAGA cooperation may be a meaningful alternative for these countries. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Mendoza. Okay, we now go to the second panel, which is on the Philippine independent foreign policy, roles and prospects on China-US relations in Asia-Pacific. Our presenter is Mr. Joshua Agpawa. He is an alumnus of the University of the Philippines and Universitas Negeri Semarang. His scholarly journey in Indonesia includes research seminar presentations on the justifiability of Indonesia's capital punishment and the role of the arts and Indonesian local wisdom in peace building and sustainable peace development. He has represented the Philippines at several youth fora on peace promotion and sustainability. He is an adjunct lecturer of communications and visual anthropology for several universities in Guangdong, China, and a current graduate student at Jinan University. So, Mr. Agpao.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take this time to thank my advisor, Dr. Dai Fan, who actually invited me to share a portion of my thesis dissertation about Philippine foreign independent policy, its roles and prospects in Asia Pacific. Next slide, please. When the Philippines is confronted with choosing between America's military capacity and security offer and China's infrastructure and economic development investment, it is probably easy for us to tell the choice of the Filipinos based on empirical data. Next slide, please. WR Numero's Public Opinion Survey 2020 says that about 82% of surveyed respondents consider China as a threat, and a decline from 92% to 80% views of the USA as a good ally, while an increase from 51 to 54 thinks China is a good ally. In my recent survey of about 1,763 respondents from October to November 2022, the trajectory of favoring the USA over China remains the same, with a narrowing gap from 24% considering China to pose the greatest threat, while America at 16%. Still almost similar. Surprisingly, Japan came out to be a recent threat to the Philippines. Far from the SWS and Pulse Asia survey, would say. So, however, this does not necessarily invalidate the result of our survey. Most respondents appear to be educated and moderately knowledgeable about China, coming from middle to upper middle class income with high political participation. So I think this is one thing that some of the scholars can actually look into again. As I continue to validate this growing concern of Japan, it mostly leads to Japan's secretive strengthening military capacity and its military alliance with the United States. At the same time, while this is happening, some of the functional areas of relationships like people-to-people exchange and China's agricultural and energy investments have gained a very positive reception among Filipinos. If we, next slide please, if we look at the picture again, I think that Filipinos will most likely go with America's military capacity offer and be much more eager to go to war with China, wanting to see a defeated China by America. However, if we look carefully, these potential armed conflicts or wars are not limited to only these two powers. Of course, they're going to include their ally countries, right? Worst case scenario, we are probably igniting a world war. Then we realize towards the end, nobody wins. All these countries, including our beloved Philippines, will compromise resources, compromise human capital, compromise relationships. So probably then we start thinking again, maybe we should go for China's offer of investment and development opportunities, far from the lose-lose situation of war. However, putting an amount of skepticism, we might think this is just a kind of soft power that bakes the Philippines into a potential investment scheme of income debt trapped, described mainly by the West. So start thinking again, probably not China, probably not America, and we end up choosing neither. But no, this is where the Philippine foreign independent policy comes in. Next slide, please. Hashtag finding the balance. And when I say balance, I don't necessarily mean equal. There's symmetry and asymmetry in finding the balance. That's how the weighing scale works. It might not be always equal, but we don't want to push it to the extremes. And we don't want to see either of the sides losing. According to the FA, the three pillars of our foreign policy, namely the preservation and enhancement of national security, the promotion and attainment of economic security, and the protection of the welfare and interests of Filipinos overseas, overlap and cannot be considered apart from each other. Which leads me to my first point, in that is, next slide please, finding the balance is when, number one, our foreign independent policy chooses the Philippines. Choosing Philippines would mean thinking of what the Philippines will gain, what the Philippines will benefit from, and put the Philippines at an advantage. Based on the scenario presented earlier, can we entertain both powers and what they can offer to the Philippines? Definitely. And I hope that is our goal. As noted by Lucio Pitlo III, the US and China have their respective niches and can offer complementary public goods to the Philippines. Manila can work with Washington in security, education, capacity building, and health. And China in infrastructure, agriculture, digital economy, and green energy. The Philippines should engage both powers, but avoid taking sides. Former Senator Tatad noted how Filipinos were so engrossed in the region and hopefully the world. Some instances where we can observe Duterte and Marcos choosing the Philippines in the appropriation of our independent foreign policy is in a case of a failed mutual defense treaty with the United States of America. For example, in Ayungin Shoal, with China's reclaimed military bases, Duterte has seen how the Philippines have been disadvantaged because MDT does not necessarily apply on our behalf. The USA did not fully support the Philippines and suggested that China and the Philippines resolve territorial tensions on the disputed islands. In the case of Duterte, as he was criticized by many Filipinos for having been moving away from the USA and sailing to China, what he did was perform his international relations. That is to inhibit potential tensions and maintain peaceful relationships with China, focusing more on dynamic, development-oriented diplomacy while considering South China Sea, West Philippine Sea as minor differences on the growing ties of China and the Philippines. This is not just a very strategic, but an excellent example of choosing the Philippines, considering what the Philippines can gain and avoiding potential disadvantages. In the case of President Bongbong Marcos, we have yet to have a conclusive interpretation of how he would react to MDT. Still, he also recognizes the limitations and unconstitutionality of EDCA, Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, and suggested that MDT had to be revisited and recontextualized in a manner that will put the Philippines at an equal advantage with the United States of America, and not just for the military basis agreement that will be more advantageous for the USA in case of an armed confrontation with China in the context of Taiwan, for example. Especially since President Bongbong Marcos acknowledges the One China policy, he should consider what China might recognize if it continues to push with EDCA and MDT. This leads me to my next point, next slide please, of finding the balance by number 2, avoiding antagonizing either or. If we allow the Philippines to enter into MDT with the USA, can we enable the Philippines to enter at a similar capacity with China? Yes, but that is not always the case. According to our survey, most Filipinos generally negatively perceive China's communism and tend to demonize or negatively frame China in democratic framing. Let us take, for example, UNCLOS. The Philippines winning the arbitral ruling did not end at imposing the rights of the Philippines in the disputed territories, but also tagging China as hegemony, a revisionist, and highlighting its authoritarian government, which showed the lack of understanding of China. In Aquino's term, that had been the theme, while Duterte sees the weaknesses and limitations of UNCLOS, considering it as a piece of paper that did not have the power to impose Philippine rights over the disputed areas. Duterte then focused on the functional areas of relationships such as economic, infrastructure, agriculture, energy, and other development-related investments rather than putting the Philippines at a higher risk. China also saw the limitations and weaknesses and proposed a code of conduct. In recent ASEAN and APEC summits, President Bongbong Marcos has acknowledged COC, or Code of Conduct, as a functional understanding not just for the Philippines, but also at a regional scope. If the Philippines can enter into MDT with the USA, it should also consider entering into COC, patterning ASEAN's multilateral, multipolar design, which will be advantageous for the Philippines, the ASEAN, and the Pacific region, especially dealing with China. However, many of us still be skeptical about COC, and that's all right. We are talking about the security of the country and the region, so keeping an amount of skepticism should be all right. However, if we put an amount of skepticism towards the COC, that should be the same for MDT or EDCA. However, skepticism does not mean antagonizing either or. Again, finding the balance. After all, BBM's slogan for our foreign independent policy is being a friend to many, an enemy to none. These forms of skepticism can be converted to policy analysis, assessment, and development. This leads me to my final point on applying the 3 R's. Next slide, please. Recall, reassess, reappropriate. Learning from historical past, assessing the present, and looking ahead to the future. We should learn from our history. If MDT, for example, did not work in favor of the Philippines, we should start to think about why the need for us to be so subservient to it. Professor Butch Valdez noted that in World War I and World War II, maybe 3, hopefully not, countries started to go against each other militarily when the signs for economic development began to collapse. He continued by noting that might does not mean right. Just because you are powerful militarily does not mean you will do the right thing for humanity. For example, the non-aligned movement in 1955 was organized to create a voice between opposing powers such as the USA and the Soviet Union to avoid a potential military war turning into a Cold War, which did not include the Philippines for being an ally of the United States. Suppose there's anything that the Philippines should do. In that case, that is to take the lead in operationalizing friend to all and enemy to none by organizing countries to move towards utilizing solutions akin to economic development, which is something very similar to the goals of the Belt Road Initiative of using equal economic growth as mechanism of sustaining peace among countries that are participating to it or benefiting from it. And if there's the best time, now is the best time where the ASEAN is perceived as the best performing regional bloc in the Asia Pacific, and where President Bongbong Marcos is a popular leader among the neighboring countries to bring positive change, not just to the Philippines, but regionally and globally. Now we realize, next slide please, that the choice is not choosing between China or US. It should be between peace or war. And if any, we should always choose peace. And if we try to learn from history, the Philippines should be proactive in organizing a movement that is choosing peace by sustaining economic partnership and development. Again, hashtag find the balance, hashtag choose peace, hashtag choose development. And my takeaways for this, next slide please. Our Philippine independent foreign policy should act as an agent in promoting a balanced and harmonious treatment of opposing powers through multilateral and multipolar mechanisms and engagements. Our foreign independent policy should remain true to its independence, avoiding taking sides and engage both powers. Our foreign independent policy should seek to operationalize friend to many and enemy to none by going for sustainable peace through economic growth and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agpawa. Okay, our third presenter is Mr. Lucio Pitlo III. He is affiliated with the Asia Pacific Pathways to Progress Foundation Incorporated, and he will be presenting on Big Powers Competition in China, Philippine relations. So Lucio Pitlo III is a research fellow of the Asia Pacific Pathways to Progress Foundation. He is also a member of the board of directors for the Philippine Association for Chinese Studies. He was a lecturer at the Chinese Studies program of the Ateneo de Manila University and at the International Studies Department of the De La Salle University. He was formerly a technical assistant with the National Coast Watch Council Secretariat under the Office of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. He also served as a research associate and consultant for several projects on maritime issues and Philippine foreign policy. He obtained his Master of Laws from Peking University. He has commentaries and analysis on Philippine security and foreign policy and Southeast Asian affairs appear in the Asia Times, China-US Focus, CSIS, Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative, South China Morning Post, and The Diplomat. Mr. Pitlo, please.
Thank you, Chair Mamelay Abaw, for the very generous introduction. It's always good to be back in Ateneo, where I taught Chinese studies. And of course, it's good to share the stage with so many distinguished speakers in this session and in the morning session. So I would like to thank the Ateneo de Manila University Chinese Studies Program, Ma'am Kimberly C. Thank you po. Of course, the Chinan University Center for Philippine Studies for organizing this very timely and very relevant symposium. So I was asked to give my insights on the subject of great power competition. Of course, we're talking about the US and China and its impact on Philippines-China relations. So, of course, this competition is brewing. Rivalry between these two titans, US and China, which are, of course, important for the Philippines, both of them, is manifest across the board, from trade, technology, rules and standards setting for next generation technologies. So it's red, all the colors of the rainbow, if you can say so. So the 2022 National Security Strategy released by the US last October laid out its desire to outcompete China and constrain Russia. So that goes to show the extent of how great power rivalry came to dominate US strategy in dealing with China and, of course, on the theater of the Indo-Pacific. So flashpoints like the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait also became emerging theaters for this competition, with the increased presence and close encounters of vessels and aircraft of US and allied countries, and that of China heightening chances of possible miscalculation, with, of course, disastrous consequences for the region and the world. Rivalry is here to stay, and regional countries like the Philippines are taking steps to thrive in this tense and complex geopolitical landscape. Regional countries hope to shift competition to constructive and productive areas like provision of economic goods, in the form of market access through FTAs or free trade agreements, infrastructure, investment, aid, and development assistance. But the breadth, depth, and intensity of the competition may test the resolve of regional countries to stay out of this rivalry. There is a lot of turbulence and uncertainty, and risks abound, although there are also opportunities opening up. Some regional countries are trying to corner more redirected trade and capital flows, diversifying away from China and moving, if not expanding, into Southeast Asia. Some countries are trying to develop more resilient supply chains and are looking at Southeast Asia as alternative or new production sites. Of course, Vietnam, for instance, it's a country doing a lot to capitalize on these developments, with many describing the country as the next China in terms of manufacturing capacity, especially in terms of critical technological goods or components thereof. The impact of big power competition to Philippines' relations with China is undeniable. Like most regional countries, the Philippines does not want to pick a side on this great power competition. Philippines, under President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., pursues an independent foreign policy of being a friend to all and enemy to none. But its strategic location, the country's strategic location, its long-standing treaty alliance with the US, and its growing economic exposure to China, its growing economic interdependence with China, put it between a place and a hard rock. As a developing country, the Philippines should be open to all productive, constructive, and mutually beneficial initiatives or pitches by major powers, be it Belt and Road or the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. US proposed cooperation on civilian nuclear energy, building a geothermal plant in Mindanao, nickel processing facility, assistance in launching low orbit satellite during the last visit by Vice President Kamala Harris. From China, the Philippines can pursue cooperation in renewables, notably wind, solar, and hydro, to which China is the world's largest producer in terms of installed capacity. Expanding market access for Philippine agricultural exports, which were covered earlier this morning. Tourism, of course, China gradually opening up, easing restrictions, especially for the movement of tourists. Hopefully, next year may be a better year for Philippine tourism, courtesy of the opening of the China market, which is the fastest growing market segment and the second largest market for Philippine tourism pre-pandemic in 2019. And there's a lot of scope for development in that industry. Chinese investments and assistance can also help modernize Philippine agriculture. Investments in grain silos, hybrid rice varieties. I think the scope is very broad and diverse. There's also the need to secure more funding for big ticket infrastructure projects, like renegotiating 3 railway projects, which were discussed during the previous Duterte administration and are now under the hands of the current Marcos administration. Philippine-China relations is comprehensive, and it's important to grow the economic dimension for us to catch up with our ASEAN neighbors. 4 areas of cooperation were floated: infrastructure, agriculture, energy, and people-to-people ties. All these 4 will benefit the country. Disputes should not dominate the relations. Incidents and territorial and maritime issues should be handled well so that it will not affect broader ties, especially economics. There's a need to sustain and institutionalize hotline communications at the operational level. So Dr. Yan Yan mentioned about Philippine Coast Guard and China Coast Guard, some openings in terms of engagement between these two key maritime law enforcement agencies in the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea. There's also the need to to pursue dialogue at the foreign policy, defense, and top leader levels. So this is where the bilateral consultative mechanism of the previous Duterte administration can find value. And of course, pursuing annual security talks, having more presidential visits and meetings. So managing the West Philippine Sea is certainly a challenge to bilateral ties, but this should not absorb all of the country's energies at the detriment of neglecting other important, if not more important, facets of ties, especially economics. If US has cooperate, compete, and confront, and Vietnam has cooperate and struggle, the Philippines cannot just resist and struggle. Like the Philippines, China and Vietnam are fierce disputants in the South China Sea. But Vietnam is China's largest trade partner in ASEAN. In fact, Vietnam is the sixth largest trade partner of China overall. So that goes to show that while there may be disputes, the scope for economic cooperation is there, and it's always present. And even with US-China relations, despite the fireworks, high-level talks are taking place now. In the sidelines of the last G20 summit in Bali, we know that Presidents Biden and Xi met in person for the first time since Biden assumed the presidency. The meeting came after, of course, President Xi received his fresh 5-year mandate, and after the Democratic Party of the US got a slim majority in the Senate. Of course, the Republicans took control of the Congress. So last Friday also, US Ambassador to the Philippines, Mary Kay Carlson, and Chinese Ambassador to the Philippines, Ambassador Wang Xilian, who spoke this morning, also met for the first time. So there is a desire by both sides, US and China, to try to know, probe, and understand each other's bottom line and look for areas for possible compromise and cooperation. US-China rivalry is dynamic, so attaining balanced relations with these two powers is a moving target. So Philippines should constantly calibrate, influenced by domestic, like public opinion, and international variables, notably the reaction of both US and China to each other's overtures. One power may be slighted, but there is always a chance to make up for it. For example, President Marcos does not seem opposed to EDCA expansion so far, and allowed VP Harris, Vice President Harris, to visit the frontier province of Palawan, which is unprecedented. But he will have the chance to reassure China when he makes his first state visit to Beijing to start the year of 2023. President Marcos is also open to talk and hold meetings with US and China. The flurry of high-level officials coming from both sides, trying to have an audience with the president is a testament to that. And of course, this is a big contrast between President Marcos and his predecessor, Rodrigo Duterte, who made 5 trips to China, but not made a single trip to US, Europe, or Australia. So PBBM is now in Brussels attending the ASEAN-EU summit. The fact that he went to US and Europe first before going to China may give the impression that he is more westward leaning. But in my view, this may just be his ploy, a strategy perhaps to court the West after years of being snubbed and openly criticized by his predecessor. Maybe he thinks China would understand his early overtures to the West as necessary to give the international community the impression of a genuine independent foreign policy. Maybe he thinks he needs to address Duterte's shortcomings and reassure the West that the Philippines is not aligned with China. President Marcos may argue that he is simply giving shape to his independent foreign policy, being welcoming and open to engaging all. The challenge, I think, for PBBM is how to avoid his overtures and opening to the US and the West be viewed as taking the US position in its strategic competition with China. If US misread his intentions, Washington may push for more, thinking they got the Philippine leader by their side. President Marcos needs to convey to the US that while he welcomes revitalized relations after rocky times under Duterte, it by no means suggest complete congruence and alignment. He also needs to intimate to Washington that Manila does not want to be seen by China and other ASEAN countries as a US platform or an unsinkable aircraft carrier at US disposal. If Cambodia or Laos is on one side of the equation, the Philippines does not want to be seen as being on the other side. You know what I mean? Such perception may diminish PBBM's independent foreign policy in the eyes of other countries. I think Philippines aspires to be a middle power with greater autonomy, possibly more in the mold of Indonesia, Vietnam, or even US ally Thailand. Philippines is attaching great importance to ASEAN in its foreign policy. The first countries visited by both former President Duterte and the current President Marcos are instructive. The Philippines has also been investing in shoring up its military and Coast Guard capability. The country is the first export market of Turkey's T-129 attack helicopter, the first export market of BrahMos cruise missiles that were co-developed by Russia and India. We are also the first export market of Japan's first ever defense export item, which are air radars. All of this were procured under Duterte's watch, negotiated, and the initial batch procured under the previous government. 3 classes of ships from Korea, frigates, corvettes, offshore patrol vessels came, and 2 big and modern ships from Japan, the biggest in the Coast Guard so far, also arrived. So I think this goes to show that defense diversification has been pursued by the previous administration, and investing in maritime capacity building is there. And so far, I think the indication is that the current administration will pursue the same line, will continue to invest in this department. The other challenge for Marcos, I think, is how to convince China that its opening in engagement with the US will not harm Beijing's security interests. I think this will be a difficult challenge, to convince Beijing that the expanded EDCA sites, especially given the locations of the additional bases, do not form part of a US integrated deterrence in the Indo-Pacific aimed at China as per the US 2022 National Security Strategy. Understandably and expectedly, China is concerned about increasing allied military exercises in the Philippines and developments around EDCA. So one of the difficult tasks of PBBM in his upcoming January visit to China is to allay suspicions and concerns about this renewed Philippine-US alliance ties. I think Marcos understands that the Philippines under his watch is on a sweet spot. He's being courted by all, including both US and China. He wants to prolong the honeymoon period and wishes to avoid picking a side, just like many other countries in ASEAN. But competing powers may make competing demands, and some of this may be hard to reconcile, and this will put the country in a dilemma. Philippines under President Marcos is showing willingness to explore cooperation even on controversial issues, being open to both expanding EDCA, or at least not opposing the expansion of EDCA, and at the same time pursuing joint development with China on the South China Sea. Both, again, contentious and even polarizing issues. President Marcos may make adjustments based on domestic pulse and international reaction, not least of US and China. Time is also a very important element here. Construction work, in the Philippines, nothing gets complete very soon. Construction work on 5 more bases, meaning 10 bases, require time. On the matter of joint development, even if both sides agreed on a deal, the transition from exploration to production likewise take time. And we all know that Marcos only has 6 years. So the continuity of the China policy pursued by the current government may also be contingent on the relations between the outgoing and the incoming governments. It is not unusual for the Philippines, like other countries, to have a foreign policy that shifts from one side of the pendulum to the other based on changes on domestic politics. So I'll probably end there. And again, thank you to Chinan University and to Ateneo de Manila University for inviting me.
Thank you, Mr. Pitlo. So we've had 3 presentations. As per our original our original timetable. I think we were supposed to finish by 2:30. It's time check. It's already 2:26. So you'll have to delay your coffee break, our coffee break, maybe for a few minutes. So can I ask the three presenters, please, to join me in front so we can have the Joshua, Diana, and Lucio. So very provocative presentations. We heard Dr. Mendoza talk about, the China engagements with the Philippines, especially as insufficient in comparison to the engagements in the other BIMPIAG countries. And the last two presenters were all about, the discussion on independent foreign policy and what exactly it means in the here and now. So are there any questions or comments? Please just go to the microphone and yes, please. Okay, dito muna this.
If there is nobody
yes,
else, I will
after.
take the mic and ask a question. I'm
Yes,
Herman
please.
Tiu Laurel po.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm starting to. Herman Tiu Laurel po, Asian Century Philippines Strategic Studies Institute. So we hear a lot about this mantra. We hear this mantra a lot about friends to all, enemy to none. But is it a valid proposition? Is it also true that we can take that position while we are harboring the warmonger of the past century, the United States of America, in Philippine bases, and it will be expanded? What do you think the world will think when they see this contradiction? Not only that there are bases and maybe expanded in a matter of time, but also military exercises, obviously and understood by everybody in the world, aimed at one target, which is China, and creating a situation like Ukraine in Asia to disrupt not the emergence and peaceful rise of China, but to trying to find a better word for it, but trying to suppress the rise of Asia. Is this just a cop-out? I think it is. I think we have absorbed the forked tongue of the American colonizers of the North America and of the Philippines. This is a continuation of the American policy of ambiguity, which is not what a leadership should be doing, which is not contributing to the progress of humanity and mankind. So we do not have an independent policy under the present PBBM administration. I think Duterte did a lot already. He could not overcome the American boy sabotage of that independent foreign policy, which continues to this day. So I would propose that we get rid of the myths of being a friend to all and enemy to none. We are an enemy of Asia. I would like to add that maybe I can ask also our panelists, don't we contradict our ZOPFAM treaty, our Southeast Asian nuclear free zone treaty, and the Zone of Peace, Freedom, and Neutrality Pact of ASEAN? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any of our presenters, maybe the last two presenters especially, to discuss independent foreign policy?
Yeah, I think I was actually mentioning in my presentation a while back about if we try to enter into MDT or EDCA, then I guess we should also enter into a similar capacity with China. And if we are skeptic about China, then we have to have that kind of skepticism with the America as well. In terms of the friend to all and enemy to none, I think it's actually a big challenge how to operationalize this seemingly utopian concept
because I think it's really hard. So I guess in my presentation, I was trying to advocate for trying to finding the balance. So if I'm gonna go back with it, if we are skeptical about one country, one power, then we have to be skeptic with the other one. But then skepticism doesn't necessarily mean antagonizing either of the powers. It could be, you can turn this skepticism to different kinds of policy analysis and policy development. So I guess it's really hard to really provide a more concrete application of the friend to all, enemy to none right now for me in my case, because I'm yet to understand President Bongbong Marcos' position with China when he visit on January.
Mr. Pitlo, would you like to answer?
I guess it's meaning I think on the field of economics, productive, beneficial, and very constructive engagement. I think the country can pursue operationalize friend to all and enemy to none in terms of expanding engagement on economics and trying harder to avoid sensitive issues. Of course, it's always a challenge, because we're a U.S. ally and at the same time, China is our largest trade partner. So there's always a possibility for us to get squeezed in between. So I think what the Philippines can do is to try to invite its partners to focus, pitches on economics, and of course the issue of the bases. I think that would of course entail a lot of very difficult conversations, with both the U.S. And of course China.
Thank you. Yes.
Can I say something too?
You want to answer? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Yeah. Of course, my paper is about Philippine-China relations in the context of Bimpiyaga, but what I tried to do is essentially prompt the public, like, hey, there's something else that needs to be seen that is not very visible, or basically, I don't know, deliberately neglected or otherwise, in terms of, let's say, China-Philippines cooperation. So at the level of these two countries, it's cooperation. It's comprehensive strategic cooperation, but cooperation nonetheless. Whereas others are basically at the level of, let's say, a partnership. So what I'm basically trying to say here is that myth of a friend to all and enemy to none, I think that's essentially part of the strategic partnership diplomacy that China has actually started to embark on since the end of the Cold War. And strategic foreign policy goals, as well as market access, and of course the South China Sea dispute at the center of it all, become, let's say, the surrounding issues that frame and define such a partnership diplomacy of China. That's why over the years it has created a vast network of, partnerships.
All right. Thank you, Dee. Sorry, it was only in the interest of time. Okay. Yes, please. Leslie.
Yes, good afternoon to the panelists, to the paper presenters. My first question is methodological, actually. Mr. Agpawa, I hope I got it right. You mentioned survey. I wanted to ask, what is the design? What is the sampling? For example, you mentioned quite a huge N. So I wanted to know whether it's a random, face-to-face, or on-site. It is not because I am quizzing the methodology, but because I wanted to make an independent assessment on the generalizability of the statistics you presented. And the second question, may I, esteemed chairperson, may I ask the second question? I think this is for the three presenters. We're actually taking off from the recommendation of Mr. Agpawa regarding do not antagonize. So, but the thing is, the Philippines has its own national interest. US and China also has its own national interest. And there will be instances that these national interests will not actually meet. So how will you specifically operationalize in terms of more precise policy recommendations on how to avoid this antagonism in situations whereby the national interest of not only of the Philippines and the PRC, but also of the US, especially in terms of the EDCA and MDT, do not necessarily see things eye to eye. My thing is, it's very easy to say balance and no antagonism, but what are the specific policy recommendations that you can actually hand out to the audience today? Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Mr. Agpawa, for the second question.
For the first question, we actually utilized and patterned the survey from Asian Barometer Survey number 5, and we did a random sampling and we did snowballing. And so actually this is where I felt we see some of the lapses, because it appeared that the respondents of the survey are actually mostly coming from the elite groups, or let's just say the elite construct. So we have to revalidate this random snowballing that we did. And then for the next one, I think
wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Maybe
really, I'm very sorry. It's actually snowball.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, for the second one, I think I was trying to mention a while back where we can actually look into the Belt Road Initiative that China has already instilled. And if we can actually look into that, the Belt Road Initiative is expanded into many different kinds of initiatives. They are Silk Road in energy, Silk Road in environment, Silk Road in economics. So I think particularly this one, as I was actually trying to suggest a while back with what Professor Butch Valdez was trying to suggest, is that we should look into this development-oriented, economic-oriented sustainability schemes that can be related to how we can promote peace sustainability, not just in the Philippines, but also in the region. So if there would be a very specific suggestion that I can actually think of, is that to think about the economics and development oriented that China is actually offering to the Philippines. And we can look into how the Belt Road Initiative is actually being connected to it. And again, I was mentioning a while back that World War I and World War II happened because of the disruption of economic designs. And so I guess the Belt Road Initiative and China's goal is similar to that. They don't want to push for another world war, but instead use the BRE, this economic design, to suppress and inhibit a potential war.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the presenters? How to
answer the second question.
Yes, the second question.
Recommending a specific policy at this time may be really difficult because it's not really part of my presentation. But if I'm coming from my presentation, then I suppose one thing, elevate the cooperation level of Philippines and China from a comprehensive strategic cooperation to a comprehensive strategic partnership. Because among all ASEAN member countries, it's only between China and Philippines that they have strategic or comprehensive strategic cooperation. The rest have comprehensive strategic partnership.
Mr. Pitlot, would you like to answer?
Yeah, so I think in relation to the bases in the military cooperation between the Philippines and the US, I think China understands that this is a long-standing tradition dating back 70 years. So this is a very has a long and storied connection between the two countries. But at the same time, of course, we cannot deny that China is increasingly becoming wary of the locations of the expanded EDCA sites, proposed EDCA sites, two facing the West Philippine Sea or the South China Sea, and two facing directly staring at the Taiwan Strait. One close to that province also. So three provinces, three sites in northern Luzon, one site in Palawan, one site in western Luzon. It's unbalanced. So I think that the concern is understandable. I think where the litmus test would be, uh, perhaps maybe on whether the Philippines would allow an increment, an uptick in the number of US troops that it will host. Secondly, the kind of weapons, the kind of platforms that it may allow US to bring in or to pre-position under EDCA. I think those would be sticking points for China. Of course, Korea back in 2017 had some falling out with China when it allowed THAAD missiles to be hosted in its soil. So both US, ROK are treaty allies, but of course China expressed concerns about the potential adverse impact of hosting THAAD missiles in South Korea, very close to China. And so I think this would be some difficult conversation between the Philippines and China. President Marcos, Philippines trying to reassure, convince China that, of course, it would take steps to address security concerns of its, of course, China is the country's biggest trade partner, its neighbor, although we have issues on the West Philippine Sea. Of course, there would be concerns that needs to be factored so that, again, the broader relations would not be affected.
Okay, thank you. Maybe last two questions at the back and in front, please. Okay, so we'll take the two questions first and then we'll let them answer.
Lino Baron from UST. Actually, this is not a question. It's more of a comment in reaction to what the topic of Dr. Pitlo, big powers competition. It has nothing to do with China-RP relations. And if I will be allowed by the panel chair, just to read it, it will take a few minutes of the comments that I wrote here in my SIP.
It's off topic, sir?
Yeah, it's part of the topic of big power competition between China and that of the United States.
Okay, maybe a few seconds, sir?
Yeah. Well, the US must outcompete its autocratic rival, China, to shape the future of the international order. Xi Jinping said in the 20th Congress last October that the wheels of history are rolling on towards China's reunification and the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Global changes of a magnitude not seen in a century. China's development has entered an era where strategic opportunities, risks, and challenges are concurrent. Under Xi Jinping's leadership, the Communist Party has used more aggressive tactics to defend its legitimacy and interest, seeking regional preeminence and acceptance as a strong and respected peer by the United States. And the last, China's long-term ambitions and capabilities are work in progress, especially as the economic growth of China slows down. The Communist Party recognizes that China is still weaker than the United States, and its modernization drive remains dependent on international technology and capital. Despite its efforts to become more self-sufficient, Xi Jinping acknowledges that China's capacity for scientific and technological innovation is not yet strong enough compared to the US. It is not a question to be answered by the three, but my personal comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that, sir. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have two small questions, and first one to Lucille. Just now you mentioned that the President Marcos is more open to controversial areas, cooperation. So I'm wondering whether there's any prospect for oil and gas exploration and exploitation with China in the South China Sea. And my second question is to all of the speakers that President Marcos is now visiting Europe, Brussels for conference. I'm wondering whether there's any particular topic he wants to talk with the European leaders and wants to bring back to Manila. Thank you.
Well, my imaginative side, Probably, no. Of course, I mentioned President Marcos' willingness to explore controversial, divisive, and polarizing issues. So he has to give something to China. He has to give something to the U.S. So in the U.S., requesting for more strategic access, CAM-EDCA expansion, 5 more bases, and then China exploring potentials for oil and gas cooperation on the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea. So again, there is some concerns. No? There's some domestic pushback on selling the idea of joint development at home because of the constitutional constraints and of course the 2016 arbitral award. Whether a JD with China on the SCS or the WPS may undermine the value of the award and of course the country's position on that flashpoint. At the same time, there are also those who oppose the expansion of EDCA because they think that this may put the Philippines at risk should a U.S.-China conflict ensue over SCS or the Taiwan Strait. So I think President Marcos is throwing these two things, trying to offer to both U.S. and China, but will leave it to the domestic public, the Filipinos, to decide based on their reaction, and at the same time also calibrate the intensity of the pushback or reaction of U.S. and China to each other's competing demands. That's my take.
I'm sorry, we don't have time anymore. Are you going to answer?
No.
No. Do you want to answer?
Sorry, I don't read so much about the president right now, no. But I would like to echo what colleague Lucio mentioned earlier. Like maybe it's a way or a strategy by the president now of winning European Union and the US after the so-called recalibrated approach towards China by the Philippines. And on the other hand, I also think like it's a strategic, action response also by the president for maybe economic or political leverage. That's why they're going there before China, so that he knows exactly what to lay on the table when he meets with the president of China.
Okay, thank you. I know there are still questions, but maybe we can discuss them during coffee break. No, unfortunately, we don't have time. I'm supposed to summarize and to wrap up the session, but maybe I can do that by asking like a question to all of you, because I just noticed that a lot of the discussions are very state-centric, no, and that's understandable because when you talk about bilateral relations, that's really about the states. But do you have any view of where to locate the private sector in this quest, I guess, for independent foreign policy? Are they also pushing the states to take, a stance towards China or towards the US or towards independence from both, especially business, for example, or I don't know, the progressive movement? So just to end the session with some discussion on the role of the private sector and not just the states.
Maybe I'll start. Of course, the private sector has a very deep interest in having sound bilateral relations between the Philippines and China, China being the country's largest trade partner, and of course, increasingly important infrastructure partner, very important investor for the country. And of course, I mentioned the tourism. So infrastructure, agriculture, energy, these are areas where a lot of local companies are looking forward to partner with, of course, their Chinese counterparts. And in relation to renewables, now recently, the Philippines made relevant amendments to the Renewable Energy Act that removes Filipino equity restrictions. So full foreign ownership is now being allowed for renewable energies, hydro, wind, and solar. So I think this is an opportunity for private sector, local businesses, to partner with Chinese companies, or for that matter, all foreign companies that have the technologies, have the finance, have the capacity track record on this sector.
Okay, anyone else?
Okay, BIMPIAGA is actually government initiated, government inspired, but it's actually private sector led. It just so happened that given the structure, organizational structure and processes within the BIMPIAGA, the so-called presence of the private sector is not necessarily felt, especially with all the ongoing issues surrounding relations, not only between China and the BIMPIAGA countries, but also among the BIMPIAGA countries as well.
Mr. Agpawa, would you like to say anything?
For me, it's just we have to maintain a similar consideration for both powers, like what I was talking about, in the terms of a sustainable peace. And I think this is highly attainable when we consider and try to understand the different proposals that China is giving to us in terms, for example, of the Belt Road Initiative.
Thank you very much. So please join me in thanking Dr. Mendoza, Mr. Agpawa, and Dr. Pitlo for the very enlightening panel. Okay, so maybe the Secretariat can now give us instructions for coffee break. It's 2:50 and the next panel should be at 3 o'clock. So thank you very much.
All right. So we'll have our coffee break outside, and we will resume at 3:15 in the afternoon. Kulang oras.
Nauna? Itanong ako, balikan ko ako, tapos, babasahin ko lang. Oo, pag-itry ko lang. Parang hirap makita ito. Ikaw, meron bang ano? Papasok ako? Eh, bali, mag-screen sharing ako. Ganun mangyayari. Alam ko na. Pwede na? Ah, parang ang labo pala ng ano natin. Ang labo, no? Wala lang. Ako. Okay na. Okay na rin yung. Okay lang, para wala silang tanong. Try ko lang. Basahin ko lang naman. Okay. Stress. Gracia. Sabi ko, turun na. Ayan, turun. Miss ko na yung turun. May anong merenda? Dito. Ha? Kala ko turun. Okay, okay lang po yan.
Wait, wait, wait.
Start na? All right. We will now proceed to the panel 3 presentations, which is about people to people exchanges and experiences. Now to introduce the presenters, we have Dr. Sydney Christopher Bata.
Yay. Good afternoon and happy 35th anniversary to the Chinese Studies program. We are live via the internet. PPE. Before the pandemic, PPE did not stand for personal protective equipment, not those masks, not the shield. PPE originally meant people-to-people exchanges. Good afternoon once again, and welcome to the third panel today, the last panel, by the way. This is entitled People-to-People Exchanges and Experiences. Now, before we proceed to some of the introduction, since it's the 35th year, today we are joined by, I think they're outside having coffee, 3 heads of Chinese Studies program in the Philippines. We have first she's having her grand entrance, our longest serving director of the Chinese Studies program here at the Ateneo, Dr. Ellen Palanca. Round of applause, please. And then we also, behind her, not so far behind her, one of the founders of the Chinese Studies program of De La Salle University, Dr. Teresa Carino. And one of the board of directors for the new Chinese Studies program of the New Era University, Dr. Romel Banlawi. Secret pa ba yan? Secret pa. Okay. So that is the story of Chinese Studies program here in the Philippines. Anyways, in the last decade, Philippines and China have been reiterating the diplomatic discourse and the significance of the people-to-people exchanges in bolstering the two nations' relations. The emphasis of the public's role in the foreign affairs or the people-to-people exchange or PPE can be traced in the evolution of China's foreign policy discourse and behavior. When the PPE and diplomacy are linked to formulate a people-to-people diplomacy, some assumptions can be made. Namely, it will be about communicative activities. Next is there will be more entities or factors in diplomacy, and there will be increased production, management, and distribution of public goods. Strengthening the cultural and people-to-people exchange at the ground may serve as an important means of stabilizing the bilateral relationship of Philippines and China. With that, we would be listening to 6 presenters today, and we shall hear one of the presenters to start with. The talk is on the understanding perceptions of new Chinese migrants in the Philippines through the lens of nationhood. Our first speaker is Ms. Jane Yu Gyoksing. She is a faculty here at the Chinese Studies program here at the Ateneo. She is a PhD candidate in the International Relations at Xinan University. She is currently researching the mobility of Chinese Filipino students and also the social identity of new Chinese migrants in the Philippines. Round of applause, please, for Ms. Jane Yu Gyoksing.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the Chinese Studies for their 35th anniversary. And of course, thank you also to Dr. Taifan for his invite for me to present my study. So my topic for today is, wait just a minute. Let me share my slides. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so my topic is about understanding the perception of new Chinese immigrants in the Philippines through the lens of nationhood. So my research aim is actually to shed light on the different perspectives regarding Chinese immigrants and explain how nationhood played an important role in negotiating their relationship with their host country. This research also aims to bridge the cultural divide between people of China and the Philippines by sharing peculiarity that can play a role in mitigating misrepresentations. First of all, let us understand what is new Chinese immigrants, or also known as Sin Iming. They are referred to actually those people that have emigrated from mainland China after launching of the reform and opening up in 1978. And their emergence became evident after the easing or liberalization of Chinese immigration laws in 1985. Then the rate of their outpour or outgoing actually have rose so much from 1990s to 2017 actually. So there have been like less than 20 years, there's really a lot of Chinese who went out, almost 6 million. And according to Song and Liang in the research in 2019, these new Chinese immigrants are actually products of New China and can be classified as follows. They come from diverse regions with diverse backgrounds. There's a continued trend of polarization of professionals with concentrations in the higher and lower end of social strata. There's also a tighter connection between the host society and China, and there's a circularity of their migration pattern. As we can see here in the Philippines, the one in the violet map, actually, here in the Philippines, we know that through several years, we have already a lot of Chinese migrants. That's why we classify them as a Xin Qiao or a Jiu Qiao or a Lao Qiao. What are these three? When you talk about Lao Qiao, these are the group of people that came to the Philippines after the Second World War. And when you talk about the Jiu Qiao, these are the group of people that came to the Philippines like in 1950s to 1980s. And their stepping ground is actually Hong Kong. That's where their entry point before they come to the Philippines. And majority of them actually came from Fujian province and Guangdong province, as we can see here in the map. However, for the new Chinese migrants, like I've mentioned a while ago, they actually came from diverse backgrounds. So here, as you can see, we could see a lot of the new Chinese migrants coming from these parts of China, which are from Gansu, Henan, Jiangsu, and many more. Okay. And in the survey that was done by the United Nations, actually the outpour of the immigrants from China worldwide has reached to around 10 million already in 2020. And in Asia alone, there's a lot, like 5 million. And the least number is in Asia. And when we talk about Asia, and the least is in Africa, sorry. The least is in Africa. And when we talk about Asia, that includes the Philippines. So looking further, like in Southeast Asian countries, the Philippines rank actually the fourth in terms of the number of new Chinese migrants. But sad to say, in this data that I gathered, the official numbers of the new Chinese migrants is only 38,000, which we know is really not true. Because according to the research of Teresita Angsi, there's around 200,000 Chinese nationals found in the Philippines. This is a data she gathered in 2018. Because the reality is that there's a lot actually that have illegally stayed and have not renewed their visa. And as of the latest in March 23rd of 2022 this year, among the foreign nationals in the country, there's the Chinese are the ones that rank the highest, which is around more than 60,000. And the question is, how do actually they manage to stay in the Philippines? So we have a lot of visa that is provided for them. We have the immigrant visa, non-immigrant visa, the pre-arranged employment wherein they're contract workers, and there's this trade, transit, and education wherein they could actually get a temporary visa. But let me expound on this too, which is the special investors visa and the special resident retirees visa. This is where a majority of the new Chinese migrants actually avail. Because in the special investors visa, with just $75,000 that they deposit, they could actually enjoy a lot of privileges, the entry privileges. It could be multiple times. And they could reside anywhere that they like and have a short investment. If they're able to meet that, even their dependents could stay here. And there's this other one which actually was abused by some POGO workers. This is what you call the special resident retirees visa. Here they actually just have to give around $20,000, and with the principal holder, let's say that's age 35, they could actually have a lot of privileges again, which includes the following. There's a lot of services for health, hotels, legal consultancy, shopping, travel, and tour packages. These are all provided by the Philippine Retirement Agency. And why did I say it was abused? Because during the time of the 30, the age bracket was lowered to around 29. But it was reverted back. And we also know that, like I mentioned, this is the most availed. So we have a figure of around 27,678 alone in 2020 that availed of this visa. Then, as mentioned a while ago, the reality is that, there's a lot of illegal migrants here in the Philippines because of corrupt officials as well. So like in 2020, we actually knew of the pastillas controversy, wherein Alison Chong actually revealed that there's a group of like around 44 members in that immigration bureau that conspired together to actually get this bribe of 10,000 pesos to be able to allow all this Chinese to come here, although some of them actually have criminal records. So this is and why pastillas, by the way, because we know that the pastillas is a sweet delicacy in the Philippines that's wrapped in paper, and they have to wrap the money in that white papers. That's why it's called the pastillas controversy. Okay, and here some data actually. So we know that the Chinese actually could also get their visa through a special study permit. The special study permit, although the Chinese only rank the third. They are actually, the first one is actually the South Koreans. So, but still, this is another visa wherein if they got hold of this one, they could actually stay here and convert it actually in the future. So who are actually the new Chinese immigrants in the Philippines? Majority, sad to say, are the illegal migrants. So, and it is followed by the tourists, which are and some of them are the short-term laborers. We also have the BPO, wherein because of the language component, it is very much needed, just like in the POGO industry. And we also have some government projects, especially during the Duterte administration, the Build project, wherein there's a lot of engineers, consultants that came here. And of course, the next one is the relatives of old migrants. Because like I mentioned, the Chinese immigrants are in the Philippines for a long, long time. And this is where we could see a lot of them actually connect their business establishment by trying to negotiate with more businessmen, like a clan business or something, or village business. And with that, it is classified into three by many scholars. We have what we call the Fujianese group of new immigrants that are found in the Philippines. Majority of them actually are in the retail industry and in 168 or in the Visoria, in the Chinatown. And the second one is more diverse, wherein actually they come here as teachers. They come, they engage in BPOs, and they actually join the trades. And some of them actually open up some regional cuisine restaurants. And the third one are the POGO employees. Okay. So now, in terms of the sectors of engagement in the Philippines, like I've mentioned, we could divide it into the business and language-related work. For the business industry, this is where majority of the Fujianese groups are in. They do trading, they do export, they do manufacturing. And in the language component, we have what you call the Mandarin or the BPOs. And we have a few more wherein they actually engage in themselves in the TCM and in construction work. In knowing about these different sectors, actually we try to pinpoint the advantage and disadvantage that goes with it. And in the problems that arise, we have what you call, there's a lot of smuggling that came because of the business, there's pyramid scam, there's falsification of papers, illegal workers, illegal syndicates, gambling, etc. And for the advantage, we could see that there's also this provision that they actually are able to provide cheaper and affordable items for commoners. They actually support a lot of Chinese schools because of the language components. And they actually provide an alternative choices for people to be able to afford the goods that they like And there's this revival of Chinese newspaper. There's this competition. This one is they are able to help out the community, especially those that actually would need the Chinese language component. And in the perception, this is where my topic comes in. Actually, in 2020, I did a focus group discussion, an informal one among the young professionals in Makati. Okay, so in the focus group discussion, I have 5 minutes. Okay, so let me fast track. I tried to do the negative and the positive. So actually, I asked them to be able to say what are the negative and the positive. And some of the negative that came in are the new Chinese immigrants are actually opportunistic, dishonest, shrewd, and everything. And they compete a lot with the local business. So because many of them have direct contact with China, so they could get their products or their supplies at a cheaper price. And with this, it is actually detrimental to the local businessman because they try to lower down their profit margins. So, and with that, there's also a lot of illegal entry of the products in the Philippines. However, in the positive side, they mentioned, those that I've interviewed, the participants mentioned that actually the Chinese are really goal-oriented. So they are actually hardworking, resourceful, determined. They will do anything to be able to actually engage themselves and do business. So and then this actually provides opportunity also for the Filipinos, especially if a new business is open. And for the social interaction, by the way, for the perception, I just divided it into two. One is the economic side, the other one is the social interaction or the cultural side. For the negative, what was mentioned is that the Chinese are antisocial, they're clannish, they stick together, they try to live their own, so they don't really interact much with the local community. And here, some of them mentioned about being rude, the Chinese being rude, and they're not actually cooperating with the Philippine laws. And the example that was given is that the whole girl incident. Okay, so in the good points that was given is that they're actually very helpful. They share their resources, they open up, they sponsor events for a lot of, let's say there's a community, let's say cancer groups of patients that would need help, they actually give. So they actually engage in some charity works as well. And here, what was added, this one I just added with the help of another information that I gathered. This is just during the pandemic, they actually gave out a lot of masks and a lot of alcohol. This was not even published in the news. So are some of the good points. These are the new Chinese immigrants trying to step out of their comfort zone and really give out. But what was seen in the news is only the negative side. So this one I wanted to emphasize. And we also have the next one is the positive side. They're actually able to form new organizations or new associations, because we know that the Chinese associations are really dying. When the second or the third generation comes in, most of the first generation organization or association is gone. So this one actually helps revive the Chinese culture. Okay, so next one is, okay, I will not expound here. In the Pogo industry, I also asked them to give the positive and the negative side. So the positive side, it actually is an income revenue for the government and actually provides jobs for Filipinos. However, on the negative side, there's a lot. We know that like for the last year, this is found very much in the news, all the illegal activities that they've been doing, and also the effect in the real estate prices. Okay, so at this point, this is where I wanted to emphasize. In knowing all about the different perception, how about we look at it in the lens of nationhood? What is nationhood? Actually, nationhood talks about the state of a nation or a large group of people united by a common language and culture and economic life. So when we talk about the culture, this is where ethnicity comes in. It is actually learned through society and internalized by its citizens into modes of thinking and behaving. I wanted to borrow from what Michael Billig did research on and observed. He talked about nationhood as a way wherein it's a level of unself-consciousness disposition. So how is this happening? Because supported by Fox and Miller also in 2008, the study mentioned that there's what you call an everyday nationhood. There's this existence of a national identity in our everyday life. This is a discursive construction that is established and legitimized, wherein it framed the choices of people and the decisions that ordinary people also made in their everyday consumption habits. So in here, I wanted to connect it identity prompts the Chinese immigrants to create a new life na not only in the Philippines, but also abroad. If you read a lot of articles about the new Chinese immigrants, you'll discover the same thing. They would actually engage in a new economic business, and they would actually stick together on their own. So their attitude is of antisocial or taking advantage of the economic situation in another country. It's not only in the Philippines. It's actually found in almost all the countries that they migrated. Yes. Okay. So my first point actually is the national identity has its economic dimension. The Chinese are actually their primary goal actually is actually the primary goal is to gain economic prosperity, and that is understood in the characteristics of the national identity. So why is this? Because if you look at it in the background, in 1990s, China actually initiated a market economy wherein it created a lot of layoff. So the population, there's greater gap even in education. That's why there's many who actually are not well educated. They try their luck outside, which is one of the destinations is in the Philippines. And because in China it's very competitive, that's why they always say "Han Xinzhong," because there's this gap that was already established when China tried to pursue its economic prosperity. So that is one point I wanted to emphasize. The second is in the culture. We know that the Chinese society, the family is viewed as a unit of the society, wherein they try to keep informations on their own, and they try to promote the value of family. And they tend to create this social network when everything is kept in their circle. So this is actually one of the traits of the Chinese, but this is learned even before they step into their adulthood, because even as young as in the middle school, they are actually schooled and separate on their own. And when they reach college, they actually live in the dorms. Even though they came from different provinces, they have to travel all the way to a certain university. Then they try to form their own group. So their own social contacts actually unconsciously contributes to their nationhood. Okay, and then there's this last part, which is the role of a social contact. This is how Chinese people usually works. I will not expound. This is wherein they actually looks for Kwanzi, but not because they wanted to really know about the culture or to engage themselves in the new society, but this is a way for them to actually gain some opportunities. So my conclusion is that knowing all about this nationhood of the Chinese and new Chinese immigrants, the interaction between attitudes of immigrants and responses of receiving country like the Philippines is best moderated through the lens of nationhood, wherein broad understanding of the Chinese ethnic identity is extended beyond what is presented and visually seen. In this way, perceptions created can serve as a bridge to connect two people rather than divide them. And by employing sufficient knowledge about each people group and understanding that each ethnic group and culture possess a unique trait and practices, the process of adjustment and assimilation with proper adaptation can produce a positive outcome properly supported by the host country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yugyok Singh, who has been with us since 1998. This is what happens in 24 years of being molded here at the Ateneo. After the talk on Xinjiao, or the new migrants, we would now move to China's image in the Philippine media, a comparative perspective. Our speaker, our presenter would be Dr. Lee Yuanxi. She's an assistant professor at the School of Public Affairs, Nanjing University of Science and Technology. She obtained her PhD in quantitative political economy from the School of Politics and International Relations at the University College Dublin in Ireland. Her research interests include the rise of China and its implications for global politics, with a focus on the socio-economic and political impact of Chinese financial flows. Dr. Lee, our main man, Mr. Rodel, would be taking care of the time. So thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, dear dear professors, scholars, and the dear friends. I'm kind of a little bit nervous because this is my first overseas presentations within 2 years since the COVID outbreak. So first of all, I would like to thank the invitations from Professor Dietz to allow me to have the opportunity here to do the presentation. I also as mentioned by Chair, the topic of my today is the China's image in Philippine media's comparative perspectives. So please move down to the first page. Yeah. So I would like to talk a little bit about the backgrounds that why I would like to pick these topics, and then the central research questions of my presentation today. A little bit of my findings, empirical findings, a little bit of the conclusions, and also welcome to the questions. So from today's presentations, I think that we're all aware that the Philippine-China's relations has largely been dominated by the territorial disputes, right? We all know that from the previous presenters, and then all the previous presenters will commit that. However, the territory dispute should not hinder the two countries from maintaining the cooperations in the other area. I think that we have yeah. So that's great, please. Yeah. So relations between the Philippines and China had great potentials to be one of the strongest partnerships, especially cooperations in the field of trade, agriculture, infrastructures, engineering, educations, and people-to-people exchange. I think that the presentations, the previous presentations in today has explained this very clearly. So this was all to be my research backgrounds for the coming research questions. So my research question is building on that. In order to deepen the Philippine-Chinese relations, it is very important that we need to actively promote mutual understandings between the two countries. So in these regards, news media and news coverage is in a central roles in communicating information, because people are relying on media such as televisions, the press, and online to get the news and the following updates. More specifically, foreign news coverage play a central role in shaping public perceptions of foreign country. So here comes to my central research questions. How does the Philippines media cover China under the Macron's governments? So more specifically, I would like to look at how China was depicted currently in the Philippine media. So my data is from the news coverage from three selected medias, including Inquiries, Philippine Stars, and Manila Times, which the three of them are regarded as the most representative medias in the Philippines. And my reference is using the techniques, the techniques like web crawlers, with some empirical analysis and also text analysis as well. And the software that I'm using is Python and R programming. The next one is that by using the technologies and softwares that I mentioned, we gather a total numbers of 17,000 news coverage from the last day of June, of this year, and to the last day of November this year. So I'm trying to get the data as close to our presenting our symposium days as possible. So by crawling the news websites of the three selected newspapers that I mentioned, so my comparative studies will be started between China and the USA, because if we want to know how China was depicted in the Philippine news, we need to make some of the benchmark. So I use the the debates of the USA in the Philippine news. So the comparative studies will be studying briefly in the count number of the coverage and the topics of the coverage in this report. So before that, I enter to share my findings. I would like to talk a little bit more about the coding methodologies that I'm using, because after I collected all the newspapers from the free websites, from the free newspapers that I mentioned, it is coming to the very turnkey point that how I divide the Chinese related newspaper and the US related newspaper. So the methods that I'm using here is that this time I will use that all basis on the titles of that report. So which means that I will only scan the titles, the words in the titles, but not the articles. For example, that if the coverage with a title of US-China discuss global economies, commodity price, food security, I would like to code it as China, both China's related coverage and the USA related coverage. So I'm using multiple keywords such as Chinese, China, Beijing, Taiwan, this kind of the China's related words to define whether this coverage is related to China or not. And then I will also use some USA American related words to help me to define whether the titles of the report is related with the American or not. So based on these methods, based on this methods that I got, from my samples, in my samples that I got, as I mentioned before, I got a total numbers of 17,000 news coverage in totals. So after after applying my selection methodologies, I got a total numbers of 821 China's related coverage, compared with 921 American related coverage. And so we first that we got a very clearly view that the count numbers of Chinese related coverage is slightly smaller than the US related coverage. And the second one is that we also find that these two kind of the coverage, China's related one and the US related one, have overlaps, which means that in the title it mentions both China and the US. So we do some further indicates to this kind of the titles. We find that there are in total 189 overlapping titles. So which means that it take up to 23% of the Chinese related coverage and 20% of the US American related coverage respectively. So based on the coverage that we identified, and then we want to know that how it was generated over time. So we do a time series analysis. So which means we count it by months. And from that, because from the figure ones, we know the overall frequencies of the coverage by months. In the June that we are counting at the last day of June. So this counting is not that important. From the figures that we generate, first we will see that in the past August, we have a large amount of the overlap Chinese related and US related coverage. So we do some further investigation on it, and we find that it is mainly because by the Pelosi's visits to Taiwan. So those increasing coverage is all mentioned as all discussions about how US how the Pelosi's visit Taiwan and all the Asian countries' response to this kind of visit. So from the following months, like September, October, and November, we think that they are actually quite stable. Actually, And then we do a little bit of the very tips about the topics of the coverage, because we are using the titles of the the title of the coverage. So which means that it doesn't have that much of the information. We use a very simple of the text analysis like word crowds. So based on this word crowds, we separate all the titles into the individual words, and then we sum up the numbers of times in occurrence. So we made a map just like just as shown in the slide. So the yellow ones means that it was pure Chinese or Chinese only coverage. So in the keywords showing in the blue one, we will see some familiar words like the macros, xi, and c, and also some illegal rocky debris. So I summarize that the Chinese related coverage is mostly mentioned about the bilateral relations, territory disputes, and illegal gambling problems, and one of the rockets debris falling in the seas near the Philippines, also protests in Xinjiang as well. In the red one is the summaries of the overlaps coverage. So it is, as you see, that the Taiwan is so big, the word of Taiwan is so big in the centrals, and the Pelosi, the name of it is so straightforward. So I will summarize that. And also we will see Australia tensions in a little bit smaller size. So I summarize that it might overlapped coverage might be talking about mainly talking about the Pelosi's visit to Taiwan and the reactions of Asian countries such as Australia to the visit to her visits to Taiwan. And the black one is about the USA related coverage. We see a lot of the different kinds of words like Biden's, Trump, also Philippines. A further investigation about the related titles that made us to make a summarize about its topics. So first is about the U.S.-Philippine relations. A lot of the titles related to the issue of the U.S.-Philippines relations. The second one is U.S. and the global issues, like U.S. and the issue of the North Korean and how U.S. responds to the Ukraine crisis. So, and the third one is U.S. domestic politics. Like it has a lot of titles mentioned about the wireless accusations about Trump. So that is the summarize of the topics of the coverage that we classify. So this comes to my conclusion for today's presentation. So after a very, very brief review of the China's relating news coverage from 3 selected Philippine mediums during the past 5 months, we find that first, these 3 newspapers put almost the same attention to China's issue. Like members at the first table, the table 1, we will find they all mentions China like 4% of its total coverage. So the mention of China is around 4% of its total coverage. So it is quite stable. It's quite similar. So which represent that this newspaper actually putting very similarly attentions to the Chinese issue. Second one is that compared to the USA related coverage, which covers not only US-Philippine relations, but also US global affair and US domestic politics. China's related coverage is much more narrow, with less attention to the China's role in the international politics. So which means that we find that the Philippine news mainly talking about how China behaves in the Asian platform, but not all its activities in a global politics stage. The third one is that as we see a lot of the coverage about the Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, so we might make basic conclusions that Philippine media might dedicate more coverage to the U.S. actions in China's relating Asian issues. So that is very basic research, empirical research for my presentation today. And some of the further investigation might be looking directly into the articles. We also get the article as well besides the title, and we will try to examine the terms of the articles, like what is positive and negative attitude showing in the articles. That is the more work that we are going to do. But today is just a brief sharings. I welcome any questions later. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for that very updated study of China's image. That reminded me of a study here at the Ateneo around 4 years ago. It's also on the image of China using around the very similar forms of software. It was done by Professors Tina Montiel, Professor Alma Salvador, and Professor Daisy C, who is from the Chinese studies. So I hope Dr. Lee could do some form of collaboration with our professors here at the School of Social Sciences. After the perceptions in China's image, we now move to the other side of the other corner, which is xenophobia or xenophobia in the Philippines and the current state of the Philippines-China relations. This presentation is by Dr. Romel Banlawi. He is the president of the Philippine Society for Intelligence and Security Studies, or PSISS. His resume is really long, by the way. He currently serves as the chairman of the board of advisors of the China Studies Center, the School of International Relations at the New Era University. This is what I was saying earlier. De La Salle University has the Chinese Studies program. We have the founding director here, Dr. Teresa Carino, and then we have here also Dr. Palanca, who was the longest serving director of the Chinese Studies program. And then we also have soon the Chinese Studies program of the New Era University. He finished his BA, undergraduate studies and masters. Professor Banawi finished them at the UP Diliman. And then he finished his PhD in international relations at Sinan University also. Just a side note, the pandemic turned us into modern day farmers. Here, without further ado, Dr. Romel Banlawi. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Sydney, for the kind introduction, and thank you very much to the Ricardo Leong Center for Chinese Studies and the Chinese Studies program of Ateneo de Manila University for engaging me in this very important symposium, and of course to my alma mater, Chinan University. And I'm so happy to see Jane and Joshua here. More and more Filipinos are studying in China, and that's good to promote a better understanding between Chinese and Filipinos. And that is in fact the crux of my presentation today. When I studied in China, everybody asked me, why in China? Why not in the United States where you have plenty of relatives there? My sister is in the United States. So I said, why not? And every time when I finished my PhD in China, I went back to National Defense College of the Philippines, and I was like stigmatized, like a China spy. So there was so much xenophobia in the Philippines. So that encouraged me to conduct this research by spending a lot of time digging all the archival materials and old journal articles to help me explain where is this xenophobia coming from. So what is xenophobia, and how is xenophobia affecting the current state of Philippines-China relations? So when we talk about xenophobia, it is associated with a lot of, not so very good perceptions. It is a fear of China or even fear of the Chinese. It's even translated into a racial hatred against the Chinese. It's like anti-Semitism. There's like the anti-Sinoism and anti-China sentiments and attitude. It is also associated with so much dislike of the Chinese, especially in Facebook. If there's some news about China, we dislike it, and suspicious of China and even the Chinese. You know, we suspect, and I'm sure Yan and Jin will be suspected of coming here, or something that is threatened by China. You know, and most importantly, this concept that I want to really understand is distrust of China. Why is it that there is so much distrust about China in the Philippines? And is there really a xenophobia in the Philippines? If you will look at the survey mentioned earlier also, that this really a very low distrust of China in the Philippines. For example, in the next slide, please. In the next slide. In the most recent survey conducted by the Pulse Asia, published last July this year, 31% of the respondents expressed no trust, while 36% conveyed not too much trust towards China, and only 5% aired a great deal of trust, while 28% voiced a fair amount of trust toward China. So majority of Filipino respondents expressed greater trust towards the United States, Australia, and Japan, but not with China. Next slide, please. And this recent survey was in fact very consistent with previous studies indicating China's low trust rating in the Philippines. In a survey conducted, for example, by the Social Weather Station during the COVID-19 pandemic, they reported that from 1998 to 2020, before the pandemic, Filipino trust in China has been consistently low, with 56% of Filipinos distrusting China in July 2020. Next slide, please. So if you will go back to the survey conducted by Pew Research Center in September 2017, Filipinos view the US more favorably than China. And in this survey, Filipinos expressed dislikes of China's actions in the South China Sea and conveyed their fears that territorial conflicts with China can lead to armed confrontations. And since then, Filipino sentiments against China have not significantly improved. Next slide. So aside from the South China Sea issues, involvement of Chinese nationals in various criminal activities associated with operations of Philippine offshore gaming operations, or POGO, we call it POGO, this exacerbated the anti-China feelings of Filipinos, even those with Chinese ancestral backgrounds. You know, the Filipino-Chinese even expressed the dislike of Chinese illegal activities in the Philippines. Next slide. For example, the Federation of Filipino Chambers of Commerce and Industry denounced the unlawful activities of Chinese nationals involved in unauthorized online gaming activities in the Philippines, and they even urged the Philippine government to immediately deport Chinese illegal workers in POGOs. By the way, I would like to thank the Federation of Filipino Chambers of Commerce and Industry for supporting my current work on Philippine-China Relations. I'm currently writing a book because I am on indefinite leave from Miriam College, and I'm very happy with the support of the Filipino Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and of course, my favorite donor, Liwayway Corporation, for supporting my study on China. So the question is xenophobia a natural sentiment in the Philippines? Is it something that really ingrained already in our DNA? So I conducted a research, and what I found that it was not natural. Our xenophobia or fear of China or anti-China sentiment is a product of our very bitter colonial experiences. And I will demonstrate why. Before the Spanish colonial rule of the archipelago, now, next slide. Yeah, that's right. The Chinese inhabitants of the various kingdoms of the pre-Hispanic Philippines enjoyed generally peaceful and friendly relations for more than a millennium. Imagine, more than a millennium. We're talking about 1,000 years of friendly relationship of all pre-colonial kingdoms in the Philippines. The Chinese and pre-colonial Filipinos liked each other and had close mutual and even beneficial and also reciprocal ties. Okay? Very peaceful. So I will talk about documented relations because many relationships between the Filipinos and Chinese during the past were not documented. But documented relations date back many centuries ago, built through extensive commercial, social, and cultural interactions. Inhabitants of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao actively participated in non-high trade, recorded during the 9th and 16th centuries. These are recorded interactions of Filipinos and Chinese during the non-high trade. So what was the non-high trade? The non-high trade was the ancient commercial network between Chinese and Southeast Asian traders, and that was the reason why Admiral Zheng He visited Southeast Asian countries in order to promote trade between China and Southeast Asian countries. And this is the map of ancient non-high trade, which President Xi Jinping is reviving now under the concept of maritime Silk Road, under the Belt and Road initiative. Next slide. But if you would like to get more detailed discussion about Philippine participation in the non-high trade, I would like you to read the study made by Risa Sitpan about participation of the Philippines in non-high trade. This helped me understand the past between the Chinese and Filipinos during the non-high trade. Next slide. Okay. And during the Tang Dynasty that lasted from 7th to 9th centuries, it left behind valuable ancient records of Chinese trading activities with the people of Butuan, Manila, Mindoro, among others. And those documents were examined by Ma'am Teresita Angsi and even Professor Carmela Angsi. So if you like to know more about their study, just access the website of the Philippine Association of China Studies and get this publication, Philippine-China Relations at 45 during the COVID-19 pandemic, and look for the works made by Professor Carmela Angsi and Ma'am Teresita Angsi on how ancient Chinese records talk about friendly relationship between the Philippines and China. Just to set an example, the Kingdom of Butuan, okay, was the archipelago's main trading post with records of commercial activities beginning in the 19th century. While Mai, now we call Mindoro. In fact, Mindoro is, I think they were talking about Puerto Galera during those times. Okay, because when I went to Puerto Galera, I saw a lot of ancient Chinese artifacts. Okay, they also served as a trading center, which recorded activities in the 10th century, and eventually. This was mentioned by Ambassador Wang Xilian earlier this morning. The Sultanate of Sulu paid tribute to Emperor of China during that time. And even the Kingdom of Manila and the Kingdom of Pangasinan became active in trade activities in Fujian and Guangdong provinces of China that all were recorded during the 11th till the 15th centuries. So we have a long recorded histories of very good relationship. So, historical factors through trade and commerce deeply connect the Chinese and Filipinos. Were connected, Dr. Yan, we're connected. Chinese and Filipinos share a very long documented common peaceful history of more than a millennium, and that provided the chemistry between and among our people. This long shared ancient history established a very strong bond between Chinese and Filipinos, resulting in the formation of intricate social relationships and cultural familiarities between the two peoples that can facilitate the development of shared future between the Philippines and China. Next slide. Okay. But the Philippines' unfortunate colonial past developed the current xenophobia or anti-China attitudes or negative attitudes towards China. Filipinos inherited the pejorative view of its erstwhile colonial masters against the Chinese. The Philippines was colonized by Spain, the United States, and Japan. All these colonial powers have strong anti-China sentiments. And the main reason why Spain colonized the Philippines because Spain wanted to access China, okay, and control China through trade. Because Spain at that time was expansionist empire. Okay, so I am not inventing anything. Just read the work of George Whiteman in 1967, Anti-Sinoism in the Philippines, and the work of Alan Tan, a survey of studies on anti-Sinoism in the Philippines. When I was reading these old journal articles, I thought I was reading contemporary Philippines-China relations. But yeah, Okay, next slide. So, xenophobia in the Philippines as a product of at least 4 centuries of colonial experiences. You know, 4 centuries of colonial experiences, erase that, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to erase 400 years of stereotyping and stigmatization against the Chinese. So, I also discovered this very important article, Relations between Ming China and Spain during the Spanish colonial period in the Philippines. Okay, an analysis of Berthold Lauper's The Relations of the Chinese in the Philippines Islands. If you are studying Philippines-China relations, it is a must that you read Berthold Lauper's The Relations of the Chinese to the Philippines Islands for you to understand why there is a very strong anti-Chinese attitude in the Philippines. And also, available in the Smithsonian Miscellaneous Collections. Just read this collection. And The Problem of the Chinese in the Philippines by Russell McLaw, published in 1909. Okay, you will see. And a lot of publications, even China and Japan, how they see each other. You will see that we inherited all this anti-China attitude of our colonial powers. And this is the sad thing. The anti-communist campaign during the Cold War, okay, when the Philippines became independent country in 1946, the anti-communist campaign during the Cold War exacerbated China's negative image in the Philippines because China was associated with red menace, anti-communism. And rising territorial dispute in the South China Sea in the post-Cold War have reinforced the anti-China feeling in the Philippines. And this pejorative view compelled Filipinos to ironically distance themselves with the Chinese despite their geographic proximity, shared ancient history, and cultural familiarity. And as was stated earlier, thus the history of Philippines-China relations is an epic story of connecting and distancing, of love and hate, of acceptance and rejections, of resistance and accommodations, of cooperation and competition, and even trust and betrayal. That is the kind of history that we currently find ourselves. Unfortunately, I don't have time to pursue with my presentations, but I have a few more slides. But to summarize my presentation, what I would like to discuss that based on published journal articles that I examined that dates back even to 1909 to the 1970s, okay, I would like to highlight this very important study made by Hosley, The Formation of Anti-Chinese Feeling in the Philippines, a cultural study of the stereotype of prejudice. Hosley says that during the entire Spanish colonial period that lasted until 1898, Spaniards strongly sedimented an anti-Chinese attitude in the Philippines. In her classic study, Margaret Hosley of Columbia University observed that less than 40 years after the initial settlement of the Philippines, the Spaniards had formed a pattern of hatred against the Chinese that persisted for more than 3 centuries. Though Miguel Lopez de Legazpi encouraged trade with China in order to generate income to support the Spanish colony in Asia, most Spaniards carried a strong prejudice against China. And when we colonized by the United States, they reinforced their prejudice. And when we were colonized by Japan, they exacerbated that prejudice. We need to erase 400 years of prejudice against China. And it's difficult to do it, but it can be done through this kind of activities, promoting mutual understanding. And that is why I helped the New Era University establish their Chinese Studies program so that we can promote better understanding between the Filipinos and the Chinese. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Romel. After the talk on and the explanation of Professor Romel on the xenophobia, we now go to the talk of Dr. Robert Go on the pandemic and beyond. These are the lessons from community experiences in Quezon City and Wuhan. Let me just explain that Dr. Go was there in Wuhan the whole duration. Before the very first minute, he was. Before the virus, he was there. I'm not connecting the two. I'm just saying, he was there. Incidentally, we were there also with some professors from these key universities 3 years ago. At around this time, December and late November, we were in Wuhan, Sichuan, and Beijing. I'm not trying to connect the two. I'm just saying we were there at around those times. But he was there, solidly there. Dr. John Robert Go is an assistant professor of the political theory at the Department of Political Science at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is also the Associate Dean for Research, Extension, and Publications of the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. He received his newly minted doctorate degree last July from the Central China Normal University, which is in Wuhan. That's why we met, because I also went there for Wuhan. And then later on, we would also have another speaker who's from Wuhan. We're not trying to put all these Wuhan things together. It just fell into this panel. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Robert Go.
Okay. Dr. Banlawi is a tough act to follow. Okay, but thank you very much to the Ateneo Chinese Studies program for inviting me to talk today. It's such a pleasure, especially coming from across the university, from the University of the Philippines. Okay, so for today, I'll be talking about pandemic and beyond lessons from community experiences in Quezon City and Wuhan. This is actually a part of my doctoral dissertation. So this is basically looking at how participation happened during the pandemic. So the overview of the presentation is as follows. So this is I hope this is not too technical or too academic discussion, but I'll be talking about this thing. So some background: the year 2020 has posed an unprecedented challenge to modern states and tested how existing political systems and institutions are able to withstand and overcome it. So basically, I'm coming from a political theory perspective, and therefore I interrogate the notion of power through participation. And what we saw was that the imposition of lockdowns, quarantines, and other similar mobility restricting measures, governments were even exhibiting, if not exceeded their hold and control for power. And in turn, it may have affected the extent to which other actors can participate in the affairs of their communities. So earlier studies on the politics of the pandemic have shown that governments tended to re-centralize and consolidate power back to the center in crisis situations and expose authoritarian tendencies. So the problem I try to answer, okay, for this particular presentation, which is not exactly my research question for my dissertation, is how did the pandemic alter, positively or otherwise, the avenues for participation in community level governance? Okay, and why is that so? I think, well, based on my experience in China and over the course of my fieldwork, I noticed the great importance they give on participatory governance at the grassroots level. Jizeng Chili. That's what they call it, and I see a certain similarity with how we do it at the barangay level in the Philippines. But participation carries a normative value, so we think participation as an avenue to involve not only to integrate, if not integrate the citizens in policy and decision making at the local level. Okay, participation has also been associated with democratization, whatever form of democracy you would have. For example, a very liberal democracy or other forms of democracy, a social democracy, for example. So here scholars argue that any country that claims to be democratic or champions of democracy had to, in one way or another, promote greater citizen participation and advance policies to this effect. So scholars have argued that the process of participation not only involves the citizens in the government, but also makes governance collaborative. So this is basically the point, okay? And my curiosity is that does this collaborative nature of governance exist even during the period of a pandemic, okay? But at the same time, I do not want to romanticize the notion of participation. It's not the panacea of all social problems. And so while we see empowerment, the literature argues, it is also, scholars also raise caution on the fact that we see or give too much credence on the role of participation. And because sometimes instead of promoting effective governance, participation became an obstacle in achieving efficient decision-making and delivery of services. And this is very much a concern during the pandemic. You know, how are we able to give health services to the people, especially that participation can be costly at some point and could be ineffective, okay? At the same time, participation has been co-opted by some politicians to further their political agenda and thereby defeating the very purpose of participation. For this study, I use a theoretical framework that conceptualizes the process of participation as political. Sorry, this is quite theory heavy. So I view that participation becomes political as actors negotiate the terms and extent of participation, and not because they are engaging in activities that a priori are considered political. Okay, so in contrast with the dominant discourse on political participation, especially the use of the word political participation or term political participation, which requires an a priori political context to determine the political in participation, I proposed a politics of participation framework that does not assume so. Okay, and therefore, in this research, what I use is that participation is construed as a political act in and of itself, where different individuals or collectives engage and negotiate a continuing struggle for power, where whether to achieve a particular outcome that works for the benefit and the parties involved or something else. So where do we see China coming into this picture? So I had two cases of urban communities, one in Quezon City. So I did the research here remotely. I used Zoom, to talk to do my storytelling narrative interviews with different community organization heads and barangay officials. And another in China where I did the face-to-face interview with the party secretary, the branch party secretary, the volunteers, the heads of community organizations. And the period of observation is dependent on the actual events and timing that transpired and happened in the community. So in the Philippines, March 16, 2020 is when the national government decided to impose lockdown over Metro Manila. I think this was at that time, what is it called? GCQ, ECQ, or something CQ. I don't remember anymore. And in China, Wuhan began its citywide lockdown on 23 January 2020. So this will be the reference point. And I ended my period of observation at December 31 of the same year, just to have a notion that this all transpired within 2020. So basically, I relied on stories, so how they see what happened, so how they constructed from their end, the experiences that they had during the pandemic. So this does not exactly say that this is what happened in the entire Quezon City or Philippines in the same way as entire Wuhan or entire China. But these are the experiences of the people in the communities, okay? And interestingly, in the case of Quezon City, one of the major contention was the lack of consultation by barangay officials when it comes to imposing stricter measures. Okay, it's like the residents felt like one day they can do this and another day they cannot, and they don't know why. Okay, they weren't even told, at least in that particular community, the M community in Quezon City. So what they did is, because they cannot convey or they were not consulted, so they formed a Viber group. Viber, do you know Viber? Yes, of course, we know Viber. I'm sorry, because at another point I told someone, oh, people use Viber, and then say, what is Viber? Okay. Anyway, so although not all the residents are part of the group, because there are around 11,000 residents in that barangay, only 44,000 or 36% are members, but it has become a means for them to reach out and update each other on the situation in there. So it became an outlet for them to connect with the barangay officials and tell them, this is what we feel as a people, as residents during the pandemic, and we want you to act on it. So help us. in a way. So residents begin airing their sentiments, particularly about the handling of the pandemic in the barangay. However, this was not received very well. So the barangay captain, for example, said that I know my opponents are members of the group, so they bash me. So I don't care. They are just new here and they don't know much. So it's like a very dismissive attitude on the part of the barangay captain and more or less the entire barangay council, because they felt that the pandemic is being politicized. Okay, but on the part of the residents, no, at least from their own narratives, they see that the barangay should be there to help them, to assist them, because in the first place, nobody knows how to deal with this pandemic at that point in time, right? We imposed lockdowns, but we don't know what's going to happen. So, and the best person to help them or to assist them would be the barangay officials. Okay. So when the Biber groups were formed, it opened new opportunities for residents to be involved in a way in shaping how the community is managed by the officials. After all, the welfare of the residents is at stake at this situation. However, the reality is that the Viber groups did not have everyone in the community, and membership is largely dependent on existing networks. So if you don't know your neighbors, then you're not there, then you will never be updated. And the likelihood that you will be able to participate in consultations, no, they have online consultations eventually via Zoom, okay? And you will not be involved if you're not connected to anyone. So I guess in a way, that's very much important here. Some residents have become active participants and were involved in public consultations. Others remained within the comforts of their houses or convents, because there are a lot of religious orders in that barangay apparently, and just waited for any announcement from the barangay, if any. I think the case of Wuhan brings us a more light. I mean, it's a, I wouldn't say it is a better one, but it has in terms of relationship, it's good, because from the perspective of the community leadership, when the residents follow the advisory of the residents committee, the street and district levels and the city government observe the health protocols imposed within neighborhoods and prevent any malicious spreading of information, they are already helping in the community get along with the situation. So in a way, there's a different sense of how do they participate, thank you very much, and how could they be involved in the handling of the pandemic situation. So it could be interpreted, as the former party secretary said, as an indirect form of participation among the residents in the management of epidemic, particularly during the lockdown. And what's important here is that the residents were very cooperative and understanding. Maybe because, and this is what one of the things I found out, is that it is being explained to them. Of course, at that time, Wuhan was one of the if not the epicenter of the ground zero, that's what they call it now. So people there don't even know what it is, no? And at the time, there were no testing, there were no Kheswan, wala pa, no? Sorry, I code switched 3 times. So the residents were very cooperative and understanding. They know that they all don't know what's gonna happen, so that's in a way, that's their form of participation in that sense. Oh, and here is an this is an interesting picture, because the people started volunteering, and I guess that's something different, based on these 2 different cases. So the healthy and able residents either took the initiative to volunteer or responded to the call of the community. In fact, aside from the community leaders and social workers, it was the volunteers who became the primary actors in ensuring the community's victory against the virus. Okay, so the community issued a mobilization call to fight the epidemic. So they called on residents who are, that's just what I said. And then the volunteers were divided to take charge of different tasks, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so basically, it is the volunteers, who became partners of the community residents committee in handling the pandemic situation. Okay, so for the duration of the lockdown, the community, through the volunteers and party members, ensured the supply of the residents' daily needs, including their livelihoods. Okay, so what does this say about citizen participation in communities? Okay, a public health crisis, or any crisis for that matter, does not suspend the participative nature of politics. Okay, and we see here two different kinds of participation in a way in two different communities. Okay, so in Y community, which is in Wuhan, the participants were mainly volunteers, while in M community, they're more or less trying to influence the decision making. So these are two valid forms of participation, but done in very different manner. So the residents become more involved during the pandemic in two different ways. Okay, so first, the pandemic, particularly the lockdown in the communities, made the residents more aware of their community concerns because they're just at home and they're more involved. Thank you very much. 3 minutes left. Second, the pandemic has exposed the officials to be either proactive or simply procedural. And then finally, the pandemic has partly altered the power relations, and space has been open for greater involvement, albeit temporarily. So for some concluding notes, so the COVID-19 pandemic made the governance more challenging. From residents' experience in urban communities, it was clear that the context demanded a different way of managing participatory governance. The two cases I have diverge in their specific strategies, but I guess we can learn both from both situations. On the one hand, you have to be more consultative and involve the citizens, okay? On the other hand, tap the volunteers because this could be your strength. And from that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much. 谢谢大家.
Thank you very much, Dr. Go. We went from PPE to PPE. The first PPE being the people-to-people exchange to personal protective equipment, to the power of participation, like what Dr. Go said. And he talked about volunteering in the communities. I just want to share that there was a Filipino volunteering in Wuhan all those times, because I was talking to him almost every week. I kept asking him, what are you doing there? Because my idea was he would just be inside his own room, because PhD students would have their own rooms. But he was telling me like he had to go to the first floor to get the food to give it to other students. And my question to myself, I didn't ask him, was why? Anyways, that was volunteerism. Volunteering, that's a Filipino in him. Probably some of you won't do that. Probably I won't do that, but he was doing it. And I just have to insert this here because we were talking about pandemic. I just want to share that this activity today is not really the first of a joint or collaboration between the Chinese Studies program of Ateneo and the Center of Philippine Studies in Jinan University. We also did a research during the height of the pandemic. We did a research on the vaccines, study on the vaccines that were provided by China, and then the ones being offered by other countries also. And this current symposium is 6 years in the making. Professor Taifan scheduled the very first, the one 6 years ago. He did that activity in, I think it's Shanghai, Shangri-La. And then he placed it right after Duterte won. He came and he said he wanted to be the first Chinese scholar to talk about it. And I was telling him that time, like, we should do one 6 years after. And that's today, by the way. So, Professor Taifan, hello. Now we go to... I'm here. There you go. There you go. He was supposed to be here, but he's there. Anyways, the world is small. It's called internet. We are now wired, whether you like it or not. We have our fifth speaker, Dr. Francisco Kit Navarro. He would be talking about the traditional Chinese medicine and the pandemic in the Philippines. Let me just do a simple introduction of Dr. Kit Navarro. Have you heard of the joke of a pregnant lady walking to a room full of PhD holders, and then the pregnant lady said, "Any doctor in the house?" Nobody raised their hands. Yun yung punchline. It's supposed to be funny. But anyways, he is the... This is why. Mas madali maging teacher kaysa comedian, by the way. Dr. Kit Navarro graduated from the University of the Philippines College of Medicine. He is a physician, legit doctor, not like yours truly. I mean, I got my doctor twice, an optometrist, PhD from administrative management, pero hindi ko kayo magpaanak. Siya pwede.
I mean, he did several times. Anyways, he trained in traditional Chinese medicine under Xiamen University Hospital. He trained in medical acupuncture under the St. Luke's Hospital. Hindi yun dyan. It's St. Luke's Medical Center. St. Luke's Hospital in San Francisco Academy of Pain Research. In the US, right, Dr. Navarro? He founded the Complementary Medicine Service in St. Luke's Medical Center in Bonifacio Global Center, or what young people know these days as BGC. He has been with us in the Chinese Studies program at the Ateneo since 2001. And then he is also the director of training of the traditional Chinese medicine training program here also at the Chinese Studies program here at the Ateneo. So without further ado, help me welcome Dr. Kit Navarro.
Thank you for that joke. At the Ateneo Traditional Chinese Medicine Training Program, we have been training medical professionals in the practice of traditional Chinese medicine for such as acupuncture. We also educate adult learners in the principles of Chinese medicine so that they can lead healthy lives. So March 2020, at the start of the pandemic, I was asked to be interviewed by one of the local media. Apparently, a local politician posted on his social media that he received a box of Lianhua Qingwen given to him by another politician. And in his social media post, he had a detailed explanation of the experience of having COVID, taking Lianhua, and how he recovered from COVID. Because of that, this became big news, and people were using Lianhua Qingwen indiscriminately for all things. Okay, I was interviewed in March to give an explanation of what it really is. At that time, the questions were, can we use it to prevent COVID? No, it's symptomatic treatment. Can we use it as a vaccine? No, it's symptomatic treatment. Okay. Can we use it for other conditions? No, it's symptomatic treatment for the symptoms of COVID. But this gave us an idea of the prevailing thought process of the people of the time, with fear, with concerns, and with lack of information. Everyone was just going to cling on to the magic pill from China that can cure all the world's illnesses. Okay. Strangely, within the same week, the Philippine College of Physicians made a statement that said, this Lianhua Qingwen capsules from China is not studied by us, not known, not understood by us, and therefore should not be used at all, pending further investigation. And within that week, I was interviewed again by the same media outlet, but the questions were different this time. Talaga bang delikado to? Are there side effects? Are there dangers to this? What is it? Is it totally useless? Can we not use it at all? Okay. And in a way, I was repeating all the facts, all the scientific facts about Lianhua Qingwen that we understood from traditional Chinese medicine. But the approach, the attitude was night and day, yin and yang, within the same week. And this was also reflective of the general attitude of locally in the Philippines about traditional Chinese medicine. If you have a lack of knowledge, lack of information, lack of experience, you can fall into the positive bias, which is, let's use it to treat all illnesses in the world, even if that's not what it's for. Or with the same lack of information, lack of experience, lack of expertise, you end up with the negative bias, which is, we don't know this, we hate it, get rid of it. Okay. So there we are Practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine staying in the middle of biases on both ends. During the pandemic, there was also everyone went into quarantine. So even the doctors, we had to stop going to the hospitals, and even the hospitals themselves would close down our centers, our clinics, and only allow the doctors who are treating COVID patients. Okay, the modern medical system, as it was, could only handle COVID patients. That said, even patients did not want to go out. They wanted to stay in quarantine and not see their doctors, okay, for fear in the hospitals, for fear of catching COVID. Okay, so everything was moved online. As teachers, our programs at that time we had two levels of traditional Chinese medicine courses ongoing, and the third one was going to start in March. The third one started purely online. So we shifted everyone online. And our medical practices was also shifted online. Everyone was doing teleconsults. Everyone was learning how to use Zoom in less embarrassing ways, right? And facing patients online. One of the things that my colleagues who practice Chinese medicine was asking, so how does this change our practice? Are there so many things we cannot do? We cannot go out of our house. We cannot face our patients. However, for me, the experience showed that it distilled the practice of Chinese medicine. The problem is most people are fascinated by the shiny, unique, exotic practices like acupuncture, ventosa, okay, which of course has to be done face to face. But the heart of traditional Chinese medicine is not just the tools, the therapies that we use to practice. The heart of Chinese medicine is it's a medicine. It is a medical system. It is a body of knowledge that teaches us how to live healthily. Dr. Sun Tzu Miao of the Tang Dynasty, ethicist of traditional Chinese medicine, had so many quotations. This is my favorite, okay? That one must first recognize that the origin of an illness that has caused the suffering. That is the original role of the doctor, not to immediately stick needles into people or to prescribe some herbal medicine. Know the problem first. Know what caused the problem. And then you treat it conservatively. Okay? If you're going to use herbal medicine, before you use an herbal medicine, introducing any biochemicals into your body for a short time, you have to consider the biochemicals that you have been introducing on a daily basis, the substances, healthy and unhealthy, that you have been putting in your body for the longest time. So Dr. Sun Tzu Miao says, treat the diet first. Adjust the diet, rebalance the nutrition. And if it still doesn't work, that's the only time you prescribe herbal medicine. Okay. He has other sayings that follow this theme, which is correct the violations first. If what causes you to be sick is you're staying up late, you're stressing emotionally, you're not eating right, then we're not going to rely on the magic needles or the magic cups to make all your problems disappear. You have to make those problems go away first. Does not cure the illness. With the pandemic and living in quarantine and doing everything through over Zoom or over distance, we had to ask our patients, how have you been eating? If you haven't been eating right, then anything we do is not really going to help. How have you been sleeping? And most people are very candid about how they sleep. They don't really have an idea of what is normal. That's a sad thing. That's problematic. When normal na sa akin yan. Okay? If you haven't been allowing your body to rest, to recover, then your health has no basis. The foundation is weak, and anything the physician will do for you will not really be effective. We ask about work. We ask about management of stress. We ask about movement, because even in the pandemic, even stuck in our homes in quarantine, people discovered new ways to move, new ways to exercise. And some of these are even better than going out, joining a group class, competing with others, just tending to their own bodies through movement. We ask about psychological stress, okay? That the needle, the ventosa cup, the herbal medicine will not make your psychological stresses go away. You'll have to learn how to manage that, okay? Emotions, moods, even your connections, your social connections, whether it's family life or friends. This is also a common experience, with advent of Zoom, that we've normalized connecting with people even through a small digital screen. We also have to consider not just our real life interactions, but also our virtual digital life interactions, which can be a source of information, connection, comfort, but can also be a great source of toxicity and stress, unnecessary. Okay. With the pandemic, with the quarantine, we were able to distill and focus on what traditional Chinese medicine truly means, which is to tend to the body, to focus on health, not wait for a disease and then treat it, not wait for a disease to come and too late, and then we have to try to catch the solutions when the problems are very much in existence. With the pandemic, the true practice of traditional Chinese medicine, we were called to become superior physicians. Okay, and that was a role that everyone can do also in their own individual lives. Our classes, our consultations through online, these aren't going away also. With people coming back face to face, there's still a lot of people who still want to, let's do an online connection because it's so convenient. It's also quite effective. Why are my slides broken? True wisdom is to maintain balance rather than to correct the violations. That's what this slide's supposed to say. Okay. If you'd like to join us, learn about Chinese medicine, this is where you can get in touch with us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Navarro. He talked about the Lianhua experience, which we talked about several times. A few nights ago, I was thinking of you because I saw Lianhua commercial on Chinese TV. This is true. Lianhua is still on Chinese TV, so when the commercial was playing, I was thinking of him. And then he also talked about the medical management of the core of our health. This is what we have been talking about the last few months. Like, how do you keep healthy so the core would be so solid? Earlier, Dr. Banlawi talked about the Sultan of Sulu. This afternoon, we would be having one of their descendants, who is our last speaker. He would be talking about the traditional Chinese medicine, a nurturing pill of Sino-Filipino friendship. The last 3 years or 2 years something, we've been talking about K-pop, anime, Korea, Japan. Ano yung soft power ng China? Probably it would be the traditional Chinese or the Oriental medicine. Could be that. Just my personal take on it. Our last speaker, definitely not the least, Dr. Sharif Hasiman studied Chinese and Western Integrative Medicine in HUST, Wuhan. He's my, how do you call us? We're co-alumni. We're alumni of HUST in Wuhan. CCNU, Wuhan. Wuhan yan. He also took up masters in TCM at the Qigong Research Institute in Shanghai. He established the House of Zhenzhou, which means acupuncture, an integrative medicine clinic and wellness center based in Zamboanga City. One of the reasons to visit Zamboanga today, go to their place. Dr. Wai Manaban has been there. She said it's a good state-of-the-art clinic. One reason to go there. Traditional Chinese medicine, go to Zamboanga. Without further ado, let us welcome our very last speaker for today, Dr. Sharif Hasiman. While Dr. Sharif is treating the virus of the PC, that joke, we would have to remind the other speakers, Dr. Sugyok Singh, Dr. Lee, Dr. Banlawi, Dr. Go, and Dr. Navarro to stay put. We have our Q&A later in our all-important picture taking. Thank you for taking time to be here today. We know it's a December. Some of you are doing your finals exams, but for some important reason you're here. Either you're a speaker, you were forced by your teachers, or just simply you had fun. Or English. You're destined to be here. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank CSP, for inviting me. I flew straight from Zamboanga City para lang dito, So it's a very rare opportunity for me, especially coming from the Mindanao, to be able to have this speaking engagement in Manila. TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, a nurturing pill of Sinophil friendship. Why do I call it as a nurturing pill? Because, TCM is a medicine, and it is in medical diplomacy of China. China has intensified diplomacy to the Philippines using TCM as a tool, a powerful tool to influence global challenges in the medical world. The Taiji 2, which is actually the yin yang logo. This is actually the black and white that we usually see, in traditional Chinese medicine, depicts the balance that we see in that traditional Chinese medicine promotes. in traditional Chinese medicine, we think that health is actually holistic. Now we have an holistic approach in treating diseases, but as far as we know, TCM is also a groundbreaking tool by the politics of China because of the medical theory of TCM. That's why how China grew right now. For example, when we use an acupuncture, the needle that we use in medicine, when we puncture it on the skin of a patient, the bloodstream flows more smoothly. Now, in political parlance, when we remove the blockages of transportation system inside of the mainland, when we remove a single block of stone or a rock on the riverbeds of China, of course, the transportation industry in the mainland will actually prosper. Now, this is actually a copy. This is actually an absorption and adaptation of the traditional Chinese medicine. It is a national treasure. That's how President Xi Jinping described traditional Chinese medicine. Now, the Tai Chi is actually the yin yang balance. No, yin yang is about balance. It is a form in which a fundamental concept of traditional Chinese medicine that depicts about creating balance inside of your body in order to appreciate the other side of two different extremes. For example, the black, we have to see what is white. In order to appreciate what is short, we have to see and understand what is tall. The night, the day. So this is actually a very natural concept that we see ubiquitously in our environment. And that is actually traditional Chinese medicine. Now, for introduction, TCM revolves around the concept of holistic medicine. TCM believes that every individual has a vital energy called qi. This is a very fundamental concept in which everything we see that has energy is actually formed by qi. For example, as you see it right now, you have qi running inside your bloodstream. But even though I have to admit that the environment is not so Chinese medicine because so cold and it's destroying your qi. Exactly. It is destroying your qi. It contracts veins, your muscle tissues. It becomes you slouch. It makes you slouch when and it actually blocks a lot of qi in your body. And that gives us stresses and creates a disease pattern inside of our body. Not so Chinese medicine, huh? But anyway, Chinese medicine talks about qi, a very fundamental concept that we have to understand when we practice Chinese medicine. And there are qigong masters that we see that we actually practice in practicing the mastery of qi, as we see in Kung Fu Panda, everything in the media is actually true. No, if you practice how you control your qi, you can actually sense the other person's qi. And it's very interesting because for me, we made a research in Shanghai University before. When we practice qi, you can actually see, or you can actually depict and picture out the qi of a certain person. Even if he's away from you, you can feel the qi. No, it is not astronomic medicine or something like that. But there is a pattern that your body can memorize, the pattern in which you can actually describe what makes a healthy qi. If that person qi is positive or negative, you can actually feel when you practice qigong. And how does it relate to our political or diplomacy of China in Philippines relate to? Because TCM is actually one of the tools of China that makes us understand what China is. And pandemic was actually a blessing in disguise because during the pandemic, China has donated a lot of Chinese medicine packs in European countries and even in Southern Asian countries in order to feel the empathy, the sympathy of China towards patients and their people during the pandemic. Now, how TCM started in the Philippines, I got the opportunity to know Dr. Palanca, Lilia Martinez Palanca, before. She started in 1970 the acupuncture practice in the Philippines when she was actually invited by Dr. Han in China before she got a leg problem, and she firsthand experienced acupuncture. And when she experienced the effects of acupuncture, that's the time that the acupuncture actually started here in the Philippines. And in 1992, Dr. Juan Flavia, the Secretary of Health, made a groundbreaking administrative program, order number 12, that started a traditional Chinese medicine program here in the Philippines. And in 1997, the Tama Law 8423 RA 8423 was actually instituted, the Philippine Institute of Traditional Alternative Healthcare Act, which actually gives us the access to traditional Chinese medicine. And another thing, it gives us the power to practice acupuncture and Chinese medicine here in the Philippines. Now, but 1970, before that, as what Dr. Ban Lao actually mentioned a while ago, the first diplomatic relations of China to Philippines was actually experienced by the Muslims of the Philippines. Now, when Sulu was not yet annexed by the Philippine government, we have a strong relations with China. No, we had the Sultanate of Sulu. That time, Sultan Paduka Pakala went to China and was actually accommodated by Emperor Yongle during the Ming China dynasty. So to cut the story short, the Sultan of Sulu got sick. Of course, China has a plethora of ideas how to treat diseases. So the first, if we consider the first Filipino who was able to experience Chinese medicine, was actually the emperor or the Sultan of Sulu that time. And because he was sick, he wasn't able to go back to the Philippines, but two of his sons was actually buried in Shandong province, which I got lucky to witness. I saw the burial. It was a very lavish accommodation by the Chinese government, because even the question in the board exams, it included the historical visitation of the Sultan of Sulu in Shandong province, China. Now, two of his sons, An and Wen, so family of An in China and Wen family in China are all Muslims, and they are from the heritage, or they are from actually the bloodlines of the Sultan of Sulu. And this is actually the first historical context that was actually recorded as the diplomatic ties of the Filipinos and the Chinese relations. No? And the second wife of the Sultan was actually buried also in Shandong. And I was astonished because the mausoleum is actually covered in gold. No? The Chinese government invested in the historical place in China. And that's how important the Sultan is in China. And every year we have an anniversary of in commemoration of the death of the Sultan. So I was invited one time, the 600th anniversary of the commemoration of the death of the Sultan. I was there. There was a bunch of Filipino Chinese, most probably, because they are actually absorbed in the Hui Minzu, or the Hui Muslims of China, and there are a bunch of Chinese. This has a bloodline from the Philippines in China every year, and they have to commemorate for the death of the Sultan. And what is very interesting, they have a very long caricature and very long record of the bloodline of the family tree of the Sultan in China. Right? Maybe I witnessed it. How long it was? It would start from that. It would start from that door going here. That's how long the family tree is. And they actually convene every year in order to check every family of that family tree. Thank you. No, the highest form of the contribution of medical diplomacy of China, traditional Chinese medicine, is acupuncture anesthesia. This was actually witnessed by President Nixon of the United States of America during the time. They witnessed because it was part of the program of China to promote Chinese medicine, and acupuncture anesthesia, it can actually complement or supplement surgeries without anesthesia. This is a misnomer, because why? If you have acupuncture anesthesia, you can actually have a surgical procedure while awake. You don't feel anything. You don't feel anything. You are conscious. You can see the knives going inside of your body. It's quite alarming, but Chinese really have a strong, they have a really strong gut, no, to face this kind of procedure. But acupuncture anesthesia is the highest form of Chinese medicine, and Filipinos don't have experience in it. I guess one of the time that China promoted this was in Malaysia. They have commissioned one surgery, and in the Malaysian government introduced acupuncture anesthesia in Malaysia before. TCM practices, we have a lot. We have nutritional therapy, cupping therapy, acupuncture, movement exercises, massage, and masturbation. All of these modalities of treatment is actually directed towards bringing the balance inside of your body. Now, when you do massage, we do acupuncture, the very common goal of these kind of treatments is actually bringing back the balance inside of our body. And again, when we relate it to political parlance, bringing the balance now between countries is actually part of Chinese diplomacy too. And this is actually in relation with Chinese medicine. And for example, Qigong, as I mentioned earlier, this practice of Qi, when you practice Qi, when you practice your Qi, when you feel your Qi, can control your Qi, you have a power inside of your body. I'm not saying in the context of, what's this, like it's mystic. No, it's not mystic, because me, I practiced Qigong for a long time, maybe most probably 3 years already. I can sense if the person has a negative vibe or a positive vibe. No, I can sense if the patient believes me as a doctor or just wants to consult me and just go there just for the sake of consultation. No, I can sense that even without touching the patient. No, because most probably of practicing Qigong for a long time. If I have to be blunt with the patient, if you don't want to be treated, you don't have to waste your money here in my clinic. So that's how Qigong helped me in my practice. No? And acupuncture, one of the most famous modalities of TCM, acupuncture is very widely common in the Philippines. There are a number of practitioners here in the Philippines that experience acupuncture. And if you're Chinese, you have to experience acupuncture. I am astonished that there are Chinese people that haven't experienced acupuncture at all. You know, so it helped me a lot as a doctor, because no, we have to be honest. There are doctors who got stroke. There are doctors who have cancer. There are doctors who smoke. There are doctors who drink alcohol, and this is not very helpful in the health of our body. No, if you are Chinese medicine, you have to practice what you preach, because health is the primordial element for us to go on with our life, and it is the most expensive commodity that we have as a person. That's why you have to take care of your health. Now we have 47 practitioners only here in the Philippines, and of course there are some practitioners who are not yet certified, and we have 39 clinics here in our country, and I think it's growing, especially in this era of pandemic. As what I said, pandemic is a blessing in disguise for us, because we were able to have interest with China. We were able to review the narratives of China. We were able to have more connections with the Chinese. Positively, of course, negative cannot be forgotten. But of course, there are also positive things that China has been given to us, especially in medicine. No, for example, Yangqua Qingwen capsules. Before, when I remember, it was embargoed by the customs because there are a lot of LH capsules were entering the Philippines without FDA license. And after that, it was a very positive thing, because the FDA was able to give a license for LH capsules. I don't think, I cannot understand why, because there are certain countries that also already use LH capsules for a long time. So why not the Philippines, right? So pandemic was able to give LH capsules, Lianghua Qingwen capsules, as FDA license for Filipinos. And that is a groundbreaking license for Chinese medicine. Filipino health statistics, we have a lot of problems here in the Philippines. Number one, if we have cardiovascular problems, which tops the most of the problems of the Filipinos. We have very sweet food, unhealthy food, lechon, adobo and everything, the Spanish food, and very oily. And we don't eat a lot of greens, right? So Hypertension is number one, cancer number two. So why TCM? Because TCM actually helps a lot in balancing your mindset with health. It will actually help you balance out everything, what you see, what you imbibe in your mind towards other people, toward different with relationship with other people, is also part of TCM. No? So it is natural, safe, less to no side effects if you use it properly, not TCM. And be careful with practitioners that use TCM, because one of the misunderstandings of the Filipinos is it's just herbs. It doesn't have any side effects. This is very common in the Filipino setting. They will say that herbs lang yan, wala yang side effect. No, it's a big no-no. We studied for 8 years for herbs. It's not an easy task. One of the most difficult modalities of TCM is herbs. You have to do the concoction, you have to dose out the therapy, you have to see the weight of the patient, the age of the patient, the absorption rate, and everything like this. In the Philippines, we have Filipino medicine, we have Filipino herbs. But of course, these are just basic herbs. But Chinese medicine has a plethora of herbs, including animals, right? And it's very debatable too. So one of the top herbs of China, of course, this is ginseng, which not all patients can use ginseng. Some of the supplement companies sell ginseng as just a supplement of vitamin for everyday. This is a misconception. If you have diarrhea, if you cannot sleep at night, you cannot take ginseng. If you take hypertension drugs, losartan and everything, you cannot take ginseng. So this is the critical points, no? That's why there's a lot of Western doctors that are against with herbal medicine, because a lot of people are using herbal medicines out of nowhere. No, hindi siya angkop in the scientific method. So that's why it should be taken attentively and scientifically with doctors, with certified doctors for TCM. Now, as a summary, TCM has galvanized attachment of our relationship, ethnocultural roots in the process of its promotion, especially here in the Philippines. No, why? Because the Philippines, like in other countries, in Asian countries, the Philippines has a great affinity with Chinese. Since time immemorial, we have a great relationship with the Chinese. Down south in the Sulu, in the Mindanao, Chinese been trading, even Philippine and Sulu or Mindanao was yet annexed in the Philippines. No, and of course in Xiamen, in Hokkien people, Hokkien speaking people, we have a lot of Chinese doing businesses here, even without yet grounding the relationship with China as a nation as a whole. Chinese people are already inhabitants in the Philippines, even yet Magellan discovered Philippines yet. No, so that's why we have a great affinity with Chinese medicine, because it's easy for us. It's part of our culture. It's imprinted in our culture. But the problem is because of our own biases, of course. This is inevitable as a person. So there are promising data to suggest that TCM is beneficial in reducing the risk of progression of the COVID-19. And I think the pandemic has proven that when you do Qigong, if you have COVID, when you do Qigong, it can help you breathe properly. It can help if you do acupuncture on the lungs, not directly on the lungs, but on the points of lungs during COVID-19, it can help you. I've witnessed it firsthand, that if you do acupuncture COVID, it can help your cardiopulmonary clearance and everything. And I think TCM is a great tool for us to understand China in a positive way. Now, maybe enough of the negativities. It is inevitable for every country. We have different biases and we cannot just remove it overnight. It would be a long time. We have to check the historical data and everything. But if you see a positive life on China, I think Chinese medicine is a great tool to understand better the culture, the people, and how it started. No, I may just have to share some pictures where I studied medicine in China before. Because of Chinese medicine, I'm thankful. It changed my life. Exactly, because we have friends Chinese in Wuhan, in Shanghai, everything. And because I came from China studying, when I go back here in the Philippines, when I meet Chinese people, they become interested with your story and everything. And because all of Chinese medicine, that's why it's a nurturing pill of Sino-Phil friendship. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharif. You may now take the one of the seats here in front. May we also call on the other speakers, Dr. Yugyok Singh, Dr. Lee, Dr. Banlawi, Dr. Go, Dr. Navarro. You don't need music to occupy the seats here. Please. Dito trip to Jerusalem. Sige lang. Sige lang. Tito jokes daw. We also, Dr. Sharif talked about the Sultan named Paduka Pahala. I just want to mention that Confucius Institute at the Ateneo de Manila University made a documentary about the life of the Sultan. So some of you who, if there be anyone here who would be interested in that documentary, you could access it through contacting Confucius Institute at their website. So this is the time for us to have our question and answer. We have time for one or two since it's 5-something o'clock now. Yes, please. Dr. Yan.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Well, my first question to my friend, Dr. Belanoy. You said that it took about 400 years for the Philippines to be imprinted this China stereotype. For 400 years. Do you think it takes another 400 years for China to reverse that stereotype? And will the Chinese medicine help accelerate the stereotype? And second is a comment that about this panel, because I think it broadened my view of the studies, because I have never expected to hear so much information from the Philippine side regarding the Chinese medicine, Qigong and everything, because I think this is what the good side of the pandemic, because it brings us new topics of research. And I think that's very nice to hear all of the speakers in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yan. I hope it will not take 400 years to erase the anti-China memories in our DNA, but learn from the Japanese on how they erased the anti-Japanese feelings in the Philippines in just 2 decades. So we can do it, one generation, just one generation. You know, those people who hated Japanese are those my grandmothers and grandfathers, but my fathers and mothers, they did not have memory of Japanese brutality. And I think it can be erased through one generation. But if it's reinforced by media, by books, by a continuing narrative, I'd like to cite the example of when the Americans came to the Philippines. During the Japanese period, the Spanish colonial period, anti-Chinese attitude was brutal and violent. You know, they massacred Chinese, 20,000 during the first Sangli massacre and another 25,000 during the second Sangli massacre. And after that, series of brutalities were committed against the Chinese. The Americans stopped that kind of violence, but they became still very prejudicial against the Chinese by institutionalizing, passing laws that exclude the Chinese in the Philippines. Okay, so they institutionalize it. The Japanese attempted to institutionalize it, but it only took them 4 years to colonize the Philippines. But in 1946, when it became the Republic, we passed laws also against the Chinese. So it can be done through, we can erase that memory if we will pass a more benign law with the Chinese, and also teach more benign literature about the Chinese. Look at our Philippine history, the way it's written, especially now with the current generation. If you will read Philippine history, especially contemporary history, especially those with history about the West Philippine Sea, it's about negative. So we need to contribute to the positive narrative
without necessarily deodorizing the relationship, but a more nuanced, more balanced, more scholarly analysis of our relationship. Until now, I must admit, I was making a joke earlier that you might be suspected. An intelligence officer already texted me just 5 minutes ago. He said, "I missed your lecture in Ateneo." I said, "Good for you, you missed it." But I think we need to educate also the government, especially the sector that dominates our politics, because they are still living in a Cold War mentality against the Chinese, and we need to overcome that Cold War mentality and adopt a view. We call it thinking outside of the box. For me, it's removing that box, not thinking out of the box, because as long as that box is still there, it's very difficult to erase.
Thank you very much, Dr. Romel. Any last questions from the floor? If there are no more questions, may I just request each of the presenters to say some last words? Starting with Dr. Navarro.
Hello. Actually, I have my comment is connected to that. I was in Guangzhou a few years back before the pandemic, and the topic of Chinese medicine as a bridge to other countries. So in our case, for the Philippines, the good thing with Chinese medicine is if you get down to the bare bones of it, okay, yes, there is cultural, yes, there is historical, which is uniquely Chinese, inseparably Chinese. But if you get down to the bare bones of it, Chinese medicine is a medicine. It is a medical science. In the same way, gravity does not belong to any country or any culture. If you look at it, science, health, medicine, it's universal. It's for all us human beings. And you approach it in that way, and that's how we like to approach it. Then if it will be healthy for you, it's not a cultural construct lang yan. Okay? And yes, we're aware there may be political agendas, there'll be business agendas, like, we can make money out of this. When I was in Guangzhou, there was another concept of a culturally neutral, but universally human experience that we can connect with, and that is food. Chinese food, regional cuisine, Sichuan, Hunan, and Guizhou. Yes, okay. Get everyone together on a table and let's eat all these. Woo! And that has nothing to do with politics or race or any of these agendas. That's my idea.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sharif, any last words?
For me, a lot of people don't know yet, Chinese medicine. And this is because they are afraid of needles, no? They are afraid of taking these kind of herbs. Are these needles painful, or does it consume a lot of your time? But I think, Chinese medicine is more about prevention of diseases. The Western concept is you go to a doctor when you're sick. But in Chinese medicine, no. You have to take care of your body before you get sick. Now, this is a constant effort for us, human beings, I think, to adapt. As we are working, we have stresses, radiation from our cell phones, from our computer, or every day that we are exposed. Even right now, holding this microphone right now gives me radiation because of electricity, right? So I think an effort to be healthy is an everyday effort, is a consensual effort of everyone. And if that effort brings you towards a healthier you, and if Chinese medicine gives that idea, that theoretical knowledge in order how to take care of your health, I think that would be a great tool for us to value as people in this planet, in this global stage. So I think we should start on understanding, removing our biases in other countries and then with other people, and see the value of what each one of us can contribute to a better us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hasaman. Dr. Go, pwede mo wala.
I also took traditional Chinese medicine in Wuhan because what they did was when we were locked down, they started distributing medicines. It's very bitter, but but I guess at that time we never know if it took effect or what. But yeah, prevention is better than cure. I think it's it's the thing that they always say. Anyway, yeah, as regards with my topic, I guess we have to learn from the experiences of each other. We might come from different political systems with different political configurations, but I guess at the community level, there are experiences that we can learn from. And I guess because I also was part of the Young Lei Fong in my school at CCNU, and I think that was one of the things that was imbibed there, the spirit of voluntarism. So I guess it's an important aspect in the entire response to the epidemic situation.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lee, please, any things to share?
Yeah, I actually really impressed by the presentations in our sections. I never ever think about that. I'm learning so much about the Qigong and the Zhenjiu. And then I think that, yeah, it really gave me some research idea, research angles that I think maybe I would apply some data analysis in this field to check whether the literature, which could date back from the Ming Dynasty. I think I could use my text analysis in the related Zhenjiu or the Qigong literature. So this is a good idea. So I hope to see you next time with this new examining. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Dr. Yu Gyok Sing, anything?
Okay, for me, I would like to welcome the audience to broaden their understanding about the new Chinese immigrants. Let's just not take what we see. So let's dig deeper actually where they're coming from. That's why I actually introduced the concept of nationhood, because like even if Filipinos go to a new country, there's this stereotyping that happens, right? So in the same manner that the Chinese come here, there's this stereotyping. So maybe let's avoid that. And in that way, we could actually foster a better Philippine-China relationship, because not everything that we see in the news is actually the way things really are. So in my personal experience, actually, when I went to China, it actually opened my mind that, you know, the things that media says, some of them are really just biased. So this is like the best opportunity that we have actually to really get to know more about each other's country. So I congratulate again the Chinese Studies and Tsinan University for having this type of symposium. And I hope we'll have more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is again the third panel. So may I request everyone to, the third panel to stand up. We will be having our picture taking, and as what they say in China, they ask you, 西瓜甜不甜? But we say cheese here. Thank you very much again to the Philippine Center for Philippine Studies of Tsinan University and Chinese Studies program of the Ateneo. Thank you very much for having us again.
All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Bata, for moderating our talk. So now may we call on Dr. Dai Fan from Jinan University Center for Philippine Studies to give the closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. Can you play my PowerPoint? Okay, please wait. And okay. Okay, so I cannot. Okay, so dear respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you very much for your attendance. Okay, are you there? So I'd like to express my gratitude to our partner, China Study Program of Ateneo, especially Dr. Kimberly and Rich, for coordinating and hosting this symposium. Okay. It's a pity that I cannot appear at the value due to some reasons. But I still expect my next trip to Manila. 100 years ago, the first student of Jinnah University was from Java, Indonesia. In 1927, the Department of Nanyang Culture and Education, the first institute in China which specialized in Southeast Asia studies, was built in Jinnah University. So this year, we just celebrate the 95th anniversary of Nanyang Department. In 1929, almost 93 years ago, the Philippine Study Journal was published in Jinnah University. Some Chinese Filipino students who were studying at Jinnah University published this journal. In 2014, we built the first Center for Philippine Studies at Jinnah University. So Jinnah University really has a very close relation with Southeast Asian country and the Philippines. Next year, Chinese Study Program of Ateneo will celebrate its 75th anniversary. So hopefully we can promote Philippine studies in China and also China studies in the Philippines. Today we have almost 17 speakers who focus on different fields of China-Philippine relations. Really thank you all for your wonderful speech. For a long time, I think people-to-people understanding is very important, and it's also our scholars' duty to promote mutual understanding. Thank you. Let's work.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Daifan, for that closing remarks. So now may we invite everyone to have our group photo. So dito na. So may we invite everyone to come here at the stage for a quick photo op. Here. Okay, so don't be shy. Okay. All right, so that concludes our event for today. Have a great day and see you all soon.
Okay, Father Lee, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Father Lee.
戴范你好。
你好，你
知道
好。
吗？你好，你好。
不好意思，我这次这个出了意外情况，所以到不了。
对，我明白，这个威斯有跟我提过了。本来我们14号本来我们有安排14号见面的，今天我也是突然间有很多事情赶不了到那个阿典内欧，
我
好，
上次
下次吧，
你们
还有机会。
是的，明年放开了，明年。
应该问题不大了，
对，上次委托你们出版的书非常感谢，我本来带了10本都要给你们的，在我的行李箱里面，还有很多会议的这个物资，包括 USB bag， 结果呢，这个我不能登机嘛，那个行李箱不能送到菲律宾去，不好意思。
没问题。